On today's episode of Let's Talk FGO, it turns out FGO is not actually over. Also, Samurai Remnant collab is going strong, so we'll have more on all of those things later. Hello, I am one of your hosts, Yeehaw Omega. With me as always, Yippee-ki-yay, Lucky.
Sir.
Can you tell I thought of that one 5 minutes ago?
I hope everyone is enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka the finale has passed, but the story isn't done. And while we here at Studio Make like to bring you the latest FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events for both the JP and EA version of the game, so anyone not wanting spoilers should go forth and pet cats.
It's a thing you can do. Also, absolutely shocked at the amount of sound wave energy I'm putting out. Some of you may or may not have seen the tweet I posted on account of it being that one website. I should probably get in a better habit of using Blue Sky for updates as well. But hey, didn't have a FF14 stream this week because I was sick. So I started to feel a little icky, around Monday when we did Resident Evil, and I kind of peaked somewhere around Wednesday. So I'm still feeling it a little here, recording this Friday. So if I seem like out of breath or suddenly downturn in energy later, that's why. It's just I'm amazed at myself with my amount of projection when I'm just like, no, lock in. The mics are on. It's time to go.
It's hot.
I don't actually have a big bright red recording light. If I did, I probably would turn it on just for the psychological power of it. But you know me, when you flip that light, I'm on. I'm going. But this episode is brought to you by all of our wonderful and beautiful listeners, especially our patrons, some of whom are listening live right now. More on the wonderful patrons and what they provide for us later, which is reminding you at the top. Patrons, yeah. Finger guns.
Patchy.
So, yes, don't really think we've got any front of the show business other than that to talk about, which means we can move swiftly on to our regular business and start the show, the normal show stuff, by checking in with everybody's favorite Kohai, Mash.
Senpai, 起きてください.
Because that means it's the time for Wake the Fuck Up Senpai, or Regular Segment for Pro Tips. And it's a simple one this week. It's something I technically told people about, last time, but it's a good reminder because, the event has started now, and some of you may need this reminding right at the top of the show. But hey, if you want to complete all 100 missions in this event, currently ongoing, don't forget, bond up your Iori and level them up. You gotta get at least bond 3 and a few ascensions in to get all your mission credit, which helps you complete the whole event. So don't miss out.
Yeah.
And that's that.
So, with that, we're going to move swiftly on over to Records from the Throne, our regular achievement topic. We both got a little something to say, but I'm at the top, so I will go first. So, it took 15 10 speens. Speens?
10 speens. Ark's listening, he might make that meme later.
But I got one copy each of Yui and Ushigozen. Fun fact, they actually came on the same roll. Also, a metric hecton of event CEs. Both smiles are protected. I will say, Lucky was hitting the spare event horizon as I had, I had almost 700 Saint Quartz saved up for this, and I'm down to 200 something now. I'm just not mindlessly spinning. I'm just spinning and not getting anything except event CEs, and I'm just all oh.
Oh, it's, yeah, the FGO gacha can be really crushing sometimes of just, you're rolling and fucking nothing is happening. That was me with several of the earlier in the year banners.
I'm slightly upset because Loth got MP2 Ushigozen really fucking easy. I'm just Loth, you better be glad I can't strangle you right now.
Loth pays for his hubris in other ways.
It's true.
Sorry,
but I was able to protect both their smiles with some difficulty. I'll explain that one in a little bit.
I forgot. You reminded me, yes. No, that one I also understand for slightly different reasons. But yeah, hey, it's me then. And guys, I'm scared, guys. I just spent tickets. I had 17 tickets saved up. Maybe get a Yui, get some CEs. I got Ushi with Rainbow Sparks on the second roll. And I did get a Yui. And I did get all the CEs. Am I cooked for the rest of the year, chat? What is the statistical anomaly? This is fucking horseshit. Tickets are never this good. What the fuck? It's crazy simple luck, which only means that I am gonna be so fucking obliterated, when Draco's banner comes back around or something dumb. Just, rolling those dice. But I've also arranged the Smile Protect. I did not have to worry too much about the Ascension, but even after Lotto going, I already spent some of the caster skill chumps I got back. So Yui's skills are a concern. My caster chumps are very badly off.
I did get my Ushigozen to 10-10-10. My Yui's at 6-6-6 right now. I'm debating if I want to go up. So you will be talking about Yui and her kid a little bit later, so that might be something to think about. But other than that, we have no evils. Technically, we both did pretty heckin' good. Like I said, for once I did not have to spend money.
No, saving worked out, even if it got a little scary. And I was not planning on actually rolling SQ on this event, and did not have to. Even if I'm still, like, a little freaked out. Like I said, God knows we'll be in the tank later, and I'll think back on this. Or I won't even remember, and I will be like, chat, why is my luck so bad? And then they'll be like, hey, Omega, remember how you spent 2 tickets and got Ushigozen when you weren't even really thinking about that? You're like, you're right, that didn't happen to me. I used up all my luck. Sorry, I just had all my wrong luck, painful flashbacks, fucking, like, 10 NPs worth of Kirki before Odysseus. Crazy stuff. Well, you know, it's an anniversary. There's so much sacred to anniversary. There's nothing to be scared of, right? The patron's taunting me about space arrest. I'm like, it's anniversary. It couldn't possibly go wrong, right? Right? This is like the one time if we had like the fucking clueless guy emote in the Discord, there'd be so many clueless. Anyway, look at this emote I do have installed instead. But, yes, we will be talking about Yui later. We're going to do So You Didn't Get That 5-star. If you want to know about Ushi and her kit and her materials requirements, check out Wanted. It came out. Many of you already clicked it. More of you could click it. Check it out. Anyway, that means, since, as Licky said, there is no evils, we're moving on to Did You Finish Your Master Missions? To complete your Master Missions this week, defeat 5 servants, defeat 10 servants, defeat specifically 3 balanced servants who have the balanced alignment, defeat 15 enemies with the Earth attribute, 15 undead enemies, and, for no particular reason, put a saber in your party and complete a quest like 5 times. No idea what that could be.
Meh.
Hey, spoilers, you can do this all in the event. It's the classic duty event. Also true, yes, if you're doing dailies and other stuff, and even some of the side quests in this, you can get Takeru. Sorry, having a small emote war down there. Alright, stretch my shoulders a little. Skylograms, the news.
Yeah.
Where we're at now. You know, it is funny. I wasn't sure I was going to watch it, but Russian Bedger did put out a video of him talking about how stupid COD skins are, and that he has probably spent too much money on just how absolutely ludicrous they are. One of his picks for just for how stupid and out of place it is, and that makes it worth the money, was Skeletor. By the way, you can be Skeletor in Modern Warfare 3 if you didn't know that.
I mean, it seems like they're trying to capitalize on the hecking the Fortnite skin thing. And personally, I think there's something ridiculous but fun about playing COD as, certain things. I remember when they came out with the cat skin. I was just like, man, if I was playing COD, I'd be the fucking cat. I'd do that in a heartbeat. Yeah,
the scumbag cat, I think, was one of his top 5. No, it's a little goofy. You can also be the RX-79 Gundam as just a guy in COD. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's so weird that, like, I think it's especially because it's Modern Warfare 3 and they released, like, several more Modern Warfares you don't care about as the consumer, since then. But everybody's on, like, oh man, Fortnite's crazy. What the fuck does this mean? What do you mean that they're putting, South Park in Fortnite? And it's like, no. You don't understand. COD is where it's weird. Also, apparently, in Modern Warfare, this was not a selling point, but apparently in Modern Warfare 3, there's, like, a lot of, like, generic anime waifu shit. Like, not brand deals, just, like, they realize their audience. So you can do, like, an inspect animation, which will, like, holographically project an anime cat girl to, gesture at you and then, take up half your screen and go away. Other weird shit. It's goofus.
It's goofus,
he spent a lot of money, but, like, I wouldn't spend as much money as him. But, like, tactically picking some purchases is, like, I don't know.
Yeah,
it feels more soulful than, like, the weird AI tag shit they put in, like, Black Ops 7? 7, right? They didn't secretly release an 8th Black Ops?
No, we're still on 7.
Okay. Like, I can count, right? Yeah. No, so, like, am I going to jump out and buy Modern Warfare 3? No, because apparently the only playlist that has anybody on it is 24/7 Shipment, because they released the Shipment map, like, 12 times. He counts it out in the video as well. It's only like 24 minutes, chat. If you haven't seen it, you should go check it out. But yeah, no, it's just making me think about all the Skeletor thing of just like, yeah, people get on Fortnite for being, crazy weird mishmash, and it's like, no, definitely some of COD's steps are like more weird because it's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, but I do think that, you basically said the point of the video, Lucky, without having watched it, which is there is also something really funny about if you're playing with the Skeletor skin and you have the WWE chair execution emote. So you're just capping motherfuckers in Melee in COD as Skeletor with a chair.
Like, I'm gonna be real, if you're out there trying to play, like, COD seriously, you got, like, I don't know what's wrong with you. You're playing a video game, you need to have some fun with it, and I'm sorry, I can only handle being, Johnny Soldier Man so many times before I get bored with the game.
You should be a little silly with it. I do think that, like, Call of Duty Badger even says this in the beginning of the video, like, he jumped in on Modern Warfare #1. Like, Call of Duty does have some well-written, serious, hard-hitting storylines.
Yeah, that's in the single player, not the multiplayer, fam.
Yeah, exactly. But also, they have not been, like, I don't know if, like, all that writing team left to go start their own game studios or what, but, like, also, their games haven't been like that in a while. Like, literally, if you watch campaigns from the Black Ops 7, there's the campaign, there's a lot of, like, weird shit going on, and it's just like, these people do not want to be writing these games anymore. They're so done. But they must.
Realism in video games is a myth. It's only as real as until it causes a problem to the players, and then they throw it out. Except
for the people who are like, yes, more realism. I should individually have to put bullets in my magazine before I could put it in my gun.
Oh, those are the people who go play Arma 3 and then get pissed off at it 2 weeks and start installing mods.
But yes, Skelograms is our news segment. And number 1, not directly related, Strange Fake broadcast commemoration campaign over in JP, starting the 3rd, going until the 10th. For that period, you've got a commemorative CE. It's the key art. Of course, it's the key art. We've got no new rank ups or interludes, but Gil and Enkidu's rank ups and interludes are available even if unsummoned, so you can catch up on all your favorite stories. And we will be having banners for Richard, Gil, and Enkidu. Now, for Enkidu is permanent, I'm pretty sure, and Gilgamesh is the least limited man of all time. But it's been about a year since Richard came out, so, like, it's a good time to run a normal rain-up banner and not put him in 5,000 Saber banners. So, that's nice. Thumbs up.
Yeah, I'm about to say, it's all like, I'm pretty sure he's had some reruns, but I'm pretty sure that was in the great bannering of 800 banners every other week.
It's one of those things where, like, logically your brain can go, oh yeah, of course he had a raid up, but, like, everybody had a fucking raid up. It's just, everybody's there. They literally did. They called the campaign around the time of the Part 2 finale, I think they called it, like, all servants summon campaign banner or something? Like, literally everybody got a raid up for, like, a couple of weeks.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, no, there was so many, I can't imagine the UI. It was so many little pips in the summon window. But that is actually, talking about the Part 2 finale, a good point to talk about, that yes, they had a stream, they're talking about vaguely what's going on, and yes, it looks like, as I said in the intro joke, FGO is not over. This is very funny to me personally, because there was I was in a different social media place talking about some stuff, and somebody mentioned that, like, oh yeah, we just had the Part 2 finale, and it's like, people are already thinking about, like, oh, is it the end of service right around the corner? And I'm just like, people will be saying end of service is right around the corner, like, they haven't been saying that for literally 8 fucking years. And I didn't get, like, it wasn't really like an argument, but somebody said, like, well, with Part 2 over, this feels like it's the closest, and I didn't really respond to that, and here we are a week later, and it's like, no, I was right.
People are bamboozled.
Yeah, but the thing that we're doing is called Beginning of Aftertime, and it seems like we're doing an Epic of Remnant again, basically. It turns out, even if you finished the Part 2 story, which they do explicitly say, by the way, that's the ending, that's real, that happened, but we're gonna go back a little bit. It's like when you're playing the RPG and you get the, hey, the game's super over after you go to this cutscene. This is when you complete the game and they kick you back out so you can do the post-game stuff. It looks like roughly FGO is giving itself a deadline of a year of doing some things in order to be allowed back into the time stream, so we do have some lingering plot hooks to resolve, like maybe some of the beasts we've left unconfronted, maybe the Foreigner ordeal call. We got some stuff cooking, and it does seem like these will be story-type chapters.
Did it give us an exact timeline of a year, in fact, so...
Sorry, that was the cough that snuck up on me. But yes, no, that seems to line up with what they've been saying in interviews upward with this, which is like we're at least through 11th anniversary times, and I guess this would probably put that we're probably got content at least through 26, like all the way to New Year's Day 27. So we will continue to see where we're going. And I think so far it sounds like EOR is probably the best comparison because this feels similarly like a Part 2 is properly over, we are buying time. Except that instead of this being we're buying time to figure out what Part 2 will look like, this is we're buying time to figure out if we're even going to do Part 3 like we did Part 1 and 2, or are we going to do something different? And honestly, I'm okay with it. It is that question of like, Nasu brought up in interviews at Anniversary 10 talking about like a foreigner or you'll call and stuff, right? It did kind of seem like, while there was definitely an ending, the story is over of Part 2, which seems to be a fairly definitive, like, okay, thumbs up, FGO's over, or story-wise anyway. The story has finished. That doesn't mean that there aren't unanswered questions that we never did get around to, and I don't know, I think it's okay for Nasu and the writer team at Type Moon to be like, oh yeah, we never did, get a chance to talk about X or Y. Like, Nasu himself, his writing style definitely has that thing where he'll, like, float an idea and he clearly has something in mind and then he just sits on it for 10 years. Even the beasts are like that. So, I don't know. Giving them a chance to maybe unsit on some of those seems okay.
What was that?
Ugh. I paused it when I figured you were stepping away, but now we're back. Now I have to raise my octave one level. All right, okay.
But I was gonna say on the subject of the 2.75, I guess you can call it, is that actually in some like Japanese writing and stuff, the concept of an after story is not actually that weird. Sometimes popular novels and whatnot, or depending on the author's intention, will finish the main story and just keep writing and just going anywhere. And sometimes said after story can actually go longer than the main story. I think probably the most Clanet quite literally has an after story. Certain light novels have after stories. So personally, I think like coming from like the Japanese, I don't think it's necessarily too weird to have this kind of epilogue story. Yeah, don't talk to me about Clanet after story.
No, yeah. To distract from that, no. This seems pretty normal. Like I know that some people are making a few memes. I've seen a few. Like I said, I caught some of the vibes from the finale from like some Japanese artists I follow on Twitter and stuff. Like I've seen some people in Japanese tweeting about it, but not really like a like heavy level of like criticism or anything. It just seems to be there is a certain amount of joking about like, wait a minute, didn't you end? They're like, no, I have more stuff. Nasu, I do want to say, doesn't seem like the type of writer to be afraid to like conclude a story and let it lie. But also, he is a workaholic. And also, if he's been so directly involved in like the FGO project, some of his collaborators may also have like story concepts and ideas for events that haven't had a chance to follow up yet.
No, like, that's what I'm definitely wanting from this year, is I want Nasu to be a little bit hands-off. Like, I've seen several people, well, I can't say in Japanese, but several, like, English people getting pissed off. It's like, finally, FGO's done, now Nasu can work on the stuff I actually care about. I'm all like, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
but also, the man...
Listen, I understand. There's supposed to be... The Tsukihime remix is only half done, and has only been half done for several years now, and... in a sense, Nasu has nobody to blame for that but himself, because he put it out in the Part 1 state. But at the same time, it's also like, again, it's not like the guy is doing nothing, you know. He has been writing his ass off for FGO. Oh, sorry, that's me relaxing all my stiff bones again. It is funny though to like, there is I want to say a vocal minority, but a diehard contingent who are out here being like, FGO ruined the franchise. I do not agree, especially because I think those people misunderestimate the financial boon that FGO has brought to this stuff.
Also, I think they underestimate just how good FGO writing is.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the archive panic. There's the word. There's like the TV trope of it. I'm like, there's a word for this. Yes. I understand like the archive panic of like getting into 10 years of FGO like right now. But like there is a hump to be gotten over for like some of this stuff, but like no, FGO also is really good. Like generally I think most people think of LB6 as like one of Nasu's best, direct writing projects where he just kind of like, went out there. Certainly he did a lot of fucking work on it. But yeah, there's definitely, I think, a lot of elements, but also, like, there's so many projects that would never have been funded if FGO did not open a portal to the elemental plane of money. Like, I mean, for starters, like, this is an argument I had with people, like, on Reddit, like, talking about, like, yes, the Fate Stay Night release. Like, genuinely, I don't think if FGO, and especially if FGO English didn't exist, we would still not have that fucking English Steam port of Fate Stay Night and Hollow Ataraxia. That shit would not have happened. I, like, genuinely, I think, like, Albert and some other guys at Aniplex are able to, like, invite, like, Kawasumi and other actors out there and, like, take pictures of the fucking crowds filled with cosplayers in America and point that shit at Nasu and go, hey, Mr. Nasu, Mr. Mushroom, there's a huge Western fan base out of here, by the way. There's more money to be made and more people to be reached with your story. They exist. They're real.
I do believe that is actually how we got the localization for Fate Grand Order. It wasn't Nasu, but it was someone on the original FGO team basically did go to an American convention and saw all the FGO cosplayers. It was all like, oh ho.
Yes, I don't remember if that was one of the Part 1 unit team.
I don't know if that was Shiokawa, was it? Was he the original?
I believe that was one of our boys on the Part 1 or the Part 2 transition team, yeah. But yeah, no, like genuinely, it's hard to, truly understand an artist, funny to say this, truly understand the intent of an artist just through his art and through translated interviews, but it is, there's a filter between me and understanding, what Mr. Nasu is like, because it's not, he and several other people in this industry are big on their privacy, so it's not like he goes on camera, so I can't, like, look at his body language and listen to his tone of voice, But the vibe I've gotten from reading interviews and generally how these projects are in, Nasu isn't really concerned with being a big deal. He doesn't seem to care about necessarily, like, mass market appeal and, like, going everywhere. I don't want to say they're unconcerned with money because there was conversation about, like, not doing a Steam release for Tsukihime right away because they were concerned about, piracy and the like. They came up in the 2000s and the 90s of VN design, and, like, again, it's one of those things where you realize that, like, oh, well, it back in the day, anybody who's a fan of Fate Stay Night in English had to have pirated it. So it's not, like, an illegitimate concern about the culture, but it's definitely more of, like, it seems like Type Moon and Nasu are concerned with, like, doing projects for people who care about them, basically. Like, and some of it is they care about them, I'm dead certain they've done some projects just for themselves. And certainly Nasu has done weird shit that nobody asked him to do just because that's what he thought we should do, much like Last Encore,
Also, Nasu has influences in strange places. Fun fact, I was actually looking this up. It was Koei Tecmo who actually approached Type Moon and Nasu on making Samurai Remnant. And they had a list of characters they wanted to be used. Originally, Iori wasn't supposed to be the protagonist, but Nasu said, no, make Iori the protagonist. And,
he's well, Nasu really likes Musashi, so... I'm just picturing the neurons activating. But yeah, no, like, yeah. And honestly, I think he has good game sense. Like, Iori's a pretty good fit for Samurai Remnant. Like, not just for writing wise, because we do some interesting things with Iori over the course of Samurai Remnant, but also the very idea of the Book of the Five Rings and Nitanichi to You and stuff means that, like, hey, there's a lot you can do with a modern action Muso game. Fast switching all your stances. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, no, it's like we said, there's a diehard group of people who are always, like, plotting FGO's downfall because they assume it's like, oh god, I think it was a Fallout meme originally, but it might not be. But I'm just like, I'm imagining the meme of I can't wait for society to collapse for my ideal to rise from the ashes, and it's just 4 different bozos who all think they're gonna succeed. Fate is sometimes like that. There are people who are just like, I can't wait for FGO to fail so that my favorite Type Moon work will rise from the ashes. It's like, honestly, that's probably not going to happen.
Actually, I think that goes into something I was talking about earlier when I was complaining about other things in our Discord, in which people seem overly focused on the singular rather than the whole. And I find it very strange.
Yeah, we had that conversation about a few things, Samurai Remnant related, available now, multiple platforms. But yes, I kind of agree with you that, like, I feel like we're in a weird case of, like, and I don't really know what started it, but, like, we're in a weird case where kind of, like, the popular common knowledge kind of a thing, common sense is like, yes, there must be a proper canon. Everything must follow a proper order, and it's if there are multiple possible endings, well, one of them must be the real one, though, right? Which one is the real ending? And there have been a lot of fiction, and I think Nasu's writing for Nasuverse and other Type Moon works is part of it, where you can't really exercise that line of thought. Even in Fate Stay Night, each of the routes, which are all mutually exclusive, have different endings. First of all of them have a multitude of bad endings. You can fuck up and die a lot of ways. But also, even inside of them, the routes have, individual bad endings, individual good endings, the true ending, etc. I don't think they were the first, but I do feel like Nasu in Fate Stay Night was like, sorry, Chad, cleared my throat for a second there, but let me finish this thought. I think that, like, Nasu in Fate Stay Night was, like, one of the big proponents for the idea that, like, the true ending is not necessarily the golden best end. Like, I think particularly of, like, Unlimited Blade Works is like that, where, like, the quote-unquote good ending is Saber doesn't go back, and basically the joke about it's Rin's harem. But the true ending is Saber does get unsummoned, and, like, Shiro goes with Rin to London, and they visit, the grave in Glastonbury and shit like that. Like, the good ending is happier, but the true ending is the one that's more realistic. And yes, our patron chat bringing up that, like, I said they're all mutually exclusive, and then Nasu, I said that deliberately knowing that then I'd be like, and then Holorexia happens, where despite the fact that they're all mutually exclusive, they're all true anyway, because fuck you. Alright. We're back again. Took another quick break. But yeah, so I was thinking about this while I was refilling my water. Your point of discussion earlier in our Discord, join the Discord link below. I'm always out here plugging.
He is
but
plugging.
If you want my like, cynical and uncharitable read, I feel like people's media literacy overall has gone down a little as it gets easier and more rapid fire to access entertainment and quote-unquote content.
The curse of short-form media.
Yeah, basically, and not even just short-form media, but even long-form media is like this. Listen, I like streaming, when it all works good, it's great. But, like, definitely I think the switch to the streaming era of media production is that, like, people can just speedrun shit, and then, if you're like, didn't like it, you move on to the next thing. Or even if you did like it, you can just be like, cool, what's next, Like, you just jump from thing to thing to thing. So I think that means that, like, more people can consume interesting and high-quality entertainment more rapidly, and as a result, like, I feel like in some cases, media literacy is, like, trending down, because more people are getting involved in shit that they have not been prepping their entire lives by, like, fighting to watch their fan subs 10 minutes at a time on YouTube, which was dog-ass, by the way. That shit sucked. Trust me, I was there. But, it did kind of simmer a little bit of a, like, hardcore dedication. And now, God forbid, people won't even you talk about watching 10 minutes at a time. You'll be lucky to some people if they're actually watching all 22 minutes of the show.
Before they go online with their hot take.
Yes, instead of just, I watched a 30-second TikTok about this episode. But, like, because of that, like, decline in media literacy, people are less comfortable with ambiguous endings because that means they have to actually stop and think about shit. If a piece of media has multiple endings, both of which can technically be true, and you can run through and be like, oh no, those both happened. Which, as we discussed at our Discord, is like, as far as I know, that's Nasu's stance, is like, every route and every, like, different ending, like, happens. It's true to itself. Kaleidoscope stuff. Nothing that gets changed later is a retcon. That's just a different kaleidoscope. So, like, people don't want to like stop and think about what that means for like multiple endings to be possible, and so they just want one to be true, so they can just say, my ending was the correct ending, and punch their ticket and move on to the next thing. Hey, spoilers, chat. Media consumption is not a punch card. It's not a bingo board. But some people
get
do
very invested in being right or first.
God, sorry. That's a really. You are correct, also, Lucky. That's not what I'm chuckling at. But yes, people are. God, the being the first thing I remember. Chat, you remember when people comment first on YouTube videos? They were trying to be the first. People gave up on that shit. But no, there was a joke in our Patreon chat about more people need to watch Clue. I'm like, damn, that is an oldie but a goodie. Yes, Clue, the mystery, the movie adaptation of the board game Clue literally has multiple endings and was shown with different endings in different theaters. Why? Because fuck you, it's funnier that way. The movie is already really interesting, and it gets more interesting if there are more possible things. Well, I will say this: the chat, question in chat being like multiple endings, talking about like sequel writing. That does get tough. That's tougher to handle because you have to pick an ending, and it's like that may have kind of like possible audience damage. Like you may be turning off some of your pre-invested audience by actively denying their favorite ending. But I don't know, man. If you got a story in mind, just go for it. Honestly, I'm pretty sure, since we started this conversation about like Samurai Remnant and stuff, I don't think Samurai Remnant will get a sequel.
Probably not. I think the story is pretty done.
They packed it all up. They got some bonus stuff with some DLC. They're pretty good.
Unless we're gonna actually get to older Iori. Like, this is one of those things I want to talk about. Iori didn't necessarily have a glamorous life, but he was involved in events. He served as a vassal under a samurai, and actually got some honors from participating in the siege of Shimabara. Yes, the Shimabara Rebellion with, fucking Amakusa. So
I was gonna think about like, wait, where does that put us with Samurai Remnant? But then I'm like, wait, Samurai Remnant's also not, the timeline's fucked up.
Yeah,
it's right. It's an alternate history. It's already weird. Because I did write so you didn't get that 5-star for Yui Shosetsu. That's another thing that's like Yui's adoptive dad, I guess in this case, was like a close personal friend of one Amakusa Shiro. So yeah, I feel like Chiemon's like is he supposed to be a historical character that I don't remember, or is he just an archetype of guy? Because I feel like I've seen guys like Chiemon in a lot of works. Like Burned Up Bandage Man. Thank you, Robin. Archetype guy. Because Samurai Remnant is overall really interesting with its kind of like alternate history stuff where they have several characters who are historical but are just different because fate. Archer's Master is one of them. He's a real guy doing real stuff, but also magic. Yui Shosetsu, obviously, in that context. And then you get characters who are completely made up, like Dorothea. Mm-hmm. Who's like not exactly a match for anybody, but is close enough to be yeah, sure, we're doing an urban fantasy alternate history, that could work. But yes, I don't know if they'll do a Samurai Remnant sequel per se. They could do a like Koei Tecmo could do another Fate Warriors. What would even be I don't even know. We could do that shit again. But
Samurai Remnant is doing weird things, because they should have been, instead of having Chiemon being a survivor from the Shimabara, he should have been a survivor from the Keion Uprising, which Yui Shosetsu is actually a part of.
Yes.
Those were there was two separate rebellions.
Yeah, and they discussed that a little in like FGO Yui's profile to be like, yeah, that's the stuff that Yui Shosetsu should be involved in, but it's weird. I think even Yui's profile goes out of their way to say that like the proper human history Yui is like, meh, we know where they came from. This one's like half homunculus though. Half apparently because the magecraft technique they needed to use a biological mother. So like Yui is an artificial human being, but not in the same way that like Einsburn homunculuses are. Homunculi.
We're weird here with that, okay?
That talking about, right, like how like, the retcons and other shit like that, like I said, Nasu and the other team of writers are never one to be like, yeah, close enough kind of thing. It's just like, nah, it's different. We're just doing a different thing. This doesn't make sense. It's different. Who cares? We did it. What are you going to do? I'm like, okay, sure. We could connect some lines, but we're already here. When I say, by the way, we could connect some lines, first of all, it would require them to actually put Tamamo in more stories, which they're not doing for some ungodly reason. But like there should absolutely have been some Tamamo acknowledgement in Samurai Remnant and with the Samurai Remnant characters. Hey, did you know that Takeru's aunt founded the Ise Shrine to Amaterasu and also is the one who gave him the Kusanagi? Wild, huh? Also, in modern Shinto, Gozu Tenno, the ox-headed heavenly king, has been completely syncretized with Susanoo, which is Amaterasu's brother, the god of storms. So, like, hey, should Raiko and Tamo actually talk about things? Meh. It does, as I say, yeah. It feels a little
like I said,
weird.
like, I will say, for Samurai Remnant, I consider Samurai Remnant a good game. I don't consider it a great game. It's like, there are, like several points in the writing that, could probably have been better and better balanced out, but it is what it is, and like I said, I think overall it's an enjoyable experience. I think it's another problem people have. People are not okay with just okay games.
Yeah, no, it's a real shame, because like every game must either be perfect or it's the worst thing ever, and it's like, no, there are actually, people still make bad games. I have to double check what Samurai Remnant's Metacritic score is, but I'm pretty sure it's like somewhere in like the mid to high 70s, maybe a low 80. I would say probably 70s though.
I put Samurai, like, once again, Lucky actually qualifies this again. If I put a 5 as a completely average game, I would actually put Samurai Remnant as a 6 or 7.
Yes, if the 10-point scale actually matters, I would probably say that SR is like a 7 out of 10. If it's a 4-point scale where, everything below 6 doesn't matter, then yeah, I guess I have to say it's an 8. It's okay. That's technically the middle of the line then. Like if it's secretly a 4 to 5 point scale where you've got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 8's in the middle. It's, by the way, I counted with my fingers. When I said 8 is in the middle, I instinctively raised my middle finger. I made the joke in a visual gag unintentionally, but you can't see it. Very funny. Yeah, no. And I mean, that's the thing, right? I wouldn't mind a sequel to the mechanics, because there's always some funny stuff, and God knows that Fate has so many cool fucking characters they could use. But yeah, anyway, we'll talk more about the Samurai Remnant event a little bit later.
Yeah.
It'll be early, first impressions, but we've got some. Speaking of which, though, also, let me first say, before I completely segue away, I don't remember if I mentioned this or not, but as part of the beginning of Aftertime, there's a new Ogomeri costume in the Da Vinci shop. You have to have completed part 2 to get access to it. So that's cool. Also good on them to use the fact that we're like, the part 2 finale definitely happened. We're just fucking with the time stream again. Time cops. Good. We can get more Madame Prez. But I've already found
my favorite Madame Prez expression. It's great. It's wonderful. Frame it.
Oh yes. That's the one that's going around. Yes. No, we understood the assignment. But the segue there was that we have officially started Fate Samurai Remnant X FGO collab event, Waxing Moon Chronicles. I think it was like, the full title in Japanese was like Waxing Moon Sword Chronicles, but I copied this straight off the website. Anyway, it is going, like I said, from the 7th until the 27th. So again, accounting for like time zones and the maintenance time and stuff, you got like 20 days, 21 days, 3-ish weeks. Log in between the 7th and the 13th for 6 Saint Courts for the social media campaign, which we hit. There are smartphone wallpapers and stuff, the usual little tchotchkes we get. The first banner is, as mentioned, Ushigozen and Yui Shosetsu, and otherwise referred to the pregame. I don't think they've done any weird announcements or anything. Do keep your eyeballs peeled, because there will be a second banner, which will also have Yui on it, but it will have a chance for Summer Musashi, and there will be a Summer Musashi rank up in there, which is a pretty good rank up. That's the one that I was joking about the other day, that like people are saying, yes, welcome the strongest archer in FGO, talking about Berserker Musashi. Because her rank up is going to implicitly power up her anti-saber damage. That's it. Yeah, sorry, you said that in the text chat, but like, Heian Era Fate, that'd be, because there's so much to unpack there.
Finally, we'll get the Abe no Seme.
Yes, we would finally get Abe no Seme. There's a lot to unpack there. We would get the other 2 4 Heavenly Kings, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Even if they're just, goofy little designs. But also, like, again, having done the research for Ushigozen, like, Minamoto no Raiko, a.k.a., was it Yorimitsu? Was their
Yorimitsu.
More commonly given name? Something like that. Real person with real, like, tangible military and government achievements. Like actual historical honors. Also, like, immediately after the historical period, shitloads of historical fiction about how they were constantly running around fighting Onis and Tsuchigumos and shit, and Ushi Oni and other stuff. Like, all kinds of stuff, out there. Also, it's fun that you bring up the Neo thing. Chat's bringing up Neo too. That has to be an FGO reference. Like, I didn't see anywhere that anybody has actually previously gender flipped Raiko. Like, Raiko's been in a couple of other like Japanese stories. Apparently, there's an action RPG from FromSoft and Sega for the PS2 called Otogi, which stars Raiko. There you go. There's one for your old heads. But yeah, Neo 2 was like 2020, I think. I looked it up, which obviously is, like 4-ish years after Raiko came out in FGO. So, like, I'm pretty sure that's got to be a reference, even if it's just, the developers like stroking their chin, going like, this one time I saw a female Raiko. We can maybe do that. But yes, the Heian era is full of all kinds of this stuff. Yes, okay, we're going to pregame, not that my backlog needs to expand, but we're talking about, I have to remember, which is the one that was a PS Plus one that I definitely have in my library?
Honestly, I heartily recommend both Neos. 2 does improve upon 1 and adds the fun, become a demon mechanic, but it's so good.
Okay,
and like I said, the gameplay is more along the lines of, as you expect, Ninja Gaidens rather than, Dark Souls.
Actually, can I search my collection? Because I might have.
Lucky actually has been trying to get all the old Ninja Gaidens. I think I got Ninja Gaiden 1 through 3 now. Now I just got to get 4.
Okay, yes. So technically, it's both because I have Neo 2 remastered in my library, and also Neo 1 is just generally in the PS Plus collection.
Don't I have the Neo double pack? I think I do. Should double check. No, Team Ninja does good action games and a good fighting game. I don't care what anyone says. Dead or Alive is good. Fight me.
I need to try them out because, like, what I understand is that we've talked about this is, like, Neo as a game series clearly exists in, like, a post-Dark Souls world, but are still not doing the exact same thing we've talked about with the roguelike sort of a thing. Like, they are still distinctly action RPGs that are trying to do stuff, but also will beat your ass. But again, it's Team Ninja. That's not new. And we'll see how Neo 3 comes about, because that's soon.
I already got my pre-order for that shit.
By the way, we've been recording for almost an hour, and that's we're still in the Skelegram, so it's a good show today, you can tell. The last bit of news before we transition away is... actually, I was going to say, for no reason at all, they brought this up, but no, they did bring it up because this is the, I think, boilerplate, like, Japanese company response to this. So they made a point of posting on social media and other stuff. They updated the roadmap. Dancing Dragon Castle is now on the roadmap for mid-June instead of late June, and they were like, we apologize for any confusion this caused. I still think it's early enough in the year that it probably didn't do them any brand harm to have it say to be late June, but, they are being very polite when they make a correction, and they did issue a correction that apparently Dancing Dragon Castle they're aiming for mid-June. Presumably so that it can be mostly over by the time we do Anniversary. So everybody keep in mind that when you talk about your Team Frame.
Team Frame! Alright, but with that, we are done with the Skelograms, and it is time for this week's Let's Talk FGO Mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. Let's get one last refresh here, just to make sure that we got everybody. And we have five lovely, lovely comments, and we will get through them all, starting right now. At the top of the list, we have Monster Girl Aficionado saying, Dear Lucky and Omega, no question this week, just sending good vibes, wah 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 wah, and wishing you well, keep up the great work. Thank you, same to you. This reminds me I need to get back into more FF14, except I keep getting sundered every time I go in. It's been a little hard.
As much as you and I both thought that post was really salty, it did technically affect the world first race.
Oh no, it was a super salty post, and Lucky doesn't give even a half a flip about, world firsts in fucking video games. But the DDoSes are a problem.
Yeah, I still, because that, like I said, that was my peak sickness day. I still need to finish up. I think I have like half the weekly raids to do, and could always collect more tomestones.
Oh no, Axe, here's the secret of the internet. Salty posts are never jokes. They just act like they joke so they can get away with it.
There's a meme template for this. It's the I'm not bothered face over the crying Wojak, which is like, I'm not mad. Like,
People...
Actually, it's saying it's on the shitpost Reddit. Like that makes it infinitely more likely, unfortunately, that it's real. From what I understand, the general trend of if you start a separate shitpost Reddit subreddit, you are way more likely to be more real and less ironic because you're in the shitpost subreddit. Reddit's weird.
It is weird. I'm glad I closed my account.
I still use it to browse a select few sort of things for stuff which subreddits are good for, but I do not post very seriously upon it.
Oh no, I close it because I do not want any reason to post, because I have seen too many bad takes that I have tried to combat, and I have learned you do not win with people on the internet. Listen, the greatest defense on the internet you can do is just go, nuh-uh, and stick to it. What are they going to do? Change your mind? But enough on that. Yes, I do need to do more FF14s. They did just release the Savages for the final 4 of our raids. Like I said, we've already had the world first completed, which means we're going to get some sick-ass glams and a sick new man out there, so that's super cool. I personally need to get back in there because there is a Cult Crescent to do. I got to finish leveling my last class to 100, and I got to get back on my grind set mindset with crafting gathering. It's very important. Unfortunately, we have been completely blasted by a bunch of other games that we want to play, but we will talk about those at the end of the show. But moving on here, this next one comes from the Tyrant King watching FGO do the Metro Man meme from Megamind. Do we have Megamind on the list? Megamind is a good movie. That's another thing I'll fight people on.
Actually. No, also from what I've seen of it, it's pretty solid.
Also, Monster vs. Aliens.
Oh, that's another good one, yes. That one was, that one I have seen a lot because that was one of our go-to family movies in the can, but it's actually, pretty self-aware.
No, it's real good. Let's see here. Question. Hey, guys, with FGO having at least a year of story left, do you think we'll see the quote-unquote last 2 beasts left, and any thoughts on a collab this year if we get another one that isn't Strange Fate? Anyway, that's it.
Oh my God,
from me,
sorry,
sending good vibes your way. Wah, 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 wah. And hope you have a great evening. So first off, I know we say it every year, but it has to be the year of Strange Fate.
Yeah, I know.
collab.
That's what I was just thinking. I was like, I think I've been saying it for 3 fucking years because it's taken them this long to actually make the anime, but it's gotta be the Strange Fate collab this year, right?
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 Like we actually get the anime out. It's actually coming out. This is the year of the Strange Fate collab. Am I on the copium?
Huh?
World, am I on the copium?
Am I wearing the clown makeup? But, the Strange Fake project has been so delayed, though, that this has to be the year, though, because this is, the most appropriate time for it.
Oh, actually, how many core is this Strange Fake set for? They can't be doing everything in fucking 12. That's not how Fate works.
Well, also, I don't think the light novels are finished.
No, they are not finished, but
I'm pretty sure we can get some twists. They're doing 24?
God, that would be going into the spring core, which usually would be around our Golden Week collab.
Gilgamesh turns to the screen and says, "Mongrels, you should purchase Fate Strange Fake on Blu-ray, streaming on services worldwide now."
Oh God, please don't.
I mean, they will do. They aren't afraid to do that, though. They had Giant Sky Siegfried telling you to. Well, the English translation was watch Fate Apocrypha on Netflix, but the original JP was telling you to buy the light novels. Because the anime
just
was
means we're gonna get
SR
caster Francesca Prelati.
I mean, that their coffers would be full. I've seen you, internet. I know what you're thinking about.
The fact that she's actually an old man doesn't matter.
Nobody cares. Also, hey, I mean, free collab bronze. You get to do that. It's our boy, Alexandre Dumas. Unless, they do have a very logical reason that he wouldn't show up in Chaldea because he's scared shitless of the Count. Because I believe Dantes is on the record as being a little annoyed with Dumas because canonically, chat, Edward Dantes is a real guy who is the archetype for the character in The Count of Monte Cristo in Fate, who got up to a lot of magical, supernatural, urban fantasy bullshit, and then Dumas, wrote the novel. So, Dantes is a little annoyed at him, but it's funny.
No, that's why we have, fucking Dantes and then the Count of Monte Cristo. But no, I think it'd be good if they did the free, friend point, raid up for, Alexander Dumas in, during a collab. I guess that just leaves the question of who the SR, SSR, and SSR would be. Heck, especially if there's two banners.
That really depends on how far the anime is going.
Yeah, like I said, slight spoilers, but guess what? There's gonna be more servants.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, if you know anything about the concept of strange fake, is like, again, spoilers, but it's a hat with a hat. It's a Grail War inside a Grail War. You know, that's why it's strange fake. There's fakes and reals.
Yeah.
So that's when shit gets double weird. Cause Naruto was like, one Grail War is not weird enough. I need two Grail Wars. That's weirder. So like, there's a lot of characters we could pull from, but.
And so like, Nasu, what's the number one rule in writing a Grail War? It goes weird. Whatever your base idea is, make it weird. Go weird. Off the rails.
We actually did have that. I don't know if you're as far in the story as that, but a ruler does appear in Samurai Remnant collab. And
I am not that far.
Okay, I won't say any more then. But there is a moment that comes up. But Da Vinci does be like, yes, you know, normally rulers are summoned to adjudicate Grail Wars. Occasionally they get summoned for other weird shit, and it's just like that's how far out we are of like Da Vinci has to remind us that the default is supposed to be that rulers appear to like officiate Grail Wars. Oh, sorry.
But I do hope that we are, like, in regards to the first half of your question, we do say quote unquote last two beasts. And I am curious to see what like we could do with that. We might get that, we might not. But I am slightly hopeful that there is still going to be a foreigner ordeal call of some sort.
Yeah,
during the year.
Nasu explicitly used that phrase in an interview. So like I'm like, that means there is one, right? There has to be, or at least there was a plan for one.
I think there still is a plan for one. I just don't think that foreigner was necessarily. We talked about this before, but foreigners are literally outside the concept of human understanding, so I do not think they actually have an impact upon our
human order
value.
Score.
Yeah, but
that
I
tracks.
said, but I do believe that there is some stuff to be said there, which just might come up, which might not. I don't know. Like I said, Lucky has gone on the record as saying before, I'm like, I want FGO continue. I just wanted a bit of a pause so we can, modernize the mechanics and whatnot. But if we get to keep seeing more, story and stuff, I'll be happy. I guess there's even if Nasu's taken a step away, there are still very many competent writers on the FGO team.
And I like the phrasing of it as almost specifically, like I said before, as stuff that does not conflict with the ending of part 2, but is there because we know you're asking questions type shit. Like even the authors are like, actually, yes, I do have some ideas that in our time frame I did not get to explore. I will explore them now, kind of a thing. Like that's I will never not say that's not a good use of writer time. Like, obviously, stories do need to end. Landing a conclusion is very hard, as literally evidenced by, right now, apparently, Stranger Things has finally ended and people are not happy because it wasn't as cool as they wanted and they're waiting for the secret fourth good Sherlock episode. Recurring internet fandom because, yes, also that's a thing that people waited for when that happened. But, sticking the landing is tough. There are many, many shows and other medias which have not landed it. And so, I totally understand, it's good to have a conclusion, but I also totally understand the writing impulse to be yeah, I didn't get everything done I wanted in the first run of that. And it's you can't always string together or rather I should say, writing a full sequel, which you are titling as a sequel, a continuation of the story, is not always the correct move. Sometimes you do basically the thing you mentioned of, the after story, right? Of, the extended epilogue of, it's definitely over, but I have some notes.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Said cough.
Sorry, Lucky is slowly doing the collab in the background and writing notes on it.
He's literally writing notes as we go.
Yes. But I think that covers our thoughts on that, and we'll move on to the next one. So this next one comes from Backlog Time Budgeting Burrower. They say, hello, garden making dog keeper and book writing Floridian. Sorry, I'm just thinking about the word Floridian.
I mean, technically, all the states have a, whatever you call it, a place noun.
Oh yeah, no, I live in Washington, so, I would be usually called a Washingtonian, Californian. What do we got for, Oregon? Oregon? I don't know. I don't know, I'm just gonna stop thinking about this. This person says, I think I have a question, as I felt I must stand before the challenge thrown at me or suffer the shame of cowardice. What are some of the things in your backlog that you've picked up, then put back down, and now you wish you pushed yourself to finish it? I feel there's always one or two things that somehow linger in the mind or show back up months or years later. On that topic of that, I'm doing all the Samurai Remnant DLCs and Neo 2 this weekend. Have a good show and a pleasant evening. I mean, that is always the thing about the backlog. Lucky is horrible about starting games and not finishing.
Yeah.
Argonian, that's what it is. Okay.
You pronounced that like the lizard people from Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, no, I did, but that's how it would be pronounced. Argonian.
I suppose, yes, it would not be oreganon. We're talking about an oregano, Chad. But no, yes, you are also right about the backlog. Like the act of picking up and putting down. And yeah, longer video games are like that. Like, obviously there are some games I was able to breeze all the way through. Some of them because I had people to bounce back and forth off of. But also some games I've finished in my own time just because they were easy to do that. It's Katamari.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most recent game I finished that I just, like, I played and played and played, and then I was like, oh, I'm done.
Like, right now I'm torn between playing, Project Zomboid and Nikkei and FGO and Far Far West. But also I have games like, Neon White still that I'm trying to get through. Actually, Meg, you actually put in some time into Neon White, didn't you?
Yeah, I've been playing Neon White. Not super thoroughly. I'm still in, like, the high 70s, I think. But yes, I have been playing it.
Okay.
It is, my short review there is, speaking of shorter games that are really easy to put down, but also to pick back up again, it is exactly as you described it. It is a great game to just be like, I think I'll play a little Neon White. And, you do a couple runs, you reset yourself, you run through, and you have fun.
Yeah. Like, I think I'm in the low 20s right now. Actually, I think I might be, no, I'm sub 20 right now. The runs are getting harder, so I'm not going as phased. But no, like, my backlog continues to, like, I constantly am buying more video games, but I don't necessarily buy video games to play because, I guess, I've mentioned this before. I won't say that physical media is my passion, but it is my interest. So I've been, I will try to collect games that, I want to actually have a copy of. Actually, do I have a physical copy of Resident Evil 4? Shit, do I need to add that to my list? I might. Well, not Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 5. I have the remake of Resident Evil 4, and I think I have, like, the GameCube version of Resident Evil 4. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I have a disc.
Yes, I have the GameCube version of Resident Evil 4, which is the original version.
Yep.
Which is what I like.
PS2 port floating around somewhere.
I think a lot of people say, like, the PS2 port's the best one because that's the extra stuff. But Lucky likes having the OG.
God, hey, by the way, that's another one that's, like, story of its time. You remember when fucking, like, video games, they still do this now because there are still, like, delayed exclusives, but, like, remember when it was a big deal that video games negotiated a release on a different console later, and, like, this was allowed for significant differences in the fucking content of the game?
Oh, yeah.
Like, there are still maps I haven't played of the original Star Wars Battlefront because they were only on Xbox because only Xbox had the Xbox Live architecture to download DLC maps.
It's weird. But yeah, no, my backlog, it has not grown any bigger, but it has not grown any smaller either. Like I said, most of the games that I've been playing a lot of times aren't games that I have the intent, aren't games that you quote-unquote beat, but they're kind of games you just kind of fuck around in. Like I said, we've been playing a lot of Project Zomboid recently. Like I said, we are in the Build 42 multiplayer unstable. And boy howdy is it unstable. I think the game has eaten 2 flashlights of mine. I open up my fanny pack, I'm looking for my flashlight, it's gone. Where'd it go? I don't know. One of my characters was killed because the game did not register that I dropped a pig, and so I slept with a fucking 70... I don't know, what's the unit of measurement in it?
Is it kilos? Maybe kilograms.
It might be kilos. So the game thought I was sleeping with the carcass of a 70-kilo pig, and it crushed me to death in my sleep. That was great. I can't actually fix any of my weapons or tools because the game doesn't register that, there's to be fixed, so I just keep using duct tape and glue to no effect.
Very gloopy.
Well, yeah, let's not get into the weird fucking glitches on building stuff sometimes that I have. Ugh. All in all, very unstable. But it's still fun. Yeah, I probably should wait for the stable build, but that could be, another year from now. People want to...
with PZ, yes. True.
Like I said, I do enjoy Project Zomboid. God, it's been like 2 years since we were doing... Since we said, hey, we'll wait for, Build 42 to come out. And then they said they took like 2 years to come out with it. God, the 42 Unstable build only came out this year. God, it might have been like 3 years ago. Oh no, this community, our little community has been established for a while. Like I said, we really started growing it when, FGO came out, so 8 years?
Thereabouts, yeah.
Yeah.
Took a little bit for, the community stuff to start coming in, but yeah, that was around the start point.
But, no, like I said, I am trying to just keep myself on Neon White until I actually beat it, maybe consider platinum it, and then, once again, start moving my way backwards. Probably pick up Clear Obscure at that point, then work my way back to Alteria Yumina, then back to P3 Reloaded, then probably finally SMT5.
I feel like he's going to get back into E33. That means I'll probably get back into E33. That is, by the way, to answer that question of the game that you wish you just powered through. I'm like, I probably should have just tried to keep the hype and finished E33 when it was fresh and new. And now it's like a thing, a cultural institution. But sometimes that does make it easier to finish games, is when you got people to bounce off of. And of course, there are games that I am doomed to play forever as well. My own hubris.
Yeah, that let's move it on it. This next one comes from Ushigozin, ate all my gallstones. Ushigojin's a hungry bitch. But they say, howdy, Lucky Omega, hope you're all having a good day. I say day because I do know Omega was feeling the goop earlier this week. Question, as my alias implies, I am out of maths trying to skill upgrade Ushigozin, so my question for y'all is, what servant skill do you remember eating all the certain materials so that you have to rebuild your supply?
Oh, God. The struggle of fucking... Was it chains and stakes for a Reshkigo?
I think, if we're talking specifically skills, I had to struggle with bells for a long time with, Bargist, getting her up.
Yes.
But if we're talking about, the most recent thing where I just go, I don't have enough of a fucking thing, that actually happened this week. I was not able, actually, to ascend Yui to her final ascension because I only had 9 caster statues instead of the 10. I was just like, whoa! Luckily, we were still in our half AP for, fucking everything, so I just, slapped a note and I got one, but then I'm looking at it and it's like, 0 caster statues. I'm all like, how the fuck am I supposed to finish the class score now? I need 800 more caster statues! Why are you like this?
Yep.
Ugh!
Thank you, by the way, Legendary, for that H and ass meme. Arash. The 216 stakes I grinded.
We have people in our Discord talking about, I had to, pre-grind, 3 months. I'm all like, why? Why do I have to do that? Ugh!
Yeah, shells every summer.
I am glad that shells were in the most recent lotto. I did pretty okay on that. And I don't think I'm going to be going too ham this summer, so I should be okay. Should. But no, the mag grind is fucking forever in FGO, and it drives me nuts.
Yeah, they do little things all the time to make it a little bit better, but it's hard to, make it all better all at once. Literally, when we do the duel campaigns for Grand Duel, they're gonna do that thing of oh yeah, now you're gonna get daily missions where every, 9 billion daily missions, you're gonna get a little class-specific exchange ticket, which can turn into, any skill gem or any statue, and I'm like, yes, that only becomes one thing, though. What if I need all 5 of those things?
Oh, just thinking about it makes me want to vibrate. So let's not think about it.
Ricky Legendary.
So let's move on from that. So thank you. Our last, but not least, comes from Agent 418, who says, hello, Lucky Omega. Have a good weekend, y'all. Thank you. Same to you, buddy.
Hey. But yes, that is the Mailbag, which means it's time for Kaldea Free Talk. And as I see the text line, let's jump down from first impressions for a second. Let's jump further in. Sorry, my eyes are now mysteriously itchy. Comes with the territory. It has been kind of warmer, so I had to run more fans. My window's open right now, even. Because it's not super mega cold. Some of you wouldn't even say that 64 degrees even is cold.
What's my heater set at right now? 65.
Yes, that's the you're raising it to this temperature, but it previously has been, in fact, quite fucking cold because it's been in the low 30s. Had a couple of frosts in the end of last year, but since January the weather has been more mild. But let me blinky my eyes a little, and then we'll do before jumping to Remnant impressions. Let's talk briefly. So, you didn't get that 5-star. Yeah, sorry, several patrons in chat are just like, yeah, that seems normal. Like, no, actually, it is. That's why I got the window open. I'd love to equalize to this temperature. Me and my, giant heat-producing electronics. But, if we're doing so you didn't get that 5-star, obviously, it's time to talk about the 4 stars that are on the 5-star banner. It's funny, of course, because for some people out there, the 4-star in this banner is the demand. Sorry, I'm thinking about a fucking meme I posted earlier about Yui Shosetsu, the age of 30 is in demand. She's older than she looks, chat. She's a homunculus, kind of. But typically we do this section, in case you're a brand new listener, on 5-star banners, because it used to be that the way this would work is you'd always have a 4-star on rate up with a 5-star. So you'd roll a shitload on the 5-star and you might not get them. Or if you did get them, you'd get them after a long struggle. And you would have loads and loads of 4-star units that you don't know what to do with. Now even 4-star releases feel more, not elite, more rare, so it's a whole thing. But Yui Shosetsu is a caster, which as a master in Oak Grill War is a pretty fun fit. Not necessarily the most historically tractable, but very functional thing to do. And she is a 4-star. She is limited to this banner. Good use of our character coverage, Minamoto no Reiko / Ushi Gozen as the 5-star, and then Yui Shosetsu as the 4-star caster. Good pick. Solid ID. But, honestly, thinking about, other collab characters, her kit kind of reminds me of the direction we went, what we did for, Miu Edelfelt originally, but, with the NP and stuff being a little less, self-effacing. There's no HP loss here. Sorry, more severe blinking. But yeah, like I said, we learned a little from the NP coverage to make a very interesting unit here. So, as you might guess, Yui is low attack, high HP. She has the exact same stat spread as Medea Lily. Kicking it old school. She has the caster deck you expect. Quick, arts, buster. Average hits an NP gain. You got 3 arts cards. You can... We're in a phase where I think the FGO, the game design portion of the FGO team has realized that, Castoria is the most rolled servant of all time, I think, at this point. So, yeah, you can just... Arts does whatever anyway, so you don't need to penalize characters for having 3 arts cards by giving them dog-ass NP gain. And her NP is a little weird. So, the way this works is she triggers team-wide buffs if you have a corresponding color buff. So... if you have a quick up, you get attack up. If you have arts up, you get crit damage increase. Oh, excuse me, sorry, I had a little burp there. I had to fight my demons. Buster up is NP damage increase. So we do all of that, which is, like I said, a little interesting, especially because some of you already know, but some of you may be wondering, oh well, does Yui have the ability to do those buffs? For the most part, no. She does have an arts up. We'll talk about that later. But the rest of that stuff is just, guesstimating, basically.
Honestly, I love that Ushi Gozen has the Buster Quick Up on herself.
Yeah.
So if you want to get all 3, they actually go really well together. It's a little silly, but I love it.
Yeah, and I think that has to be intentional design, because Ushi Gozen is a very funny unit. She's a quick Avenger, to rehash my wanted slightly. She is the second Avenger ever and the only 5-star one to have 3 quick cards. Mm-hmm. The other is Summer Chloe, by the way. But as you pointed out, she still has the double mana burst for green and red.
Yeah.
On the one hand, she has really high mana. She still has Raikou EX Bandits enhancement. So she does still clap really hard with that one buster card. But it's definitely a kind of funny case where you've got multiples going on. Also, by the way, talking about being older than they look, I don't think that Samurai Remnant bothers with this excuse, because it doesn't matter, because she's, none of the characters know Raikou previously. But technically, we've already met Ushi Gozen in FGO. She was the villain in Onigashima. She was just Raikou, but her sprite was facing the other direction.
Yeah.
So the FGO profile for Ushi Gozen explicitly calls out that she has a variant of the self-modification skill to look like her teenage self, somewhere between the ages of 15 and 20. So I'm pretty sure that Ushi Gozen Raikou normally just looks like Raikou. She just decided to make herself look like her younger self because that's when she feels more Ushi Gozen-y.
It is somewhat implied in this story that this Ushi Gozen probably remembers us.
She may remember some of the Ushi Gozen things, yes.
Yeah.
Well, as it turned out in her route in Samurai Remnant spoilers, but I believe that Ushi Gozen is more directly involved in this plot than at first she seems. At first it's just we're just doing Waxing Moon again, and it's no, this is a thing. A thing is happening here. starting with one facet that we'll probably mention a little in the first impressions, but the characters haven't made a big deal out of yet, but I want to acknowledge, for us as the player, we know that Iori is a servant, so and it seems totally valid. He's a historical guy. He obviously can do some cool shit. He's probably a heroic spirit, but the fact that he's not a master and he's just around here and doesn't remember certain things is definitely yeah, my guy, I think you've been summoned. I think that's why you're not a master, bub. You're a servant now. But nobody really seems to catch it. I guess that probably would explain it's a comment that I think Takeru has that this waxing moon is all messed up because he can't pick out servant auras.
Yeah, it's all foggy.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the reason why they're trying to say they haven't just outed Iori as a servant in story, is that we're not really getting an idea of who servants are.
And I guess it is kind of a thing, is we've met Musashi as a person who was technically alive in Shimosa. She wasn't actually a heroic spirit, yet she was an interdimensional traveler. So, us meeting Miyamoto Iori and him being able to fucking sword fight, enemies who are heroic servant caliber, we just kind of nod and go, yeah, that seems normal. Sure. He doesn't need Tenichi Ryu. Clearly that's just a thing he can do. Also, yes, by the way, I feel like that's a detail that some people do miss or misremember. Yeah, no, because we do talk about Shimosa a little bit in this story. I'm pretty sure, if I understood it correctly, the ending of Shimosa is technically that Musashi dies, but then immediately is now actually a heroic spirit. So she just, wanders around as Saber or Berserker if she feels like it. Oh, it's a My Room line also, yes. It's also, again, it's very overblown. A little probably because it's a funny meme, because Iori basically just has a line in his My Room, which is just he's I've heard you're strong, let's fight, just a pretty neutral, oh, let me test my strength against that guy. But, like I said, it's a very neutral tone. It's just that Iori's list of what characters can trigger that is a little funny. Because, it's characters you'd expect, and then the meme I've seen going around a lot is, fucking my friend, which Cardo's in that list, which is, just funny.
Iori isn't even insane. Iori, if you look at his profile lists his alignment as neutral balanced. Not neutral balanced, lawful balanced. Which is a change from his normal setting, which would be true neutral. They talk about him being, someone who is rational, wants to understand others, and intelligent and open-minded, willing to try new things. He understands that he was born in the wrong time, but also understands that, peace is important.
And you see that in the character narrative, right? Where, he explicitly brings up, hey, no matter what, if you tell me this waxing moon thing is bad, I should probably stop it. That just seems like a thing we should do. Even if there aren't people here, we probably shouldn't be fucking up Edo. It's just that, Iori does have a bloodlust mode, but, that's a switch flipped. Is, him acknowledging, oh, shit, this is, for real fighting. I gotta be a little... I guess the way to say it is,
Iori is not someone who's out there to try and kill people. He is someone out there trying to, hone his skill, which is two completely different things.
He's trying to achieve the unachievable. I mean, literally, that's his fucking noble phantasm. What is his noble phantasm here, and what's his super move in Samurai Remnant is he does the impossible. Not only does he Tsubame Gaishi, but he, doubles that shit.
That was such a good twist in Samurai Remnant.
God, it's so cool. Also, by the way, a complete aside, we're still in the middle of Yui Shosetsu, but we're talking about Samurai Remnant right now. But it's not, one-to-one, but the graphics are really, once again, stepped up for this event. They have the calligraphy and the replay of some of the boss battle type, titles. They have some very good, cutscenes and animations, and the interplay, I think, of several of our related servants is very strong. When in the collab story, Takeru decides to actually fire his NP is very good. Yes. No, the impact frames, very good. Thank you, Lucky. I recognize this.
Someone set the thing.
But yes, sorry. We were talking about Yui Shosetsu's NP because, like we said, there's a really good relationship between her and Ushigozen's kit. Check out my Ushigozen Wanted if you want to wrap that back up and learn more Ushigozen / Minamoto facts. The other big thing about Yui's NP is the overcharge effect is a teen heal. It starts at 3k, and it caps at 7k. Unbelievable amount of heals. Crazy stonks. Also joking that he has the Omnicard, Iori has the Omnicard buff so he can get all of Yui Shosetsu's wombo combos. Yeah, sure, couple goals. Sure, I support it. It works. But yes, no, I did mention this earlier. Yui has a lot of HP. She has 13k HP max without Grails because she has the exact same stat spread as Medea Lily. We're in some old school art stall shit here, chat. You know, you will never die type shit. Especially because Yui Shosetsu's first skill is a Guts. It's a one-time 5 turns Guts for 2k to 3k HP. Also, 500 to 1k heal per turn for 5 turns. Just regenerate 1k every turn. And is a debuff immune for one-time 3 turns. I accidentally wrote this down in my notes as 5 turns, but no, it's only 3 turns. But still, it's a debuff immune, it's a Guts, and it's a heal per turn. Also, no, chat saying her attack is 2-star level. No, actually. The stat spread increase for like servants at FGO is pretty phenomenal. She is like still better than a lot of 3 stars, but not as good as many other 4 stars. Like Cascu's only like 6.5k. What's Medea? Is Medea even? Yeah, Medea's like 7.5. Like Medea is an attacker for 3-star casters, and she's still technically lower than max level Yui.
No,
it's
max
just
level
that,
Yui, I'm looking at it right now. Without any foes or anything, her attack is 8,069. Wait, no, hang on. Let me take off this fucking.
I had the wiki pulled up. Her default should be 7.7.
Yeah, 7.766. Sorry, I had a
so like it should be better than most 3 stars. Like it's not a terrible stat spread. It's just that, like, again, remember casters have a slightly negative damage multiplier. So like if you are comparing her to high attack 4-star casters, and especially 5-star casters in general, she is going to feel a little low hitting. But it's not. We're not crazy low either. It's in the ballpark. Obviously, though, that does mean that you can enhance lower rarities to catch up. But you can also, as I know several people in our Discord are doing, you can Grail Yui to bring her up. Her level 100 stat cap is like 9.4. Also, by the way, her level 100 HP is almost 16k. Big booty. Anyway, second skill, party-wide 10 to 20% NP, based on your skill level. Gives NP damage up, which is technically party-wide, but she's not included because her NP does not deal damage, duh. So 20 to 30% on that. That's for 3 turns. 5 to 10 stars, or 5 to 15, stars per turn for 3 turn. Also, reduces all enemy attack by 10 to 20%. Reverse charisma. This is definitely a like stall strat because attack down doesn't mean jack shit for farming. But she does have a party-wide battery. And final skill is Magecraft Elemental. This is the thing I did mention way earlier because we got off on a little tangent there. But this is a targetable arts buff for 3 turns, 10 to 20%, or 20 to 30%. I can read numbers. So blue burst type stuff. Also, even if you don't have Yui Shosetsu's NP ready to fire, it's also a 20 to 30% crit up for 3 turns, which means that if you're at, your default NP1, you're looking at a total of like 60% crit up for 3 turns if you do this buff, then fire her NP. And at NP5, the crit buff is 50% for 3 turns, which is pretty good for a 3 turns crit buff. Probably the best is, funnily enough, is her quick up effect that starts at 20% attack up and goes to 30% attack up for 3 turns, which is, for what's technically an AoE buff, pretty good. Usually party-wide attack up caps at like 20%, so very solid. It's interesting that she does not have any attack ups on herself, otherwise that would be another big winner, but you could technically stack with her skills. You can stack the crit up for arts, you can stack the NP damage up for Buster and basically double it. You can't do that for the attack up, but that's okay because it's already 20 to 30%, which is already what you get out of it. But her third skill is also a 20 to 30% battery for self. So she does technically 50% battery if you fire both her skills. Which, for a non-damaging NP, it's not as good as having like a high-speed words effect to just auto-charge it. Rapid casting type stuff. But it's still pretty good to have that in a rotation. Like I said, she has average NP gain, and it hits and does have 3 arts cards, so doing art... Chat, throughout this event, I have been farming pretty handily with what nodes we have, because I did get a Takeru. That did take me a few rolls previously, but, my early year luck is going pretty good. I have been doing the blue card go burr strat, so, yes, Yui Shosetsu has been charging NP passively by just participating in arts chains. And her passives are pretty simple. It's just territory creation C+, item construction C, so she gets a little bit of free arts, and her 1 debuff has a decent chance to proc. You have increased debuff success rate. Like I said before, Yui is a harkening back to old school arts gang strats. You want to be careful about your synergy because the only buff she can force a trigger on is the arts one. But technically, she serves as support for all 3 card types. There are several units which have funny, all card type buffs. Usually they are Emmy adjacent, but as we said, Iori also does that, which also makes sense because that is one of his gimmicks. Also, great use of his animations in the event, by the way, is doing all his different stance combos from the game. You can tell the sprite team had fun. But yeah, so, there are a handful of tricolor buffs, but also self buffs are pretty good. And I don't know if this is like the optimal strat to do, but if you want some follow-up depending on your buffs, because obviously the arts up buff doesn't mean anything to your arts NP haver because they are already firing, like, it's crit up. It doesn't do anything for their NP. Quick and Buster, you may want to work it out so that, like, you've got those buffs lined up before, and, like, you fire Yui's NP before they fire their NP. But if you've got a servant who arts up buffs themselves on their NP, they don't care that they've already fired their NP because the buff up is crit. So you can just stick this on them, have them fire their MP, and you can use it as a strategy, is what I'm getting at, chat, to farm extra overcharge levels for Yui, because she really wants those because she has a big fucking heal. Again, 7k is not something to sneeze at. I think that's the, like, that might be above the starting level for, like, Enkidu's, like, mega huge heal. At level 10, it's higher than that because it's basically a full HP reset for Enkidu, but, like, 7k is a lot. It's a lot of heal. There are some units who don't have that much HP. Period. Somebody also posted her with foes. Foeing is a good, I want to say good ratio. It's not, everybody gets the same out of foes, but, you add the math to it for normal silver foes, and you're good. But yes. Yui has a pretty good kit. You're going to want to farm those overcharge levels. And, it's best probably for doing what I would call story content, whether that's event story or actual, like, main story fights. But it's still pretty solid. And she's got a pretty flexible utility. Waturure, was the original character designer, and so does all of her art stages and pretty good costume selection. Very beautiful work in that final ascension. Love the cherry blossoms. Also, I didn't notice it because it's mostly behind her in her card art, but man, girl, where did you get that much extra hair for Ascension 3? Like, she goes from her, like, normal samurai ponytail to literally down to the ground. Also, is there? No, there's not blood on your sword, but her katanas are normal colored in the first 2 Ascensions, and then it's black in the third. But yes, there's your Yui Shosetsu, so you didn't get that 5-star. Before we talk about first impressions, let me take a quick break. Alright. Unpause the recording. Place my neck bones in a position.
Position.
Immediately after yawn before I could finish talking. Anyway, blah blah. Samurai Remnant impressions.
Samurai Remnant impressions! I haven't taken notes. So we started the collab. It started, like, what, 3 days ago?
Yes. Technically, after
2 days ago? Yes. And it is going so far. Like we said, it's 100. It is a 100 mission event. Does it have time? It has time gates and does it have time gates and mission requirements, or is it just mission requirements?
Yes, sure. I do believe a couple of the main story have mission requirements, but it might just be doing certain, like, spirit font quests. I'm not sure. But yes, you got to do some missions to get access to new chapters.
So, personally, I have not. I'm on the second pip of Act 3 right now, so I am not that far in. But I have done some stuff. But, basically, we start on scene, and it seems that Yui Shosetsu and Ushigins are fighting the Grail War Eternal, it seems. They've been here a while and they've killed a lot of dudes, and it looks like they have to keep killing a bunch of dudes.
This could never be a metaphor for anything.
No. But they seem mighty peeved about this, but they're going to keep on going on with that. We change scenes. It's us. We have a Rindon scene alone, by the way, to solve this minute singularity that has popped up in the Edo period. Actually, I actually did some looking up of periods just to make sure I understood what the Edo period actually signified. Because there's actually like a lot of periods in Japanese history, starting from the Jomon and Yahweh, from like the most prehistoric, leading up to our more recent understanding of like Taisho, Showa.
Regnal eras. I'm trying to remember. Was there? Yeah, I think there was actually like I remember because people were talking about this because they were talking about Godzilla of all things, because Godzilla was loosely broken into Regnal eras, but now is kind of loosey goosey. Especially because they had their Millennium era where it was still technically Showa, I think, but they didn't want to. It was different. There was a gap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Toku in general has that kind of qualification. But yes, there were. I don't remember which one it was but there was a Japanese emperor, like I think it was the one before the Meiji period, but there were like that guy had like 8 eras or something silly involved, so like the modern period of like having very clean era breaks is pretty new.
Yeah, no, because the Edo period goes all the way from basically the Battle of Sekigahara, which finalized Iyasu's role, all the way to the Meiji era, where we had the Meiji Restoration. That was about 250 years ish, just that one era, and also a lot of stuff kind of happened and didn't happen in there. Fun fact, the Sengoku era was actually in the Muromachi era, and then the battle, like after Nobunaga died and all that, leading up to Battle of Sekigahara was known as the Azuchi Momoyama era. Like he's been trying to put a little bit more of this into his brain because he likes Japanese history. The Mongol invasions were in the Kamakura era, which happened before the Muromachi era, and before that was the Heian period, which ended at the Genpei War. But sorry, I got talking about Japanese history again. I'm sorry. But we're on site. We know it's the Edo period. We're trying to figure it out. We're by ourselves because we had no compatible servants to show up with us. And I will just say, haha, no, Gordolf, I will not stop running headfirst into danger, with or without servants.
Great line fixture. He's just like, yes, and you're doing great. Also, don't be crazy. And I'm like, fool. Especially, oh my god, especially considering you're not there yet, but just keep what Gordolf says in mind in your head for a later line sequence.
But we get into our first battle, and there's so many enemies. It's like I'm in a Muso game or something. We follow up that battle with, man, there was a lot of enemies. We get a look at the map. I had the thought, hey, isn't this literally the Samurai Remnant map? I don't think it's the exact same map, but it's pretty damn similar. I do believe.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if it was not like KT handed Lasengel the asset, and they figured out how to make it work for enough phone size.
We get a scene with our boy Iori. He has shown up. He doesn't seem to remember much.
He at least understands that he doesn't remember much.
Yes. But also, he runs into Ushigozen and Yui Shosetsu, and they both remember what is going on, even if he don't. And they try to kill Iori. You have a solo battle here, so you get to see a bit of Iori's moveset. I do like how Iori's attacks are references to his attacks in Samurai Remnant. But I say, oi here, I'm missing a skill and my noble phantasm in this first fight. I am heavily handicapped.
Yeah. At least it's logical when they get it later. The skill Iori is missing is the Crimson Codex. Also, I will say, I feel like when, you mentioned that that Yui and Ushigozen decide to fight him, one of them is slightly more broken up about this than the other one.
I wonder who. I wonder why.
Yui being like, Iori dono. And then Ushigozen is just like, my liege, please, remember, order me to kill, order me to fight things. That's normally how that's supposed to go, right? Your obedient servant is supposed to be like, my liege, please remember to order me to kill things.
No, there's something super fucking like playing Samurai Remnant and knowing Ushigozen, I'm already like, no, there's something super fucking sus with Ushigozen right now.
I mean, I think FGO did telegraph something going on already by the fact that she has canonically switched classes. They call her Rider in the event, but I'm pretty sure the NPC version is still her Avenger class. Yeah.
I think that this is another one of those, things being futz about with. But guess what? The Master arrives to show up, and we're gonna do battle. And I was thinking about this. I think this is one of the first times that I can actually recall when the Master is literally, genuinely fighting on their own. We didn't arrive with any servants. Mash didn't come with us. We did not immediately run into a rogue servant that helps us.
In fact, that's what we're trying to do when we get in our first fight. Da Vinci says, "Don't worry, Trimegistus says there's a super powerful servant who's super likely to want to help us out."
Yeah, but they don't show up yet, so no, we genuinely have to fight on our own, and we don't do too bad. If it wasn't for Ushi Gozen slurping up all the fucking ley line juice, might have done better. But unfortunately, or fortunately, depending how you look on it, it seems that Ushi may remember us. Talks about, yes, they're the mage from Chaldea. As as the mage, they are literally the worst, but how did she put it?
Oh, I'm trying to remember. It's, as a master, their achievements are unmatched.
Yeah.
I think the original Japanese for this was something like, they're the strongest master of all time. Shout out to this. I love this smoke. It's cheap heat, but it's great. No. As a mage, their skills, absolutely nothing before you, my master. As a master, they are quite possibly the greatest of all time. Which is true. I don't think there is a single person who has, from a pure master standpoint, has as many achievements as Fujimaru Ritsuka.
Oh, it's so good.
There's a reason why this collab is also a secret, sneaky, story lead-in. This is supposed to be, main story adjacent.
Like I said, but we do battle, but we gotta make our escape. At this point, you get to, open up the event shop and whatnot. And I continue to be upset that we do not get Ruler Boss Gil. He's so great. Actually, I continue to be upset that we don't get a lot of characters from SR. Chiefly Tamamo Arya, Lord Yoshinaka, and Boss Gil.
There's a couple
Samson
of good
was
pulls.
cool, but I can live without him.
Yeah, they do some stuff here to do some substitutes. What's really interesting, who doesn't get summoned. I kind of understand, again, not that I prefer it that way, but I kind of understand what they're getting at with no Arya. I'm pretty sure either when the collab came out or when Samurai Remnant came out, Nasu or somebody else from the art team said in an interview that their idea is that, part of the reason why you have the whole bunch of the different Tamamo 9 means that different properties can get their own unique Tamamo face, basically. So,
Oh, yeah.
Arya is the one for Samurai Remnant, so she can have much more characterization there. And is also implicitly a non-combat character, generally, in Samurai Remnant. And then, yes, as you said, Kat is the FGO exclusive Tamamo 9, so that's why she gets more focus. And she's on the bonus servant list, so I'm pretty sure she's in this collab somewhere. Don't know if that'll be a side story, if she'll be in the main plot or not, but...
I'm still mad, though.
No, yes. Like I said, I don't excuse them from this. I understand the logic, but I'm servants is servants, man. Also, I mean, no offense to Yui, she's a great pick for a collab servant, but then it's but again, hey, where's Dorothea? It seems like I've forgotten her surname because it's first, but Miss Dayu is not present either.
It's
Takao Dayu? That might be it. Something like that. Yes. Well, okay. Sorry, somebody in Patreon chat was would have liked Takaru's wife, but I can't remember her name. The funny joke there is which wife, because in the Nihon Shoki, Yamato Takeru the prince has a couple of wives who are actually historically important. His later wife was supposed to be the one who created the shrine where it's supposed to contain the Kusanagi to this day. And she also was later deified. But no, we're talking about the one who's mentioned in Samurai Remnant who allegedly sacrificed herself to calm a sea god. Was it Otachibana Hime?
Yes, it was Otachibana Hime.
Thank you, yes. Yeah. I think there's a few things.
But, like I said, Ushi and Yui are not going to let us get away that way, and Ushi Gozen seems to be very interested in, she might not be Mama Raiko, but she is absolutely cut from the same cloth.
I think actually this, again, I've done a lot of deep dives into what the writers have said about Raiko, right, to write the Ushi Gozen wanted. I think, yeah, again, she's only pretending to look younger for the bit. Like, this is still Raiko. So, it's explained in Raiko's interlude and in her Matt's profile, but basically the way that anecdote is supposed to have ended is she basically entered a deep meditative state to separate out her evil side and fight herself. And Kintoki convinces Raiko basically to not kill the Oni child side of herself, but accept it, which is where we get Berserker Raiko. You know, she has Mad Enhancement EX. So, yes, if she becomes Mama, which, yes, the Berserker form again is her as mother. If that means that she only becomes mother after accepting the Ushi Gozen parts of herself, that means that some of mother is in, or some of Ushi Gozen is in mother.
No, if I remember correctly, Ushi Gozen is supposed to quote unquote represent Raiko. Well, in her younger years, when she was treated more as a weapon, and
yes.
The
backstory is that again, she explained this in her interlude, but it's probably been a while since because that interlude came out for anybody who's done it. There is an old story that they reference, which is supposed to be, you know, the circumstances of Ushi Gozen's appearance, where God, I forget what his name was. I wrote all these notes, but Raiko's father, his wife dreams of the kami of Kitano Shrine, and says that he, dwelled in her womb. I think there's a parallel here with that stuff we just covered with fucking Usugi Kenshin and how asking the gods to bless your children is bad. But that baby is not born for 3 years, 3 days, and 3 months, right? Of non pregnancy. That child is born during an ox year, on an ox day, during the hour of the ox. Do you get it? It's an ox child. But the baby is born with an Oni's face and ox horns. So Raiko's father sends, first he went to kill it, but then he decides to send it away. So she is sent to a temple and hidden away for like so many years. Is like trained, but is not accepted until Raiko's dad is like, when she's about 15 years old, is like, okay, summon him back. And he's like, you're going to inherit the clan. From henceforward, you'll be known as Minamoto no Raiko. Here's some swords, go kill some stuff. And that is, funnily enough, where Ushi Gozen's personality is supposed to be from, is from the 15th birthday and on period of just, like you said, being a mindless weapon, a killing machine. Canonically, it is not until she meets young Kintoki on Mount Ashigaru that she starts to develop her own personality separate from what father wanted, and eventually becomes a whole new person.
No, it's very interesting. Like I said, Nasu writing weird ass fucking legends on historical theories is fucking crazy. Or maybe it wasn't Nasu. Actually, I don't know. Who actually wrote Raiko?
I think Raiko's a Nasu character. I think he's the scenario developer. I'd have to double check. I could dig up her mats and check. But yeah, no, it's so funny that some of this doesn't actually get a chance to, again, talking about, things that aren't brought up. It's funny how some of this doesn't get a chance to come up because, this is the thing they always talk about, right? Is Saber Raiko would be, she'd be kind of intimidating and scary because that's Raiko, the commander of the Minamoto, a member of the Imperial Guard. That's the she was when she was killing lots of Onis and bandits.
Well, actually, I think she's more of the Raiko that's the military general.
Yes, her military commander phase, which would be, we see, hints of, say in Heian, and stuff like that, but, that's a very serious version of herself that does not have a lot of her more emotional aspects, for better or worse. And Ushi Gozen is her being a little shit. A little neener.
I love this little shit. She's so creepy. It gives me joy.
And Lancer, obviously, is you have to take Lancer Raiko with a grain of salt because she is a Summer mode servant. We all know Summer has mysterious powers. But that's supposed to be her shadow prefect, her as, the protector of the capital period. I mean, she's got, no matter what, she's still an Oni child, so she still has Oni blood, so she's still a little weird. Honestly, Tomoe's pretty well-rounded for being an Oni-blooded child. She's still a little weird. Y'all have met Tomoe Gozen, right? She's a little goofy.
Oh, I wish we got Lord Yoshinaka. We really could have pulled that one off. We really could have.
It would be so good, but also it's I mean, they already kind of showed that in this version that she's substituted because it wasn't in your notes, but she was the rogue servant that Ushigozen and we were fighting.
Yes, she got defeated at the outset.
So she's supposed to be an rogue archer in this event, sort of a thing. You know, they do the FGO thing where like the collab is very clearly tied into the main story of the thing they're collaborating with, but also they get to do little references like, you know, Tomoe shows up. Like I said, I'm pretty sure that any points where we would reference Arya, we will get Kat instead. They already do a couple of other funny things. You know, FGO's not over, so we might still get Yoshinaka as a separate servant, but it is a missed opportunity to have him because honestly, he has a pretty good design, and like we should take his face off.
It's like so close to his wife's too. They literally have the same design language. It's so great. It's so great.
I mean, that's kind of like that because she's supposed to have like taken up her role as a warrior after his death, kind of a thing. So like, yeah, they're supposed to reference each other. Sorry, Chet's asking about Rama and Sita and the Curse of Separation. I don't think that's a fate-ism. I think that is actually, like, in a lot of Indian myths, there are a lot of those moments of kind of like, you know, hey, fuck you, bud, you know, dying curses and stuff. I don't remember if the Bhagavad Gita or the Ramayana makes as much of a big deal about it.
Here, just watch the video real quick.
Hold on, let me pause this.
Listen, Lucky has dug many a hole at the beach.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's just what's a different joke is, you know, the manly desire to dig a hole. You know, you just start digging a hole and some other guys will be around and they're just like, hey, what are you doing? Digging a hole?
Yeah, digging a hole. They're like, can I help? And you'd be like, yeah.
Our human cooperation brain. But yes, let's recenter on Samurai Remnant.
Yes. But unfortunately, Ushigozen is a little too powerful because they've been using the power of spirit fonts and ley lines to juice up. And we're not looking good,
like
but
mechanic or something.
Yeah, but what that? It's a bird, it's a plane, it's someone very hungry. It's the boy. It's the Saba. And they seem to be a little upset with our boy Yori. Could be from the secret bad ending of Samurai Remnant? Maybe? But they decide to take us to Iori's row house. Surprise! It's Chiamon and John Lancer. They're here to fuck shit up. Again, they cut off...
Chiamon's such a little fucker, isn't he? He's like, well, if you're here, that means we're in hell, because I'm definitely dead in hell, fuckers. Welcome to hell. It's like, oh,
burn!
Oh
again, this is one of those things I find really weird about Samurai Remnant, that they use this post-Shimabara rebellion, which Iori, you know, as I said, actually fought in. He served as a I mentioned this earlier, but I'll mention it again. He served under a samurai as a vassal and, you know, rose in status because of all the shit he did in here. It's like he would not be, he would not be slumming it, as it were. Because Iori's kind of slumping it, I'm gonna be real.
He is. I mean, I'm pretty sure in Samurai Remnant he talks about that. Like, he is still technically, like, adopted by a family, but he's, you know, he calls himself a Ronin, and he's, like, he is slumming a little. I think part of it is because he's, like, he gets to hide his Magecraft workshop better that way, but he definitely also, like, does not have the money to, like, afford a big fancy estate where he could hide his Magecraft workshop.
Yeah.
Unlike that motherfucker, Tsuchimikado.
Fuck you, Tsuchimikado. But we realize that Ushigozen is losing juice, and we're about to put one over when they actually show up. They are like, hello, yo. Hello, yo. Are you glad to see me? I'm glad to see you. And everyone's just like, what the fuck is happening?
Also, once again, there's a dialogue question later that I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be at, but there's a point where they talk about how, like, they're relying on our servant knowledge, and like, we say, hey, we're not like a servant expert. That's us being humble because we're absolutely a servant expert. We see Lancer Jean for 1 second, and they're just like, is that a John Alter? And they're just kind of like, interesting. Even Lancer John says, yes, that means that sort of thing of me is possible. And then we're like, nah, not quite. That's not the Jalter I know.
But there is a 3-well battle happening, and nothing is really getting done, so instead, Giant Ghost. Hey, it's Tsuchimikado! He's not having a good day! We destroy Caster immediately, I guess. It does turn out that Samurai Takeru does remember the bad end of Samurai Remnant, talking about how Iori should not get his hands on, you know, the waxing moon ritual. It's bad for him. But that's not important. We gotta go and find Iori's mage workshop, which Iori's even like, I have a mage workshop? How'd you know that?
His brain is super blasted, chat.
Yeah. It's Grandpa Red, the Crimson Codex. Kaya, does not seem to be here, though, for which case Iori and Takeru seems to be very glad for. We do a lot of exposition at this point, talking about Grandpa being all like, "You are Iori, but you may not be the Iori I know," and everyone's just like, "What?"
Yeah, I think because we already flummoxed him a little by mentioning female Musashi, which obviously this Iori doesn't remember because he is not from a timeline with a female Musashi normally, and also has Giga amnesia.
Yeah.
Every plot relevant bit of information has been scooped out of his brain.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he explicitly says that he feels hollow and scraped out in his like little self intro. So like some stuff's going on there. But like when you know, actually, yeah, I think it's because Da Vinci calls us up right away, and so Crimson Codex is like, "Oh, magecraft to talk distantly. That's cool. It's pretty neat." We basically like, I think Da Vinci says out loud. Da Vinci not super great at OPSEC in this story so far, but she says out loud that like they start talking about events from Samurai Remnant, and she's just like, "Huh, that's weird. That's not proper human history. Let's just roll with it. Alternate timelines could be related to theoretical pruning phenomena."
Honestly, I'm gonna say just because we don't have a perfect record of it doesn't mean it can't have happened.
True. And trying to, there are some which, like we've talked about, the Samurai Remnant setting is weird, so there are some bits that are supposed to be alt history.
Yeah.
But yes, Da Vinci takes, I don't know, if they're Chaldea's records, they're probably pretty good, but that's only because they're fucking magical. Building an exact replica of the Earth and shit. But yes, she starts talking about basically alternate timelines in front of Codex, and he's just like, interesting. I'm a fucking book, but I'll take that one in stride. Hey, you know, Takeru, this guy, or Saber, this Iori could be an alternate timeline Iori.
Yeah.
I think even Takeru's just like,
Yeah. But we did learn that Musashi was here. This was extremely important to us. You know, full exclamation parts, Musashi was here.
That's another one, like this one's story adjacent.
But at this point, Gramps is literally being, the ending doesn't matter. Don't think about it. All that stuff that happened, not important. Literally telling all of y'all, stop debating on which ending's the real ending.
You know, I didn't read it that way when I read the story originally, but now that you've brought that up, that does feel like the read is just like, he's basically telling you that, like, hey, at the very least for the purposes of this story, and possibly in general, sorry, I'm doing a weird, I think, if I remember rightly, Crimson Codex did kind of talk like that. He has kind of like a hee-hee old man voice. But he's like, hey, for the purposes of this story, which decisions you made, like which endings you got, doesn't fucking matter. Just go with it.
I'm gonna be sad that they're not gonna involve the most important part of Samurai Remnant in this game, probably. I mean, in this event. Piggy Iori.
I don't know. She's on the bonus list, so I do not know if Kirky will actually be in the story or not. The pig segment was very funny.
I love it. But do you know what else? What is important? Breakfast. And that's where my notes end. A little ramshackled, but I think they got our. They're very much my. I thought this literally while playing the event, so I wrote it down.
You know, based on what I've heard from the people, feel free to disabuse me in the comments. That's a joke you won't, haha. But no, I do think people prefer our more stream of consciousness stuff. Obviously, you know, they like our big brain analysis at the end kind of a thing. But you can't. There's no end yet. You can't get to the end of the event. It's time gated. Literally impossible. But yeah, I'm a little ahead. I think I'm fully the way through the next day's block of story and started the next block. But like I said, I've been a little sick and sleepy, so I'm not fully caught up on everything. Wow, there are a lot of Iori pig gifts. I misunderestimated it. Well, also, as saying that, like, I think that's the point of the Rogue Servants. The whole point of the Rogue Servants is that they're side stories. They're all technically optional. I don't think you have to engage with any of them, or you may have to pick to, like, engage with, like, a couple of them in some endings. Like, you need to get at least, like, 2 of them on your side or something. But I don't think you have to do all of them, so...
It also depends on what route you're taking in and which ones you get to involve yourself with.
Yeah, some of them you can accidentally cut yourself off of depending on your decisions in the story.
Yeah.
So, like, they're all meant to be kind of, like, not back and forth, but, like, they're meant to be semi-interchangeable because depending on what you're doing in a specific run, a specific playthrough, you're not going to see all of their sub-stories and diversions and stuff. So, you know, they still can be important and are involved in certain events, but are technically optional. But yes, also, Kirky, her gameplay is really rad. I love shooting fucking lasers at my enemies. But yeah, no, like like I said, I'm a little farther than lucky. I think there are some good story cuts in this so far, and I want to see where we go. Especially like Lucky brought up that we're clearly doing something with Ushi Gozen in this. Like, the party, the external party recognizes her as writer, but the game doesn't hide the fact that she is the Avenger. Like, we're doing something. And there's a few funny diversions. We already have some sub replacements. I'll say this is ahead of where you wrote your notes, but I'll just to briefly mention it. We do not get Samson in this. He is replaced by Spartacus.
I got that feeling.
But it's like, God, I love Spartacus. That's okay. I love that boy.
He's all
His
muscle.
talk about oppressors is very important, including having a little bit of a back and forth with Takaru, which is really nice. But yeah, we'll see more about where we're going with that later. We'll probably catch some more rogue servants, and we'll continue to develop the story with some other characters. Because you got to remember, there's a guy who has a little cameo in this, which is King Ashoka. He's like fucking a whole year early in this, right? Because wasn't he the 4-star with the ruler ordeal call?
Yeah, I think that was.
Yeah.
I think this is like a full year. Yeah, because we're gonna get 2 and 3 this year, and then 4
for
next
first half
year.
of next year.
Yeah.
And then run to the end, baby. But yeah, so there will be more to discuss, both as it relates to the Samurai Remnant game story, and also, related to its own story. But as Lucky said, that's where his notes are for now, and so we will wrap that up. I'm having a good time though. Samurai Remnant has a pretty good soundtrack, and like we said, all the animations they picked for everybody are like really solid. So everything's pretty cool. But that means let's move into Caldea Free Talk. We got a few different things.
Do we?
A few. Not Free Talk. What's up?
I'm about to say, you said Caldea Free Talk. I'm like, excuse me?
No. We did. We're leaving Free Talk. We did Free Talk, where we did have a couple of things. We're moving to What's Up, where we do have a couple of things. First up, I'll post my own tweet here, but I got some of my books in.
Books? Wow, you're reading the Tom Clancy? Damn.
I believe I mentioned this before. I originally started to listen to a audiobook of Red Storm Rising, a classic. One of Tom Clancy's few standalones that's like very iconic. So I just, picked it up here. It's very funny. The audiobook I listened to didn't have like the author's note at the front, but I knew this story already, but it's very funny to read in his own words. But in it, Tom Clancy describes that his major source for Hunt of the Red October was the naval war game Harpoon.
That's great.
And it was so important to him in his writing of the novel that he actually went to a wargaming convention. You're probably a little young to have not heard of Harpoon. It's old head shit. But he went to a wargaming convention in the 80s and met the author of Harpoon in person, and they became friends. And that developer, I could grab the book and check the name if people want me to. I don't remember it right now. But basically, he was working on a scenario that involved, land, sea, and air, which was effectively the plot inspiration for Red Storm Rising, which is the Cold War gone hot but no nukes scenario. But yeah, I did not finish like my whole audiobook place, and as you can see from this fucking picture, it's a big thick book.
Yeah, it is.
So I picked up the mass market paperback. But we got a couple, like I said. I'd already reread Aeronaut's Windless, but my copy of Olympian Affair looked a little lonely, so we picked that up. Got the second in James J. Butcher's series, and I did pick up the novel version of Howl's Moving Castle. You can see there.
I didn't know that was based off a novel.
Yes, it is. Diane Wynne Jones she's still alive. She's actually seen the movie, and she has appreciation for it because she's one of those authors who goes, "Oh, they did some different stuff. That's interesting." That's not how I did it, but they got a visual medium, so that's pretty neat. But yeah, no, I'd had this sitting in my save for later in my Amazon cart for 6 months, and since I'm buying books anyway, I decided to pull the trigger. Because there's some different stuff there. I do also have the so far latest Daidoji Shin novel ordered as well, but Amazon was temporarily out of stock, so I'll get it when they print more, I guess.
Oh god, I know that feeling. I don't have I haven't been doing such a diverse run of books, but I have been, since I read so many light novels and a lot of them are still being released. I can either do my book buying either goes one of two ways. Either I buy one book from several series, or I buy a lot of books from one series. And right now I'm in the buy a lot of books in one series. I think I bought. I got the 3 there. Then was it 4 there? 7? Yeah, no, I think I've bought 7 books. No, actually, no, I've bought 10 books in one series in the last month. If you're curious, it is the The Unwanted Undead Adventurer, written by Yu Akano, which is it's a very well written fantasy story. It's not isekai and it's not harem. So, you might be going, Lucky, why did you pick that? It's just actually fairly well written for it's a bit of a power fantasy, but it's not a super power fantasy. And it's actually has very good world building. Very good world building.
Listen, you're talking about a power fantasy. I'm holding in my hands right now. Here. I'll thump it. My 700-page copy of Tom Clancy's Red Storm Rising, which is definitely Tom Clancy's love letter to the Navy. As it's got this big ass picture of good old the late great Tom Clancy himself in his aviator shades, in his big weatherproof jacket with his USS Iowa BB-61 hat on. The man likes the Navy. Okay.
I wish I liked the Navy.
Well, you didn't get to experience the Tom Clancy parts of the Navy.
No, I didn't. But no, it is. No, I think I'm keeping up with my ideal of reading more books. At some point, I am probably going to have to tear down my shelf system and remake and rebuild them, so I can fit more books upon mine walls.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to make some moves with this shelf, especially if we get a couple more.
I'm gonna have to go find some scrap wood, or I'm gonna have to go go steal some pallets. You can do a lot with pallets, especially if you start taking them apart.
With pallets, yeah. Yeah, I have not actually. I mean, I have been doing a little reading. Like I said, I previously, over my holiday break, read through Olympian Affair and then went, oh shit, it's been a long time since I read Aeronauts Windless. But I just got my books today, so we will be doing some reading with Scratch Off. And I called it Phase 1 in my tweet when I posted my goodie picture. But there will be, a further phase because 12 months, the next Dresden Files is coming out. And then you did remind me of this because I don't think I mentioned it on the podcast. I did see it on Amazon's, hey, check this shit out from authors you buy stuff. But yes, he's also got a Dresden novella coming up this year too. Mm-hmm. So many things.
Aeronauts Windless is so good. Jim Butcher, there's a moment in it where Captain Grimm, sees his life works falls before him, and he's just like, no! And, he turns away, and then he turns away and addresses his men, and is, giving this somber speech, and then, a thing happens behind him, and you're just all like, Captain? It's still, one of my favorite fucking scenes.
No,
so good.
Jim. First of all, everybody, be sure to support Jim Butcher. He has talked about this. Part of the reason why it's been so long since the Dresden Files is his mental has not been very good since the COVID times, and I think his house got destroyed multiple times, or went through a lot of bullshit. I remember hearing about that in the lead up to Olympian Affair and stuff. He's been having a tough time, but he's still producing books, some of which are fucking huge. Okay. I know Peace Talks and Battleground is cheating because that's basically the same book. It's 2 books. And if you put the 2 books together, as I look at the hardcovers both on my shelf, they're technically bigger than Olympian Affair. But you can see it in that picture. Aeronauts Windless and Olympian Affair are big fucking books. Big ass books. And he has a really good talent for, I want to say, not just genre blending. Obviously, Dresden Files, very classical for the urban fantasy. And also working in kind of the first-person noir detective stuff. Aeronauts Windless is, described as steampunk, but is also very clearly doing lots of different things. There's a lot of, fucking Master and Commander wooden ships and Iron Men type shit in there.
No, I was about to say, it's very Master Commander.
Yes. Not that I'm super familiar with the books, but I've watched a couple of the movie adaptations, but also got a little bit of, that Napoleonic era, Sharps rifles type shit. With the competition with their enemies in Aurora, and they're like, oh, those Auroran Marines. Well, don't you worry, man, we'll get them. Masterful at genre blending. Fucking, Codex Alera started as a dare of hey, I bet you can't mix Pokemon and the Lost Roman Legion.
He wrote 6 books on it.
Yes. And he's talked about before that, those are, Codex Alera really is one of his babies because, in the intro to one of them, he talks about, Jim Butcher talks about, Sword and Sandal is, the era of fantasy that is, most personal to him. So, he's really good at blending genres, but also at blending moods, like you said. The Cinder Spire series, that steampunk series, does beautiful pivots from, like you said, Captain, by the way, his name is... Well, first of all, his first names are funny because it's Francis Madison Grimm, I think, is his full name.
Yes.
So some people get away with calling him Mad, only one person gets to call him Frank. And even then, I get the impression that he would really prefer she didn't do that.
I'm learning that Captain Grimm has a lot of women in his past.
He's got at least a couple. But he has a type, which is dangerous, dashing airship captains.
I love it so much.
His new squeeze in his new old flame, I should say, in Olympian Affair is a she's from the Viking type airship crew, and also she's a warrior born, so she's a cat girl basically. So like, you know, we got a thing going on. But yeah, like you said, he has that moment of just like, I'll never sell the ship. That is my home. That is the place where my men return after their day. I am a freelance pirate, you know. Predator is like I said, it's not just my livelihood, it's my house. And then he's like, it's all gone down in flames. Everything is doomed. And then it's like, hey, Cap, turn the fuck around. And he's like, good. Because, you know, he has to portray the straight-laced, you know, Iron Captain facade so the men don't lose heart. So he's like, good. Bully. The ship is fine. Quick.
Engineer, I'm docking your pay for improper use of my ship.
And the engineer's like, Captain, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, don't worry about it. We'll worry about it later. No, it's a great addition. His tight-laced EXO from the first book gets replaced. They talk about this. He gets called back up.
What?
And it's,
Aww.
it's because it's, Gwendolyn Lancaster's his EXO now.
What?
Yeah, she's apprenticed under him, so I think Jim Butcher did that so she could be in the book more. But yeah.
Well, it makes sense. That whole scene only happened because Gwendolyn was there, but still.
Yes. No, it's she discovers she has an aptitude for airshipmanry, and yes, we put her on the ship.
I think I have.
You should read Olympian Affair. It's very good. You got to catch up.
I should
Put it on your
list.
list.
Need to catch up. I think I have the audiobook. Like I said,
yes.
I own. That's how I listen.
And you know, talking about great relationship stuff, the B plot is Gwen's cousin, and her name escapes me right now, but the other
Little Mouse.
Yes, Little Mouse. Like
I can't remember her name, but I remember Little Mouse.
Yes,
who is not little at all, which is amazing.
No. Well, and Raoul even says that
she had
the unfortunate the audacity to outgrow her cat name. But yes, like the whole B plot is like them at home, you know, worrying about at home stuff, and also, you know, slowly meandering their way through advancing their romantic subplot.
Excellent.
Yeah, he gets left at home. He's in the prologue on the Predator as well as like part of the detachment of Marines. He gets brought back at home for various reasons. One of which, though, is that he jumped off a spire and parachuted down covered in kittens, which was harmful to his health. But yeah, no, it's like I said, it's a great read. It was like I said, I've owned the book for a while, a little bit since after it came out, but I finally got around to reading it over the holiday break, and that's when I was like, fuck, I need to get back into reading.
Now that I think about it, the Cinder Spire series actually has a very interesting power set. Basically, cats are, you know, a sentient species, but they're still fucking cats. Like you get superhuman people that are just, you know, cats but people. We have weird science, which is part of, you know, the steampunk mechanics. And then we have, you know, magic crystals and, you know, and flying ships.
Yeah, the steampunk technology is actually crystal based, like you said, on the Aether.
Yeah.
There's the second book does a lot more with the weird creatures.
Ooh, okay.
Like they mention that there are weird animals like the mist sharks and the mist maws and stuff. There's a surface segment where there are giant praying mantises.
Oh, we actually go to the surface. Ooh.
Yeah, we go to the surface for a little bit. Yeah. So like there's like you said, the setting is very, very odd and very fun. Well, also we still, you know, shoot etheric laser beams and also cannons. In fact, I think there's more black powder weapons in the sequel.
No,
well, also there's still a shitload of sword fighting.
Sword fighting is cool.
That is like, I feel like that's a holdover that Jim got from writing Codex Alera, because there were several duels in Codex Alera.
Yeah, I know, but the final book was inspired directly out of a fucking anime episode. I don't care what anybody says. Literally flying through the sky, their swords emitting sparks as they strike each other. One, you know, in Tabi's color, the other in, you know, the Queen's colors.
I think even it wasn't an AMA, but I'm pretty sure Jim Butcher talked about it, where he's like, because people asked like, oh, would you ever do like a movie or TV show? I think it was when Game of Thrones was big, so, you know, aged like milk. But he mentioned before that he always thinks of Dresden Files as a comic book, hence why there are many comic adaptations of Dresden and several original stories in comic format, in graphic novel format. But he basically said that in his mind, Codex Alera is animated. He explicitly referenced Avatar: The Last Airbender as an inspiration, which is of course pretty anime-esque. So like, yeah.
I would like to see Codex Alera probably in the Castlevania style.
Ooh, yes, that would be a very good fit for it, because the Castlevania guys, who's the primary studio? I forget. But the animation house that does Castlevania is like, they are really good at elemental powers.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's all like the way that they could probably use Furies. Oh, it'd be so good.
Well, also, again, you haven't watched the second season of Nocturne, but oh my god,
I gotta unlock someone's. I think we have Netflix in this house, but we gotta hook up a TV with it. Like, in the
you gotta get a thing to watch it on. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. The final fights in Nocturne are like some of the most hype ass shit I have seen out of animation. Like all that year it came out. Like,
Random Sakuga has posted a few clips of it, so I've seen a bit of it, and it looks rad.
Yeah, it's crazy good. Like, they're just like, all right, the plot is wrapped up, and we're just gonna have everybody fight the final boss. Okay, cool. Oh, we have a whole episode left? Sure, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
30 minutes of the dopest shit. Yeah, it's crazy good. Like, so yes, no, they would do a great crack, I think, at a Codex Alera. You could probably. It'd be a little bit of a long investment because there's 6 books, but you could probably do like a book a season as like a 10 to 13 episode.
That's what I would like to see. Because that's the other thing. Always, they always have to change things for adaptations to, make adaptations work. But I would like for them to actually, do the due diligence. I'm not saying that every single plot point has to be in there, but
the main thing is that like until you get to like the last like 2 books, I kind of feel like most of the stories are semi-self-contained. Like, obviously, there's an ongoing meta plot about, like, well, there's the Vord also, but then there's also the, which one of these fuckers is trying to kill the First Lord? Who are the conspirators? But, like, they're semi-self-contained until, like, again, the 5th book is like, well, Tavi's stuck in the South, and he's got to come back. And then the last book opens with, Tavi's returning from the South. So, like, that one you'd probably want to make sure that you were greenlit for the last 2 seasons all at once. But for the most part, I think the rest of them are, like, fairly self-contained that you could, like, write it as a season of television, hope to get greenlit for a new one, and let them fly. If anything, the hurdle would probably be the fact that it is a series of escalation. Furies of Calderon is probably the lowest power episode.
I don't know. I would say that, Academ's Fury is actually the lowest power, because that's basically Tavi in his fucking high school AU.
That is true. Yes, that is actually there. But Tavi does get to be a badass in that a couple of times, where just like the bullies challenge him and he's just like, I'm too tired for this shit. Out of my way. And fucking, with just his, walking stick in his bare hands, beats the shit out of them.
No, because Furies of Caldera has a lot of wilderness settings and weird shit happening on the mountain, and the fucking nest with the fucking
oh god, the Forest of Silence, the Wax Forest.
Yeah,
it's really good, and that's the first time we see the Fury Storm and stuff. And like, you've still got like Bernard and Amara and Isana in there to do some shit. Aldrich X Gladius is there. You're pretty good, but you're no. Oh, what was Fade's
I can't remember his
name. Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head. It's been a while. I meant to do a reread, but have not gotten through it. But he's always talking about how like you're no blah blah blah, and then in the end of Calderon, he's like he fights Fade, who is that guy in disguise, and he's just like, there's no fucking way.
It's so good. It's another one of just one of those amazing twists that you have, and I'm just like, yes.
Isn't that where it's in one of those duels he has where he has the line of like, Aldrich always thought in straight lines, I thought in circles.
Yes.
Oh, God, it's really good. Guys, like I said, Jim Butcher, he's been feeling it. Show that guy some support. Buy some books. No. Honestly, the only reason why I didn't move to get hard copy of Codex Alera is because I'm definitely like, I do not have 6 books worth of space on my fucking shelf. I do not know where I would put that shit. But yeah, that like book stuff was one of my what's ups. I'll probably continue to fill in my thoughts as I will relax, I will lean back, I will chew through some stuff. Cause I'm kind of, chilling on big game purchases for now as well. Like, I have been playing some Neon White. I've been having fun. Like, no, it is as Lucky described it. Lucky described it in a way to me that I thought was appealing, and I'm like, yes, this is correct. Like, it's a game that's super easy to pick up, do a few runs. If you got it good, you can just move on to the next one. Usually I try and run through and make sure I'm getting all the stuff. Sometimes just because of interface, I'm like, I didn't figure out where the gift was and then accidentally moved to the next level, but you just go back later. And the vibes really are there's no other way to describe it than every time you open up the game, it starts with a fucking, like, Toonami or Adult Swim bumper.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's got an opening animation, like an opening, like, bit, but it's narrated by Steve Bloom as, White. So, like, it, like, reminds me of that era of, old school anime promos.
Well, also, like, I do think that, like, I think it's supposed to establish that, because from what I understand, if I understand this right, White's, like, 35. I think he was born in, like, 80, 89. So, like, a lot of his tastes and stuff are, like from the time, like, he really likes The Matrix. He likes Smashing Pumpkins, and stuff like that. So there's a lot that, as you're going through, you feel like you can vibe with White. It's very
also
nice.
I will say that it's a great thing about the writing, but it's the thing that so much consistently takes me back because I'm so used to properties and especially games being kind of like either time agnostic or being unintentional time capsules.
Oh yeah.
But like every time it happens in Neon White, I'm just fucking poleaxed by just like modern slang and shit. Like, Yellow's conversations with White are just like, bro, don't worry about it, bro. And I'm like, I know this guy. And at one point you're doing a main story and like Yellow and Violet want to team up, and like Violet gets jealous and she's just like, whatever, I'm gonna find that other guy who is a total simp. And I'm just like, huh? That's right, this video game came out only like a couple years ago. Shit.
But it makes sense.
No, it fits, and it's like I said, it's not like bad, it's just like, I'm like, oh right, they can fucking use like modern slang, but also not like, it's not like cutting edge slang. It's not like, 6'7" Labubu Dubai chocolate shit. It's like slang as it was at the time, but it is appropriate for the characters. Of course, Violet would say simp. That's what she would say. She would also assign me missions that are full of nothing but instant death spike pits.
I do like them, honestly.
Oh, I like all the vibe for the like character side stories. It's just like, of course, Violet gives me the one that's full of instant death spikes.
Very sadistic, much like her.
And
I like Violet.
Yellow's is fun because it's no discard abilities. Just go with the flow.
Just
bro.
going.
You just gotta go with the flow, bro. Gotta do the stuff. No, it's very good. It's very good. Like I like the game a lot, and I like that it is mission based, and like I said, it's very easy to pick up, put down. Very easy to go back and redo sections of levels. The hint system is so far anyway. I bet they get more complicated later, but like when you actually get hints, they're like pretty robust to like put you in the right direction. And a decent chunk of the time, at least in the earlier levels, I've started developing my game sense to be like, I bet this is the shortcut. And then you level up and you're like, yes, that was definitely the shortcut.
Yes, no, I love that feel.
Like you start to feel the vibes. And again, sometimes when I first play a level, I'm like, hold on, I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here, especially if they're, I'm still early enough, they're introducing new mechanics. Like I just did the block of like 10 missions where they introduced Godspeed, like the line dash.
Oh yeah.
So like, when you first get a new mechanic, you're trying to feel it out. But when you're like doing the flow and you're just like, wait a minute, and you're just like, boom, 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 and you're like, yeah, no, I got it. It's good.
See, what I like about what I like Neon White is like it's a puzzle, so there is a solution. And it's not that hard to, figure out a solution. It's just sometimes it might take you a few times of slapping stuff.
Yeah, to get your timing and your spacing right. Like goodness knows there were some missions where I had to do them a couple times. Like I think the second Violet one was lots of jumping, and I like had to figure my shit out. And I'm like I had to learn new stuff, which is like, oh. Okay, so there are grates here that don't have spikes in them. That's okay. I can bonk my head on that, and you gotta, like, pitch perfect your jumps. It's, like, reflex. It is skill-based, but it's got a pretty reasonable, I want to say, like, is it the skill ceiling or skill floor I'm thinking of? I think it's got a decent floor, I would say. Like, you do need to have skill in order to execute the levels properly, but it's very easier for you to see what you need to do, and it is super easy to reset yourself until you get a good run.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, you just, like, so many times I've been like, nope, that's not it. I don't even need to salvage it. I'm just like, nah, let's take that again from the top.
Yeah.
No, it's real good game design. So if you didn't add it to your library to PS Plus, too bad, so sad. But you can pick it up later. It was on Switch for like a year before then. Sorry, I like tabbed over to Twitter for like the first time in like a half hour, and I was just fucking poleaxed by a. It is thankfully an edit, but it's a soda fountain machine. But it's got next to Mountain Dew, they've got Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce, and I'm just like psychic damage. Here, I'll paste the meme just for you in Patreon chat. This is a stolen meme.
God bless the USA.
But yeah, speaking of other stuff we've got going on, speaking of games we're playing, Far Far West is back, baby! Yeehaw!
Banjo intensifies.
Yes, so Far Far West is doing another open playtest. They did, I just saw today, it's going until the 16th.
Okay.
So they're gonna run it for about 8 days. So got a little time to try it out, if you haven't. I'm kind of curious if they're gonna throw any more additional updates. They've already pushed some new builds to fix some bugs. And, I was just checking, we already have another one. Let me go ahead and queue that download. I'll check what they've changed. But yeah, we got a new public playtest.
Hey, you.
Yes. The game is pretty cool.
So in this playtest, we did not keep our old character data, so we're starting over again, and it has seemed that they have slowed down the XP curve. Before, when the playtest was only supposed to take, the weekend, it was super inflated. You can rapidly level up just about anything pretty easily. Now, while I'll still say XP's at a good clip, it's still gonna take you some time. Which is okay, I believe. I'd say.
Especially because they've said that they might, when they go to like full early access or whatever, like paid access in some form, they might do like a great server reset, which is like, that's totally fair. But they said at least they changed how save data is held, so you should be able to keep your progress through multiple playlists or playtests.
Yeah. Which gives me hope that they will be doing more multiple playtests. Which I think is fair. Like, they're not saying like they're in early access and paying people. And this is what I find interesting about it. We're not in early access, so people don't have to pay to play the game. But you just have to basically opt into the playtest, and you can play, their alpha build, which we've talked about. Feels like a full ass game already.
Yeah. No, it's like, and at the front of the current playtest, they're like, hey, this game is still early access. We've got like 2 years of dev time left, and I'm like, really? Because like. This is already pretty tight, and it's super responsive. Like I've just posted the big bug fix build they just did. So like they fixed the ghost problem we had.
Oh, okay.
Which is really good, by the way. We didn't talk about this, but we played like 1 or 2 games after you left the first day.
Yeah.
We technically lost a game because Loth died. He was getting sleepy, so he was a little out of it. He like left right away. But Loth died so many times, there were like 3 or 4 extras of him dead. We got a defeat screen because technically there were 4 dead guys.
What?
Yeah, no, we got a defeat even though we X-filled on the train. And it counted because it added to my dead weight score, which is actually tracking correctly now.
Oh, that's messed.
It's so weird. But luckily they've repaired that one. Apparently they've nerfed the devil dust modifier, and some other things. Like they had some bugs, some weirds, some stuff going on. But they're doing pretty good on the like cycling. Like they're bug fixing this playtest pretty rapidly, which is pretty good.
Well, I think this is one of the reasons why they do playtesting, is because they want to put the game out into the wild instead of relying on internal QA, which will be pretty small. They just basically put in the public, but all of you tell us what's wrong with the game and what you think, and just take all that feedback and build upon it. Because as they said, this is a team of only 6 dudes working on this game.
Which means there's only so much, private, like small-time QA they can do. And also, that means there's only so much hype they can generate to do, like, a closed beta. So, no, I think open beta, basically, which is what this is. It is a playtest period. And they wouldn't call it open beta because they're insistent on saying they're not at the beta phase yet. We're still in alpha.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like, that's an okay the way like alpha versus beta and shit works in video game, like that's gotten more muddied over time as companies have realized they can use that as part of the marketing. But pre-alpha or alpha is supposed to be like, beta is supposed to be feature complete but not fine-tuned.
Oh,
right, like
just so finally fuck.
Not what you call it? Beta is not bug fixed, but also like still got like balance adjustments and shit going on, So this is still pre that because there's still some stuff they're expanding. They added some more new secondary weapons.
Yeah, we added the boomerang and the sheriff stars, which are ninja stars with a twist.
Yep. I'm personally working on saving up enough gold to because I'm high enough level now. I did a few runs solo earlier. I probably will not be back to it tonight because it's already midnight and I have to edit this thing and export the video, which would be on the video would be rendered and exported on the machine, which I normally would use to play Far Far West. So it's a good PC. I just don't know how much we're supposed to be multitasking with that shit. But yeah, it's fun. So like I'm trying to save up enough gold to buy the boomerang and try it out.
There's a promo code in the bug fixes.
Oh,
gonna have to go put that bitch in.
Yeah, I'll try that out later. That's right. I didn't see that yet because I hadn't run down the line yet. We'll see what it gives. But yes, working on leveling new stuff. They still have the same 4 primaries they had in the first public playtest, which is not like bad. They're good guns, but it's like it could be a little more. Scratch my chin.
I think they've tickled them a little bit. I do think like the quad rattler feels a little bit different. Like you can I don't know if you could in the first game, but if you as long as you're not like holding down the trigger, you can actually fire it like semi-automatically.
Yeah, you can pace out your shots when aiming. They did something slightly with the shotgun feel. I didn't mind it too much, but I know Loth said that he felt that it was improved, and apparently the bow's the bow is a secondary, but they changed up the bow as well. I've been using the long shot. Haven't really noticed any big differences in how it's fielded, but it was pretty solid. We'll see how the minigun is, because I'm sure in an 8-day long playtest, we'll get there.
I want to try out camper with fucking the minigun and just stand there and just hose bullets.
Become the turret.
Because that's something else they did. They added more. Tweaks. Do they still call them They still call them jokers, even if you don't get them in the. I don't remember.
Yes, they are. All tweaks are officially jokers now. They changed it, which is a more appropriate name for a Wild West. Yeah. But yeah, they added a bunch more jokers, both to weapons and to heroes.
Yeah, no. And I was able to get a legendary one, which is called Camper. As long as you stand still, you don't use ammo. And I'm just like, you say.
No, I wanna pick up that one because I'm a big fan of the long shot. It's very fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And they also made it so that a lot more jokers are available in mission.
Yes, an opening chest and sometimes from drops from enemies. You can sometimes get a Joker, which I think is also good.
Basically every side objective is guaranteed to give you a Joker if you clear it now. They had a couple more, and they added a couple more core objectives, some of which are a little more random than others. The, pull levers in the right order is definitely, literally brute force, or get lucky. But some more are more interesting to follow, and that's nice to see along. So, I'd like to see some more primaries. Obviously, still like to see some more spells. There are technically new spells, but more in that they swapped out some of the lightning spells.
Yeah. They gave lightning some ups, literally. The dash
they changed
is now
the dash into boing, which is a jump.
And I don't remember what the previous ultimate was, but now you do a big up and you slam back down.
I think it was like a supercharge. It was a big area thing that made your allies faster and stuff. But it seemed like a lot of the this probably they got a lot of feedback about was it was probably hard to get elect XP because electricity had a lot less damaging spells.
Yeah. Actually, I need to double check on how they redid that, because I also remember I had that problem with Voodoo as well. Healing myself and healing others is good, but if I throw corruption, I don't think I get any experience for that.
I would feel like they hopefully have tweaked that for now, because they did talk about that. It's interesting that they've been fixing the spell roulette modifier, because they changed how modifiers and difficulty levels work. Now you can always just add up to 2 modifiers on any difficulty, which is good, because I think it lets you spice some stuff up. Because I've been playing, like I said, I soloed on easy for a couple missions. I also did one solo on normal, so I feel like we're as we get our levels back, we're going to be able to do maybe try out those higher level difficulties.
Yeah,
which is always because you want to give more. Lucky and I both really like this game, so I'd love to be able to actually compete in the higher difficulties and see and give more back. But yeah, there's room for some new spells. So yeah, the elect stuff is a little more combative. One of the modifiers they added is spell roulette, which randomizes your spells, which they've apparently been tweaking, because they made it so that it was supposed to just be spells that were unlocked. So accidentally, and the first build of the playtest, it was any spell.
Yeah, that's how I got to try out the electric ultimate one. I got it randomly. I was like, oh
yeah. I got some finger guns and some acid rain one. And I think that could still be fun for a modifier. I may put that in my feedback as well. It's hey, that the The spell roulette with all spells was very funny. Even without it, just randomizing all your spells is a great way to get lots of spell XP. Apparently,
Yes.
the second version had a bug, which sounds correct now that I'm thinking about it, where you would only get level 1 spells. So now they fixed it, so it now probably cycles through all your spells, allegedly. I think they deliberately wanted to avoid giving you rescue, because if you're playing like solo or you're not built for it, you can't use it.
Nope.
So you'd never cycle it. So I think that's probably why they were accidentally limited to level 1, is because they wanted to set it so you couldn't get rescue randomly. Because if you're not planning for it, you can't ever roulette that spell.
No.
So like I said, they still got some bug fixes. One of the things I made sure to do was to get the last train. So I've unlocked Far, Far North, and I did some missions there. It's cool. Like, it's got all their icy stuff. So you get your ice physics. But I did also note that while it's pretty neat, like, first of all, they did great environments. Like, they already had some cool stuff with, like, Area 41 and the Woodlands, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they already had some good stuff. So Far, Far West is, like, or Far, Far North, I should say. Sorry. It's a pun, so yeah. It's the same thing of, like, they do the icy environment. It's kind of got this, like, ambient snowstorm effect, so visibility is already kind of impacted, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I did not try it with Blackout, so I do not know how bad that is.
Ooh.
So, like, it's a cool map, but I did notice, like, it seemed like a little, I don't want to say buggier, but a little more glitch-prone than other maps. Like, I had a couple cases where I saw some objectives that were, like, partially squished into walls. Like, there was some gold that was, like, partially in a wall. I had an incident where there was, like, one of the cows was, like, hugging a wall.
Cow.
In the the put 3 cows in a pen mission. So, like, I do kind of get what they're saying, and they're like committed to not like overcommit basically and overpromise, and like they still have some things to probably work out. But game very fun. Working on my leveling up my spells. So yeah, we're having fun. Expect to see us play that a lot.
Yeah,
I've even
probably
seen
not anymore tonight, but like
No.
I said, I'm in a PZ mood. But
yeah, I've being sick, I have not been in a PZ mood, but I'm also still like when you post about PZ, I do kind of like nod myself. I'm like, ooh, that's cool. So I will probably eventually clock some PZ time. It's a wacky, wild game. But yes, Far, Far West is like... I was so waiting for that fucking playtest, like, all this month. So, like, played it for, like not straight, because I took a break for dinner, but played it for, like, 7 hours the first day.
no, like I actually had a social event to go to, and I didn't realize how late it was going. I was like, shit! I had to, like, book real fucking fast.
Yeah, no, we were in it. We were in the trenches. So yeah, it's a fun time, and they got a lot going on, and you should check it out for yourself. I did see several people in our community after Rubik's Raptor obviously posted some videos about it, and I wonder what he'll be streaming this weekend. And from our own recommendation. So like I said, it's a free playtest. You don't have to pay anything. You just have to have a Steam account. I'm pretty sure you just opt in and you install it, and you're good to go.
Ta-da!
They've said that their plan is that your save data should be stored so it can carry over between playtests. So, like, if you're concerned about doing a whole bunch of work that won't go anywhere, you know, you're not going to be probably reset every time. Plus, it's, you know, there's still some fun stuff to get in there. And we'll be working it out. You know, we have skins to unlock. There were issues with some of the challenges not tracking correctly.
Yep.
Which they've apparently fixed, you know, this go round, which is good. And yeah, they got some new objectives to try out. So it's a fun time. And, Lucky, do you have anything else to add about Far, Far West?
No, like I said, the game wants your feedback, and I do think I'm going to wait till the end of the playtest before I give my big one thought, so I can experience it as a whole. Like I said, most other people will be you know, reporting bugs and stuff, but I do think it's like, as you know, we're a part of this point, it is, you know, part of our responsibility as, you know, getting to play this to actually properly, you know, document our thoughts and feelings and relate them to the developer.
Especially because, like, some of them are going to change. Like, first day, we just, I think we mentioned it in the playtest, but the first day, you and I tried the Dust Devil, the big tornado modifier, and, like, we, along with several other people, got soft locked because we were blocked out of a primary objective and got killed by being picked up and hurled around, you know, and killed by the area mobs that spawn around objectives, because we were like, what do we do? Well, apparently they've dialed it down, so we'll have to playtest it and see, you know, what that looks like now.
Yeah.
And, like, that would have been on my, like, if day one feedback I had given, that would have been in there of, like, yeah, there's some stuff we need to do about this. But they did it already, so we'll see.
Yeah. No, but I think that's a bit on Far, Far West.
Well, that does work as a segue for something that I found interesting, because they launched their open playtest to time with a event that I don't really know. I don't know who's like behind it, but there's this thing called New Game Plus, and they did a showcase about several indie games, and we're focused on trailers and like developer moments and stuff. So Far Far West was there.
I've heard of this, yeah.
And I retweeted a few of them, but let me scroll through this. They did some stuff for some very interesting games. They had some new trailers and some new promo for Crimson Desert, which was a known game. A wacky, wild game here called Dino Blade.
Oh, I know Dino Blade. Dino Blade started as a joke.
Well, it's real. Yeah, you were Spinosaurus with a great sword. Yeah, they had trailers for that. They did some cross promo for Where Winds Meet. I didn't realize, but apparently this studio called Blackmill has a series of World War I games, but they're releasing a new one called Gallipoli, the Ottoman fronts, which is like a World War I first-person shooter that I'd never heard of before, and I'm just like, oh, neat. Apparently there's a Starfinder CRPG. Starfinder is the sci-fi version of Pathfinder. So yeah, they've got a CRPG. Also, this I'm scrolling back through their Twitter, but they also at this event they talked about new updates to Rogue Trader and had some gameplay previews for Dark Heresy as well.
No, New Game Plus just seems like a celebration of upcoming games, both preferably those from AA and indie studios, which I think is fine.
Yeah, just like giving them a space to like. I saw some people critique as like, oh, it felt a little bit too much like a podcast, not a showcase, and I'm like, but. That's the point, though. The whole point is they wanted to, like, I don't know if it's directly reactionary to the way that, like, the video game awards are, but it seems like they are addressing some of the complaints commonly levied at the Game Awards, which is, like, obviously only big-ass budget games, get the most coverage. Jeff usually singles out a few indies, but obviously they're not the focus of the show. But also just due to time constraints, because they are an award show that are supposed to be celebrating previous year's games, like, they don't always have time to cut promo, and, like, it seems like New Game Plus was focused on, like, getting developers, like, on screen to talk about their games kind of a thing, which is a nice run. I retweeted a couple of trailers, but I will post some of them again also for our patrons for some of these games that are very interesting to follow. First in the backlog, sorry if my voice was a little askance there, Shadow of the Road is a turn-based RPG in a kind of steampunk Japan type thing.
Yeah, I know. I saw you talking about this earlier.
I tweeted this. This looks good. One trailer that I didn't retweet, but I should now because they talked about it later. I only caught it, but Dusk Fade is a, like, it's a retro clone for 3D action platformers, but they deliberately said that they were inspired by Jak and Daxter and by the mobility in Kingdom Hearts 2.
I think I've heard of Dusk Fade before. I think that might have gotten previewed somewhere before. Where, I couldn't tell you, but I know somewhere.
Yeah, I think thinking about it, the name sounds familiar as well to myself, but it's like, again, them being like specifically like, hey, we're an action platformer, inspired by Jak and Daxter, and I'm like, and Kingdom Hearts 2, and I'm like, ooh, I like these things. And like, that's a phase of like the 3D action platformer that like I have a lot of nostalgia for, but really there hasn't been as much of a tap into. I kind of feel like the direction of like the clones have been from the slightly earlier generation of the more, and not to say that the original Jak and Daxter wasn't this way, but like very strongly in the collectathon of like the PS1 type era with like where like,
our platformers are either collectathons or 2D side scrollers.
Mm-hmm. So like this being much more deliberately action based, and again, like I saw a trailer when they claimed this, but they posted about being like inspired by like the mobility of Kingdom Hearts 2, and I'm like, ooh, Kingdom Hearts 2 had good mobility. Like, yes, it was an action RPG, but they had good mobility. Kingdom Hearts 2 is the one where if you leveled up your drives, that gave you shit like the dash slide, the high jump, the double jump, or aerial dodge, actually, technically. I think you had iframes, and the glide, and it's like, ooh, baby, that was good. Let's see, type of Core Keeper updates, Eternal Life of Goldman, Sprint City inspired by speedrunners. Let's see, fast-paced on-the-rails Japanese game called Densha Attack. It's interesting. Let's see, it's talking about Rogue Trader DLC 3, news about Dark Heresy, a, hack-and-slash roguelike called Unawake. I think that sounded like something I'd heard of before as well. Nested Lands also sounds familiar. It's a medieval RPG where you, how well you live depends on how well you manage and grow your settlement, so they're like large-scale social management, gather survivors, village building, play alone or in online co-op. Early access coming January 23. So it's like, maybe. Where was the really cool one? Let's see. Sand Raiders of Sophie was like a walking base game. Last Man Sitting is very funny. Reminds me of some old school games of like, you're kicking around an office chair and fighting. Also, by the way, we're still doing updates to Division 2, which is interesting. That was in this showcase. So they got a couple of like bigger budget games. Apparently, by the way, Lucky, they're working on a Division 3.
I'm not buying it. I'm not going. I thought Division 1 would be what I wanted. It wasn't. I gave Division 2 a chance. It still wasn't wanted. I'm not doing Division 3.
All right, Lucky's putting his foot down at 3.
Yeah, I am.
Fool me once, shame on me.
Shame on me. Yeah.
Fool me twice.
I'm not doing a third one.
Can't be fooled again. So, W quote. Wild West, by the way, seems to be a recurring theme. There's another one here called Erosion, a time-looping open-world roguelike, but has apocalyptic Wild West, and it's like, okay, sure, buddy. But here's another stand... Good?
We have to smash as much together nowadays to be unique. Look at Far Far West, man. That's robot cowboys fighting zombies shooting magic.
Yes. But yeah, definitely, like... And I think that's fair, though, that, like, people get to do their weirder stuff. But here's the one that seems to be getting a lot of press I've seen, is X Killer, or possibly EXE Killer. It is another cowboy game, but it's a cyberpunk cowboy game. First-person action-adventure in a post-apocalyptic, Western-inspired setting, where you have a cool car.
Reminds me, I probably should try and beat Pacific Drive. Maybe I can stop being pissed at the fucking NPCs.
But it's got character progression, bounty hunting, combat. You got a cool revolver that glows. Like, and I'm like, now that's speaking my language. Oh, I just saw it do a cool lock a car animation. Like, that's some good stuff. Yeah, that's some good stuff there. Apparently that game that the Atomic Heart devs about the weird murder cube is real. They're really making that one.
I just remember that for the amazing amounts of ass in it.
Well, guess what? That's apparently a selling point. They said in this promo that it will also have the hot robots from Atomic Heart in it. I'm just like, okay, buddy. All right, sure.
I mean, I don't hate it, but at the same time, you cannot sell a game on ass alone.
And I remember when I saw the not the trailer, but like the promo image of it, I was like, oh, I remember this. This was a weird trailer with this cube thing. And I think it was at like a Summer Game Fest or like there. Here's another one that looks like it's up our vibes. An open world RPG and strategy game called also yes, Western is a style. Like, it is supposed to be a time period, but Western movies were anachronistic anyway. Much like samurai films, which are also spiritually Westerns. Also, by the way, did you know that Star Wars is a space Western? But here's another one that's absolutely up our alley, Lucky. Dragon Twin, as I said before, I just typed FX, not FX Twitter. Let me fix that. I got interrupted mid-type. But this is Dragon Twin, a open-world RPG and strategy game where... you are soulbound to a dragon, which it says
yes!
Custom dragon creator.
I'm there.
Yeah,
you don't need to tell me anything else.
Yeah, I know. That's what I thought when I read this. I'm like, oh, dragon character creator? Hell yeah. And they've got a website. Let's see, it's from Grounded 2. Interesting, I will say. This is in general, but apparently this year is going to be a big year if you like Microsoft-owned studio games on PS5.
Yeah,
not only is the Halo thing coming out, but I almost said Oblivion, that's wrong. Obsidian's Avowed is coming to PS5, which is their first-person RPG, which is including some new stuff like New Game Plus and some other features. So I'll keep an eye on it. There are rumors, unsubstantiated as yet, but rumors about Starfield finally coming to PS5 this year.
That's great. Well, actually, no, I lie. If it's like... Well, no. When it goes on PlayStation Plus, I'll probably play it. Probably not before then.
Yeah, Bethesda has a pretty good track with PS Plus. I don't know if I'd go out on my way to buy it, but like, I will say this. I mean, that's why I think we're somebody in Patreon chat being like, it's an intensely okay game, which, like we said, you should be okay with games being okay. I don't know if it's $70 okay, you know?
Yeah.
But that seems like a perfect game to pick up on PS Plus and try it out and see if I bounce off it like I've bounced off Fallout 4 like 2 or 3 times now. But like, I know we've talked about how, like, Halo on PS5 is the console war is dead. If Starfield is on PS5, the console war really is dead. And I say this, why? Because Starfield is a game that Phil Spencer bought Bethesda for. This was straight up revealed in that whole, like, anti-monopoly lawsuit, which admittedly, like, Sony did end up losing.
Yeah.
I'm still not sure about, but, like, they tried, and a lot of stuff did get in the public for discovery. And, like, straight up, Phil Spencer says in emails of, like, the Fallouts and stuff that they're working on, is all like PlayStation facing, and he like straight up says apparently Bethesda is pitching a brand new IP, like they're hot off Skyrim here, right? And he's like, they're pitching a brand new IP and they might take it PlayStation exclusive first. We cannot allow this to happen. And that's Starfield, kids.
Kind of call it the wrong play there, Phil.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's just like, I think it's just inclusive of unfortunately, I think Phil Spencer and a lot of his management team at Xbox had a lot of hubris about just like, we'll simply buy all the studios that make good games and they'll make good games for us and we'll win. And that's not the only thing, right? Like, obviously, I think the Game Pass strat is like, has led to tense relationships with developers because they feel like they're not being fiscally rewarded because their games go day and date on Game Pass, and like they don't directly translate sales number, or Xbox anyway, did not directly translate like download numbers on Game Pass into the equivalent of sales numbers, and also like there were some rushes in there. Obviously shit like Arcane's Redfall, was like rushed out and not allowed to like be respect because Xbox really wanted it. And some other missteps, and like hardware is important, games are important, having a good like, add-on with multiplayer subscriptions is good, but also you just need good high quality games. That's not to say that Sony hasn't misstepped. They're still trying to find like multiplayer titles that are like truly unique, that stand out above like other offerings, and they have not found that fucking footing.
They have not.
But
no.
They are trying, and they do not seem to be betting the house on it. Like, they are not going apeshit. Like, it's been well over a year since Concord fucking exploded, and
from what I understand, I think Marathon may do it. Big May. Like I said, it's had its own controversies.
Yeah.
But from what I understand, people are saying they like it.
Marathon had a really interesting path where like they had a killer announcement trailer, like they had that really good musical like music they used with it, and like really showed off the unique aesthetics, and then they showed the like logo and like I remember, I think that was at a Summer Games Fest or a VGAs, and like I was the one guy in chat pointing going, Marathon, it's the Marathon logo,
that's for me,
DiCaprio point. But like they had issues where they had not even like, I think they had some like AI generated assets in the early playtest packets, but like not even that. They straight up had plagiarism from like a human man.
Yep.
Like some of their stuff was ripped off. They had some rough elements in the first closed beta where like they seem to be leaning a little too much on the extraction shooter like PvP-ish parts and the requiring team play.
Yeah.
But apparently, like, I mean, some people are still, like, concerned that Bungie will have enough time to implement the feedback in the fact that they're still on track for, like, a March release. I think it was March or April. Like, early this year release. But they are listening to feedback. They are implementing things. They are changing some stuff up, and people are very interested in the PvE elements. Arc Raiders, I think, has kind of, again, not without their own controversies, but it does seem like they've kind of cracked the extraction shooter system in that I don't think they advertised this, but it's become pretty clear that they have skill-based matchmaking, Lucky, chat?
Yeah.
Arc Raiders basically has, I would call it dickhead-based matchmaking.
Oh, wait, no, I heard about this, yeah.
Yes,
I
you've
heard
seen this probably. If you do not engage in PvP, you will be put with other players who are on the PvE track. If you PvP, PvPers will be funneled together into the same lobbies.
Makes sense, but this somehow pisses people off still.
Yeah, I know. It's just that we've talked a lot about, like, you and I being older are realizing that, like, gamers have so much wrapped up in their own mentality, right? Their own self-identity of, like, how they conceptualize themselves as gamers, and they do not like the man to tell them what category they fall in. Whereas, like I said, I think part of our growth as humans is, like, realizing that, like, nah, I'm not the perfect customer. Not everything should cater to me exactly. In fact, my wallet would prefer it if everything wasn't for me, so I can pick and choose, actually. But, like, also talking about it, like, this is the thing that I think that, like, we saw this already, kind of like this shift in the mentality of, like, the wider audience with the seamless co-op for Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Which, like, was a big awakening moment for FromSoft even, but, like, people were, like, so mad that you could do PvE co-op without inviting PvP, and, like, some people were so upset that it's like, no, that goes against their creative vision. Like, I can't not imagine, I've read some of those posts, I cannot imagine some of those people as, like, not the, like, the angry Wojak face of, like, you know, red-faced gritted teeth, because, like, some people are saying some stupid, silly stuff. Big cognitive dissonance. And yes, Axis in chat is saying they were invader mains. It's like, yeah, no, obviously. They were PvPers who wanted to be, like, you know, get into that shit of, like, they wanted to be the guy who, like, memes on people. I think I remember this as a conversation about, like, WoW Classic, where when they bought that back, right, people were talking about, like, oh, you know, are you going to be doing like hardcore PvP only servers, and like Blizzard having to tell people like, hey, we do faction balancing and shit, and we've turned away from like PvP only stuff and hardcore stuff because guess what? You guys do that. People don't stay in PvP servers to like, they say they're like, oh, I want to fight an honorable fight versus an evenly matched enemy. Bullshit. When people can migrate in PvP, you join the side that winning so you can dogpile. And it turns
I think they
hardcore PvP servers into basically mono-faction servers.
No, like I remember hearing that. Wasn't that who did that study? Was it Activision?
I think it was, yeah, because I think that was Activision's own internal data got posted, and they were like, yeah,
that PvPers like they don't, no, because I think it was Call of Duty talking about how PvPers don't actually want to have a back and forth fight. They just want to win. They just want to have a dog. They just want to have an easy win as possible. And people got mad at them for saying that. And it's like, they have data.
Saying the quiet pace out loud. And that's exactly like what's Arc Raiders is like. It's so weird that like people just don't have that like that self-awareness to be like, they won't admit that no, they want to roll Smurfs. They want to pwn noobs. That used to be the thing, right? Like, asshole gamers used to admit, yeah, no, I'm here to play StarCraft with optimal actions per minute and obliterate randos.
Yeah.
And, like, that was just accepted. Yeah, obviously, you're playing, you know, StarCraft seriously. You know, like, you're playing ranked League. Of course you're sweaty. Of course you want to blow out noobs. Like, now it's so much like, no, it's part of the challenge. You shouldn't be able to be safe and comfy. Online chess, yes, also very try-hard. And without regulations full of smurfing. Like, but people are so, I don't know. It's I guess it's that thing that like is very human, but it's also very annoying. You must realize this about yourself and let go. People are concerned, afraid, annoyed. I can't speak for what exact emotion they're experiencing, but people experience emotions about the idea that somebody could have fun their way in a way that completely bypasses the way you have fun. And it's just like, man, you gotta let go of that. People are having fun all the time without you, constantly. I know the world seems miserable right now, and it really is, and like we're not here to talk about it because I understand. This is why I also listen to podcasts, is you probably don't want to hear about how fucking batshit the world is right now for like 4 hours, or however long this episode will be in the edit. Let me actually check the mission clock. 333. Nice.
Nice.
Nice on. Quoting Wii Sports Golf there. Played a lot of Wii Sports Golf with the fam. God, Wii Sports was so good. But like you gotta let go, because people right now in the world are having fun without you. They're having fun in ways you can't possibly imagine. They're having fun in ways you don't understand. They're having fun in ways that I don't understand. Some people have fun in ways I don't want to understand. But they're having it anyway. And like, if you get pissed off because people are having fun and you don't get it, God, man, fuck. I've had to come to terms with this lots about FromSoft games specifically. Loads of people have fun with those games, and like, I like don't get it. I keep trying, but it hasn't clicked for me yet. I'll kill you, Robin. I'll kill you with my bare hands. That's how I'll have fun.
Honestly, I still like I have my own personal opinions on like, you know, on the Soulsborne's Enjoyer, and I can like play those games, but you can have fun with those, but I think you're having fun because you're a masochist.
Look, I mean, we've talked about this, but the Miyazaki, the director, is like on record as saying he is a masochist, and that is part of what he put into the game design.
Yeah.
Like, that is part of the vibe. I think there is other stuff going on, and like, honestly, I think they have interesting game design. Like I said, I think they get a little My theory that FromSoft was complacent because they were too popular, I think is wrong. I think they were complacent just because they didn't realize their audience, potential. Mm-hmm. Like they genuinely were surprised when they learned people would want to play their game together with friends. And I think they've done something really cool with that with Night Rain. They've made a purely PvE battle royale but PvE multiplayer experience. That's really neat. I'd love to get some people together and run it, sometime. But like I said, we'll worry about that later. Our backlog is immense. And certainly I see a lot of streamers play FromSoft games, and I think if you had a big enough, responsive enough audience, you gotta watch out for backseating. But I will say, I have streamed FromSoft games before. I do get an extra little bit of life when Loth is out there being like, "Oh, Omega, you're doing really great." I'm like, "You're crazy. I'm terrible at this game." But it does buoy the spirit a little bit. If 100 people told me that, I would probably be like, "You're right. I am better at this than I think I am." It's a hell of a drug. Also, by the way, PvP people are still I've seen Elden Ring PvP freaks in the wild mad about the fact that there's no PvP in Night Rain. It's very funny. But yeah, no, I think also you're right, Robin. It is just, oh, well, you shouldn't get, I mean, some of the backseating comes from build choices because people get narrowed in on the best meta shit. But yeah, no, definitely there's an aspect of just oh, I simply wouldn't have gotten hit by that attack. And I would be like, yeah, well, I did get hit by it. What are you going to do?
Mock you.
Yes, probably. Some of them don't think they're mocking. But yeah, no, again, I think people got to let go of this idea that people can have fun without you. Again, it's, hey, to cycle back to something earlier, this is in that Russian Badger video I mentioned where they do, Badger does have a pretty wide circle of friends, and he straight up says in the video, he's like, yeah, by the way, I'm not doing this video as encouragement for you to go buy Modern Warfare 3 and all these skins and play it because I admit that I'm in a privileged position where yes, I can turn this into content, and also I have a big ring of friends, many of whom are in content, but otherwise are just down to be in content, who I can do this dumb shitpost shit with, all day. Mm-hmm. But also, some people are mad. He actually referenced in the video and cut it out the fucking the quality slop post. One of the gang referenced it, and he talked about that and how brain breaking that is of just it's just quality slop. You just like it because it's good and well made, and it's what the that doesn't mean anything. Referenced another famous 4chan post, which is just you just used fun because you don't have any real critical thoughts about explaining why it's good. And it's yeah, fun is a buzzword, but also things are fun. Honestly, I think
I will be
good.
I think in general case you should be able to explain critical thoughts of why you think something is, but sometimes this is what me I read trashy isekai harem novels all the fucking time. Are they objectively good? No, I still enjoy them. Why? Because I don't have to use my fucking brain on them.
Yeah,
that can be fun
found
too.
Something that just it gives you pure joy. Joy
yes,
is an irrational human emotion, and sometimes you can't explain it. I have played games. Yeah. We've talked about this actually with PS2 and PS3 era games. I've played games that are arguably average or below average and had tons of fun.
Yeah.
Also, here's the thing I like, which we might see a little with we're doing our video watching thing. Chat, I've liked some bad movies. I am a big fan of some dog shit films. I have enjoyed my experience watching the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen movie. That movie's pretty bad, but it's fun.
Guys, I love Drakengard. If you know Drakengard, you know that's actually kind of a bad fucking game, but it literally set me on the course of my life.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a game that is, inarguably has bad creative decisions and bad technical decisions, or has severe technical limitations they could not overcome. Still, very interesting game. Very interesting thing going on there. Games are like that. Movies are like that. I've talked about this before. I fucking love talking about old school toku. I love old Godzilla movies. They are so cheesy, but, they're fun. It's fun watching a guy in a rubber suit do a fucking drop kick. Hell yeah, there it is. He's doing it.
Aaron did it. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same
That's my boy. Yes. You can totally, what I was going to say was before, I think when you're the one doing game design, I think of this mostly from, a tabletop thing, but I think it applies to video game design, too. When you're doing game design, fun is kind of like a weird buzzword of like, you shouldn't rely too much on that concept. You should be thinking about specifically what you're trying to do, like what your gameplay loop is, like what feelings you're trying to invoke, what stuff you want the players to engage with. And like, some people just being like, oh, this was fun, this wasn't fun. That's not meaningful feedback when you're trying to tweak those dials. But like in general, like you can just say, nah, it's just fun. But yeah, no, like I said, that came up in that Russian Badger video I referenced earlier. Like I said, check it out. I wasn't sure I was gonna watch it because, like, I'll admit it, I was a little sassy. I even joked when Badger posted the tweet of just because, like, he prefaces of like, I'm making a video where I'm gonna debate if the almost $2,000 I spent on Modern Warfare 3 was worth it. And I was like, damn, homie, you should, I would have been more entertaining if you paid me that money. I was wrong. He actually actually. I'm thinking about the video now. He probably didn't need to spend literally the $1,900 he spent because he narrowed it down to like a top 5. Like he did not need to do that. He even talks about his process of like his system was whenever he saw an absolutely stupid collab, he would log into Modern Warfare 3, buy it, and log out because his mentality was just like, oh, clearly that's the stupidest thing they're ever gonna do. How can they do something dumber and kitschier? And they kept doing it until he spent nearly $2,000. And like he even admits some of them are bad. Like there's the thing he found one of the most fun was was it the King glove or the Kong glove? And he was like, that's bad. To get this reskin of like a weapon so you give people like a jumbo punch, you have to buy like 4 separate like $70 like King Kong and Godzilla themed bundles. Absolutely not worth that shit. But it was very funny. Yeah, exactly. He kept putting props in his virtual closet. He was like, oh, when I make a video about this will be the high point. And then at some point he looked back and just went, oh my god, they've kept getting sillier. You can be fucking Skeletor in this game. You can be Skeletor and you can fight Rhea Ripley, who is a real human being.
Rhea Ripley was in the public eye for quite a while.
I think, she's pretty cool. I think she's neat. I don't follow wrestling, but, she's living her best life.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a cool human. Nicki Minaj, less so. That's,
She was like one of the first ones, though. That was
wild.
No,
that was early. Like, her relevance into, being involved in, showing up at conservative talking point conventions has been a slide, I think, as her public relevance has waned. But that used to be the joke, was like when she was like very early in the Modern Warfare 3's life cycle of like, oh yeah, you could be fucking Nicki Minaj, and it's like, what? Huh? And then, like I said, that's when I checked out. That's when I was like, that's really silly. And then they kept going, yes, you can be fucking Alucard. That's in the Russian Badger video. Heavenly Father, known man trapped between the VTuber and the Flesh Realms, is straight up like, did I just get fucking bodied by Alucard? And they were like, yes, you can be Alucard. And he's just like, huh? What? Why could you be Alucard? And it's like, I don't know, dog. That's Modern Warfare. But yeah, no. Like I said, to wrap that back around, we were talking about Marathon because you were talking about Sony trying to make multiplayer games. Because technically, COD is an Xbox production because they bought Activision for probably too much money. Talk about it. They got some new stuff. Hold on. I'm not gonna actually, I will retweet this. I'm also bookmarking that. This is a 6-minute trailer about Expanse of Cyrus Reborn. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna look at that later. Project Shadow. Ooh, this was another one that was pretty neat just for art style. I'll post it. Project Shadowglass is it's a first-person RPG. I think it might be a little dungeon crawly, but you'll see it when I post this trailer. They've got a really unique right, actually, they say it's an immersive sim, so it's supposed to be like Thief or Deus Ex, kind of. But they've got this cool 3D, 2D thing going on. Everything is 3D, but it's pixel.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So, like, they have this really interesting art style. So, like, that's another one that's like, I've played some immersive sims, and it's like, but like I said, got a really, really strong art style.
Neat.
Here's another weird one. Deep Dish Dungeon. I did not stutter. A dungeon survival type game with Metroidvania elements and crafting, and also involves puzzle solving, but also you cook.
And you camp. That sounds fun.
And it says, once again, they've got, co-op and multiplayer, possibilities, like multiplayer and single player, and I'm like, okay, all right. And yeah, that's the top of the showcase. So yeah, lots of a bunch of different indie games. Like, camping and cooking in a dungeon does sound like us, yes. And, is there a literal pizza in it? If we can make pizza, that's perfect.
Listen,
The
being
pizza's
part
on
of the cult of the Za is very important.
We'll be organized. Yeah, I think I don't have anything else in my What's Up zone. We're at about almost at 350.
Thank you, Aaron.
But
Well,
I don't even have to tab over to know Aaron posted the gift. I'm like, I can see it in my mind's eye. I don't have that thing where I can't imagine things in my head. But do you have anything else you would want to talk about in the What's Up zone? Because we may want to mention Rain.
We're gonna mention Rain. I'm not gonna let you go without it.
All right, so you do want to mention Rain. All right. So if there was anything else, because that would be talking about the cult of the Za is like that immediately got me thinking in that direction, and it's like, okay, that would probably be a good segue.
No, well, hold on to that thought.
Okay.
Lucky has been watching a lot of anime. Turns out there was more
anime.
anime that I was excited for than I previously thought. I've actually watched several things. Unfortunately, though, we have not hit yet the 3-episode mark, and as I said, Lucky's personal rule of thumb, and I do want to say that generally the rule of the internet is generally want to give something 3 episodes before you say yay or nay. And we don't, and like I said, not everything is even out right now. We still got things trickling out over the next couple weeks. So this time, I'm going to try my damnedest to actually talk about anime. It is one of the few things that gives me joy in this life, and I want to share that experience with all of you.
And I do know at least that some people do want to, like, there are people out there who ask you in Mailbag and stuff about, what anime you watching.
Yes. No, but like I said, I do want to say that I've been pleasantly surprised, and there have been more things that I wanted to watch than I previously had thoughts. So I will try to get my notes in order for that. But speaking of notes in order, yes, let's talk about Rain and why there's no public episode this week.
Yes.
So at the top of it, I'm going to say, at the base of all, it's my fault. Lucky a few days ago was saying, hey guys, I didn't like the episode. Can we possibly not post it and redo it? There was a bit of discussion about it back and forth, but ultimately everyone agreed to not post it. I do believe that Omega said that he will still post it to Patreons. So if you are interested in hearing the gas leak, as Loth calls it, of an episode, please support us on Patreon to hear it.
Yes, if you want to hear it, you got to give me and Lucky $1. Which I think is a fair trade. And yes, I have not posted it yet, but I will post it. I asked you if that was okay, and you're like, that's all right. Because I mentioned this when you first brought it up. Like, usually when we start a brand new campaign, I'm always like, making sure, hey, everybody's okay with being recorded and stuff. And like, generally, it's just good etiquette when you're recording people and posting them on the internet. If at any point they go, hey man, do we have to post that? I'm like, I would err on the side of not posting it. But I also know, that you don't want to one guy the whole team. So
no,
we talked it out, and generally everybody was like, yeah, no, we can skip it. Yes, it is a weird gas leak because it feels like a gas leak because like Dallas deleted it. I don't know why he did because he added me, but he said like comment on it of like, I agree with his point of like the episode seemed like it was going fine, like we were in a good mood, and then it just got kind of weird and lost, and then kind of sour at the end.
Yeah. So the episode started off pretty good. We were getting through some scenes, but Lucky wasn't feeling his bestest. Like I said, like I snapped at Axe. At one point, I snapped at Dallas, and that actually had us playing a bunch of inside baseball that took up a lot of time. And then we tried doing the meeting, which we started out pretty good, but I got super distracted by other things, and I started fading. And I literally couldn't keep it together. Omega actually pointed out, he noted how I was like taking longer pauses and I wasn't actually even rolling on how I was. And yeah, no, it was definitely a goop zone. And
it's one of those weird things where like I've gotten pretty good. I mean, we even talk about it in the recording of like we've been doing this for 66 sessions. Like I think I have a pretty good tell for like everybody's kind of like pace of play basically. So like there were definitely moments where there would be a gap in a conversation where other people would speak or you would speak or I would say something in response. And then I was like, hold on, I felt that pause. And it's like, something's going on. Well, you're going to get snapped at more saying that, but it's...
Axe, do you like people being confrontational with you?
I don't know, because like, I mean, I would say this, Axe, trying to develop a self-effacing sense of humor is like, that's a mechanism, but it's hard to tell, because sometimes I don't think you enjoy the confrontation. Axe, at least, like the back and forth you had was, like, Axe made an aside comment, and he is absolutely, and I think he's genuine about it, he's like, that I shouldn't have said that. That wasn't how I wanted to say that. But he said it, so it happened, and then you responded, and, like, we all had that moment. Like, I think most of us have said after the fact of just, like, Yeah, it was weird, and we didn't feel like we were bringing our A game. Like, I even said this, like, you started talking about it as kind of like the post-game carnage, but I was, like, already up in my room pacing, being like, no. There were parts of that, how that ended, I didn't like that. No, what am I gonna...
Lucky had a full-on crash out after the session.
Yeah, you crashed out. Aaron punched his fridge.
Like, it was...
That,
like, I said, I did not have fun with the session. And so, like...
Well,
after, like, I had my crash out and slept, I woke up and thought about it. I was like, no, I still feel the same.
Yeah, but it was very emotional around, and like I said, I wasn't sure, actually. It could have been jury duty related, but yes, it was a whole thing. Like I said, I was already thinking about, like, immediately, like, working on my hindsight and pacing around the room, and so when you started bringing it up, I'm like, yes, no, I also did not feel great about that, and I've been thinking about how to do it, and, like, with a little time, you know, you, like you said, you phrased it as, can we just redo the session, and I'm like, I mean, I said it with 2 points, I'm like, one, well, it was 2 actually, but one of them was the point I already brought up earlier, which is like, if you don't want to post the session publicly, I'm okay with that. Like, you're quoting me when saying we played inside baseball, but like it was inside baseball. Like, there's no other way to describe it. Like, we were talking about character and role play and like macro scale, like out of game shit. Like, you know, how is Dallas role playing his character? Like, and you know, like who's you know doing what planning and shit, like live on tape, basically. And it's like that shouldn't be in the session for the sake of our game, and that shouldn't be in the session for the sake of the thing we're posting. Like, it gets messy at points, and it's just like, no, we didn't necessarily have to have that discussion. No, yes, actually, like, as you had your crash out in the Secret Tabletop Ball, Axe and I actually talked about a lot of stuff, like privately about the game and, like, you know, being prepped for things and stuff. And I mentioned this later, you know, you talked about how, like, you did want to shift your mentality. I almost said mental. That does work as an abbreviation, but I should say shift your mentality about Rain about some stuff. And, like, you know, but, like, you know, I even mentioned, like, you know, Axe even came to me and is like, you know, if there is planning I need to be doing, you know, make sure, give me a heads up, like send me on stuff I should be thinking about, or like what parts of my notes I should reread to prep me. And I'm like, well, yeah, I can, like, if I'm gonna, I mean, I probably already said this, but in that moment I was definitely like, all right, if I'm gonna send you on like a decision tree or a thing, I'll definitely make sure I you know, like I said, brief you, hand you the stuff you need to know to make the decision.
And, like, and see, this is one of the things that, like made me upset, like, mostly at myself. At the stuff I didn't want to necessarily blame anyone with this. But I had spent, like, time in, like, the previous, like, week leading up to this, making sure that everyone had ideas and stuff to think about in game for the upcoming meeting that we wanted to have. And I don't know if it was whether because I was talking too much, or I did not signify there was time for people to talk, or I did not bring it up, but it was still very hard to get people to bring up points. Like, Axe even posted the list of things he wanted to talk about, like, in the session, in the game, but did not talk about them. And I'm, like, sitting here trying to figure out why.
Yeah, it's what, like, we just, like I said, that's the part that's, like, confusing, is, like, that's the gas leak part, like, getting lost in the sauce part, is, like, I even talked about this multiple times later, I'm like, Axe posted his fucking agenda, like, well, I will say this, I mean, you put it in the chat, it's been said, but, like, it wasn't on mic, so, like, I was like, you can refer to that later, and even mention, okay, we'll bring that up later, you know, we can reiterate it, if, you know, like I said, Axe typed all that, so I think I said I think it was in session, I was like, well, if you don't want to literally say it out loud for like the microphone, we can just refer back to it later. But then, like, it just didn't happen in the focus to refer back to it. And some of that I think was like your distraction, was like you missed a couple beats, and I've talked about this, you know, obviously, like I said, I wasn't happy with how I ran that session. I have to mea culpa. We're all mea culpa-ing. That's like, everybody in the squad wants to blame themselves except for maybe Dallas.
But no, like, the thing about the list is, I thought that was a list for you to reference. I never got the impression that list is something that you brought up during the meeting that we were having. Because it was, if I remember that list, it was a wide list of things, of multiple topics. Like, I think
that's you being a little too self-effacing, acts of being like, oh, well, you know, we're working through the stuff I brought up. It's like, no, if you actually thought about this, you know, that's the moment where we want to work through this.
Like, I personally thought that list was for you to look at and go, you as Leslock would be like, Leslock would like to bring up the idea of blank and, you know, read off part of the list. And we don't actually do a big role play about it. We just make a decision and move on.
And that, I think, is a great way to handle it.
Yes.
When you guys have agendas, if you bullet them out, like I said, Aaron was frustrated that he didn't get some of his thoughts out, but he wrote them down later, and we will actually get back through some of that.
Axe, the bullets and topics was not a answer sheet you handed me into a quiz. It was supposed to be talking points for the meeting we were going to have.
Yes. And hopefully we get some more of that element across. That was indeed part of the conversation we had back and forth. But also some of the stuff was like, there would have had to have been an audible, like if we were just running it down, and Axe may not have thought of this at the time, but I think this was part of the confusion with the team was, we talked about this at the meeting, but there was other stuff that was like not covered yet, even that people were thinking about, because like you mentioned this at the start of the meeting, I think when we were all a little more cogent, which was like, oh no, we're not inviting, the Lady Admiral to this meeting. We're going to talk to her later after we set policy internally,
Yes.
Like, and then we'll set policy, then we'll bring our plan to her. And that like definitely caused a couple, like, I think Dallas did an audible backspace because he was like, all right, hold on, let me rewind. Like I said, Dallas had no mea culpa because he was on the opposite end of this. He had his head on straight for like the first time in like 2 or 3 weeks after being sick and gooped out and like putting stuff off.
Actually, Dallas was actually pretty good. He didn't like, aside from like our the when I snapped at him, he was pretty in there with his character. He didn't like talk too much, but if he had something he wanted to say, he said it. So like, no, he was there. Like, I think,
and I think even like, honestly, I think Dallas. Everybody, I think, enjoyed that conversation or snap you had at Dallas more than you did. You definitely are like blaming yourself for like sidestepping the session into it, which I understand, and I agree with the principle of the thing. I'm not gonna be like, yes, Lucky, you were wrong. It was bad of you. Yeah, newspaper. But like, I also understand that like you didn't enjoy it, so like, yeah, obviously, I'm not gonna talk you out of being mad at yourself. That was like one of my number one things as we were all having this conversation, especially with you and Axe, was being like, okay, I can't just tell you not to be mad at yourself. That's not gonna fucking work. No, this is to cross the cut that Axe, I'm hopefully exaggerating saying about evil. No, Lucky is being snippy with you when he's like, oh, you're enjoying my pain, but that is also his version of the self-effacing thing where like he wasn't happy to have that conversation in retrospect and like doesn't want people to think of it as like a good thing. You were engaged in that conversation, I should say Axe, because I'm playing a game of telephone here because Axe is in text chat as we usually is when we talk about Rain. It's part of our expanded Rain, commentary, the director's cut commentary on it, developer commentaries. But like, you were engaged in that conversation because you felt like you had been kind of like slipping for your own reasons. You felt energized by that because you actually got to have you had opinions about how Dallas plays his character and how that is sometimes confusing to you. And you actually got to like intelligently engage with those things and like discuss it with the group when sometimes you feel like you're not intelligently discussing things with the group. Like it's just a thing where like it's fucking psychology and bullshit, and like you're both being hard on yourselves about different things. So like to me it's like whatever, but also it's like that thing I said where it's like, yeah, I can't talk you out of being mad at yourself because I'm mad at myself about stuff too. But like I said, that conversation was not a detriment, I think, to Dallas, because Dallas is usually pretty busy throughout the week, so he does not always get to engage in the side chatter with us. So like he doesn't always get to have these conversations about his character.
Also, Dallas is very good about letting water just go off his back.
Yeah, Dallas is great about that. Because I think he did actually take some of your criticism to heart as well. He was like, he realized, because that was in the middle of a scene he was doing, he was like, I think I'm not trying to roleplay this out in character as Nicola, I'm not being as exact with my language as I am. Because later in the meeting, he was being much more, like, precise with how he's talking. And, like, I think somebody maybe even mentioned or commented on it. And, like, he was like, oh, well, we're in a, it's not an open meeting, but we're in a public setting where I'm, here in an official position. Of course I'm going to be more respectful versus if this was just, the 5 of us or whatever. Thank you, Robin. You're great. You're doing great. That, though, is, like, my mea culpa is, like, I realized when you had your crash out, like, the honesty thing came through, and I'm like, it's really weird, but the point that stuck out to me was, like, when you were, like, yelling for, like, the others to start planning everything, and you were like, we're gonna plan this and that and the other thing, we're gonna plan for the Prince's Grand Tour, and I'm like, wait a minute, you guys don't have to plan the Prince's Grand Tour. That's not how that was pitched to you, like, you've been on the Grand Tour with him. That's a thing that he does. you might have to plan for it, you might have to plan around it because it's a thing that's going to happen, and you guys might have, political agenda goals or character agendas to answer in, but you guys don't have to plan that. And that kind of like got me thinking of like, shit, that's my problem. Not just me, but I think as a group, we've gotten too much as the group into the micromanagey planny, like planning the macro.
Mhm.
And that, like you yourself, that's the thing you've said. Well, you may mention it or talk more about it later, if you want to. About like that's part of your decision of like you're like reorienting where you're thinking about Rain.
Mhm.
But like that was a group like decision to me. Like we had a lot of fun in the first half of the post time skip. Those sessions were much more meandering. Also, by the way, Chad, I want to point out to you, I randomly picked it up to put it back, but I'm still holding it. As I have this conversation picture, I'm holding Red Storm Rising in my hand and gesturing with it. Because I like put it down and picked it back up, but now I'm holding it as a prop. And I realized this in a moment of self-awareness, which I often have later. But you guys as a group are like, okay, we're having fun, but we have big long-term goals we need to fucking tackle. We need to get on this shit more. And I think we got a little too much in our grind set of like trying to like lock in lots of different things and have lots of things happen in an orderly fashion, while also, like I said, you in particular are trying to avoid one-guying the team, especially after you slightly one-guyed the team, but I do want to say the team let themselves be one-guyed. They let themselves be led because it didn't come up before. I'm still slightly flummoxed by that
scarred
conversation.
my heart.
I know. I'm also still kind of like, again, not like scarred, but I'm just like bamboozled by just like, how did that happen? But like, we're making these deliberate plays to like try and pace this out, and it's just like, no, that's my version of the decision is like, the team's too stressed out playing Rain. This is a game for fun. We're playing, pretend. We're doing improv theater. It's supposed to be fun. I think, and multiple people have said at times it's stressful for them in different ways. Like even Loth says that like he has fun, but like him doing the kind of like hardcore roleplay stuff is like stressful to him sometimes. Like it's hard for him to, he's born to dilly dally, forced to lock in Rain.
Yeah.
So like that's tough for him. So like, yeah, like, so I'm like, my realization was like, I have not been on my ball in my Rain game. It was over a holiday break. We took some time off. I'm like, fuck it. I need to like get on my A game and like sort this out a little. And like, I need to do like some of the stuff that I'd done for the summer court and like ask you guys what your agenda is and what your plan is. And then kind of like do the research myself and like either present you with clear cut options to run through. Sorry, I paused there because I still have my fucking download tab open and yet another patch has launched for Far Far West. Everybody, make sure you're updating. It's only like 8 kilobytes, but still, I'm just like, new build, new bug fix. Who dis? But like, you guys don't necessarily need to be stressing about the exact planning all the time, right? Because like, it's a game. Like, you should be thinking about stuff and kind of have idea of what you'd want to do. Because if you don't have an idea of what you want to do, we can't do the thing, Yeah.
See, because here's one of the things that I realize, and it's probably one of the reasons why we've been having problems with disconnects and people necessarily haven't been able to get in full-on conversation. Lucky likes fiddly bits and nitty-gritty. I do. I like dialing down on the most minute of details in making our planning. And that's how I've been treating Rain so far here. Like, Rain, like, as a broad whole, we probably don't need to be, like, we probably did not need to actually be, like, super specific on where the C fort was going to be. Pulling up, the maps of Norlon and being like, yes, no, we have, our weakest naval point is here. Let us, put the C fort here. We really did not need to actually do that. All we needed to really say was all like, do we want to do ships or do we want to do a C fort?
And, I would probably have asked you, like, what coast or what region, especially if you do buy the defensive terrain asset, because then, it only works when you're based around the defensive terrain. So, like, having an eyeball idea is good for mechanics.
But it's, like, one of those things of, like, it's not something that we should, like, I should have doubled down on the outset. This should have been something that Omega would bring up, then we can answer the question and move on. Because when we engage in conversation, people respond, and then people respond to the respond. Like, this is one of those things that, this is why we can't let Axe and Omega talk too long, because Omega will respond forever, and Axe will keep bringing up points.
Yeah, Axe kind of like his mental is to just kind of like almost like freebase conversations. Like, he'll bring up a thing, he'll talk about it, and then he'll have another idea, and he is compelled to bring it up because otherwise it's like stuck with him. It doesn't get formed until he gets to say it out loud.
Yes.
And like I said, there's some bounce back and forth. Sometimes there are moments where, like, I do not respond. Like, that did actually happen in the session where, like, he had a neuron fire and said something, like, right out, which did cut you off a little. It's always hard to tell exactly when we're talking over each other with Discord lag, but, like, you were launching into an in-character thing, and he kind of just out of character just, like, said the answer out loud. And when he just kind of said the answer out of context, I said, well, the NPC just kind of shrugs because he doesn't have a lot of context for that. And then you resumed your role play and explained it in character and provided context, and I was like, yes, now he understands that better. So, like, it, you're supposed to always yes-and in improv and stuff like that, but it is kind of that moment of just, like, sometimes if you just fire a thought, like a single concrete point without going somewhere, the characters are just going to shrug. But a lot of the characters that Laszlo wants to talk to, like, would probably have something to say if Laszlo just says stuff. And God knows, if I have the character voice, I could probably run it for forever, even if I don't have a lot of other notes. We discussed that after the fact. Your scene with Sidwell Cowrie, which was pretty good, was a pretty good part of the session early. Like, that probably did run on a little long because you and me were just banting back and forth.
No, like, the cutoff point was supposed to be, Enos telling, Sidwell, I'm not giving up my relationship with Lucy, but I think we got a little got lost in translation there, so I wasn't exactly picking up what Sidwell was putting down, so it led to it going on maybe a little bit longer than I was intending.
And I will say, I don't really know if it's a failing, but it is a quirk of myself. I'm always ready as a game master to provide more context if you guys have it. Like, I am absolutely one to be like, well, you don't fucking know. Like, if you guys are speculating, or if you guys are making guesses, or like you ask me, Omega, what's the answer to this question? And I'm like, well, you wouldn't know that. You don't know that thing. Can you roll some dice for me? And sometimes you're like, nah. Or sometimes you're like, yeah, roll. Nothing. I'm like, all right, you don't know. But if you guys would possess the context, I'm always ready to provide more, because I don't know. That's just my own mentality about, like, game design and tabletops is, like, it's more interesting when the players have context to understand the decisions they're making.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said with, like, the planning minutia, you really like drilling down like that. I, as a writer, as a game master, I also really like pocket lint, which is how my creative writing professor phrased it, as, like, or the creative writing exercise is also known as what's in that character's pockets. Like, these details are technically meaningless, but are illustrative. Like, I love to flesh out through detail.
Like, it's like talking about the border forts and the systems that they will use, or the details on the tunnel through the Shadow Pass. Ultimately, those don't matter. Those don't matter to the game. Those don't matter to the game. They're, like you said, illustrative and decorative and fun to talk about. But ultimately, it takes up time, and if other players do not have input on that, it alienates them from the game. Which is one of the problems that I think that we're having with Aaron. Aaron definitely has his own ideas and thoughts and stuff, and wanted to bring some up, but because we were drilling down on so much of the little details on the finer points, he did not get opportunities to bring them up. And like I said, that was like one of the things that pissed me off. Also, like, I think and that because Aaron I want Aaron to also be involved in all the planning and stuff. He's the fucking the heir to the fucking household, house and all this other stuff. We're trying to make him stand on his own, separate from his own brother. But we're not necessarily giving him the best opportunities to speak. So I'm like, this is one of those things of like, no, we have to be more general with our world building and details, and I need to step away from making plans. Because I love making plans. I'm great at making plans. Lucky is an amazing planner. Like, I might not be like the best at fucking like tactics and strategy, but I fucking kill at logistics. So
you have a great talent when it comes to tabletop games and other stuff to, like, think of an idea, and your instinct is to run out in front of your idea and figure out all the things that are going to get in its way.
Yes. So I'm very good at that. But like I said, that's a lot of little steps. In this game, every little step I take, sorry, that was a musical reference. It fucking got me.
Every step I take, every move you make,
I'll be watching you. but that detracts from what other players can and should do. Like, I should not necessarily be, like, I talked about this, is if, like, one of the players wants to put me on a project for them, I'll do that, but I should not get on that project myself. Like, Axe has already said that, Enos is still on the wedding planning project, and I'm like, yeah, no duh, he's the master of ceremonies. He should be planning out the, the big royal wedding.
Well, also, I think when Les, like, assigned you that goal as well, part of it was like, hey, you helped make this happen, bud. You're along for the ride, too. And, Enos, of course, would shrug and go, yeah, duh. Obviously, cuz.
But, like, and, like, to some extent, like, Enos will probably still be involved with the trip to A, because he might, be diplomatic things. Also, he might be planning, planning a murder.
He's thinking about some espionage stuff. I mean, also, like, that's just a case of, like, I'm sure Conrad or Aaron will have some input for Conrad, because that's the other half of his family. But, like, the A thing was the number one thing that I was worried about when you were crashing out and being like, no, I'm not planning anything anymore. I'm out.
No. Well, the thing is, I'm not stopping with the egg planning, but I'm stepping back on it.
Yes. But, like, yeah, like I said, you were crashing out, like you said. You were fully being done with it, and like you said, you cooled down overnight, but you kind of stuck with the sentiment. But, like, my fear was immediately like, oh shit, that means that's going to be a thing that, like, the group has pre-planned at this point, and then nobody's going to have any, like, drive to fill it in. But hopefully it's in there. It's not all 66 sessions to delegate, but
the egg trip is still going to happen, because, like I said, Enos's big vibe is, united time. And so, strengthening our.
God knows you've already started working on that. You sent diplomats. You made company roles, which is a thing that, like, I mean, it's a limited resource, so, players are want to be stingy, but it's a thing that should be happening a little bit more. It's the thing I'm thinking about. I also like talking about, like, the raid logistics. It's like, yeah, we do a lot of planning, and then we're thinking so far ahead to just be, like, pulling the trigger and making rolls, because, like, that's the part of the whole this big macro scale company action thing is use your elixirs is like, you guys have X number of dice to roll per month on this shit, and it's like, yeah, you guys should roll some shit. Like, not every one of these rolls is going to be punishing, and I know that some of that is, like, again, growing pains. This is our first time playing this system, like, not to put out Axe too much, because, like I said, he's already down on himself about this kind of thing, but it's like, I know that, like, sometimes he has trouble picking out more esoteric options when there are clearly mechanically defined options on the list. Like, a lot of the examples of company rolls are very strict, like, here's how you roll this thing to increase your stat. And it's like, we don't need to do that whole thing. But it's like, there's more general things you can do. You even did it. Like I mentioned, you sent diplomats to do, was it? It was the espionage roll, I think, was it? But it's the roll to, like, actually, no, it was be informed to set up an espionage roll. That's right. You pre-rolled your be informed.
No, it was an espionage. It was an espionage roll, but what it does is it's going to give me, for every month that they're in cover, up to 2 months, I can get a +1 die on my next espionage roll, which is going to be when we're in Egglands, and I'm trying to figure out where the fuck Yisben Frand is up to, and if I have to go murk a bitch.
Yes, yeah. So you did, no matter what, I don't remember which mechanical roll it was, because it was now several months ago, but you made a roll with a company roll to set up a future company roll to set up personal scale shit,
Yes.
Like, which is kind of the way it's supposed to be. Basically, we've talked about this before, but Rain's game design, sorry, I feel like I'm rapidly talking because I could use a snack, but it's 1:30, so we're not gonna. If I'm gonna get a snack, we're gonna end the episode. But I'm like, I gotta slow myself down a little. I'm like, you're passionate, you're hungry, literally. The episode's not gonna be over faster just because you talk faster. But we've talked before about how Rain's game design is supposed to work, and I think it's basically supposed to be, I mean, kind of like a pendulum, but maybe more like a rubber band thing, where, like, usually what you do is you either start personal scale, character roles, and you build up to a company role, like by giving it bonuses and stuff, and the company role is the payoff, or, and sometimes as a result of, you go from company roles to, like, macro scale and then step it down. Like, for instance, something that will probably happen is with the Ivory Island Corsairs, those guys in the Ivory Islands, that will probably be, like, that's going to start with, like, some company roles, possibly boosted by personal character stat rolls, and to do big company moves, and then that will probably step down into all right, you've defeated them militarily, they're crushed, they've got a fortress here, or a stronghold there, or you have taken over their stronghold, and now you're gonna, ransack it for, like, plot coupons.
Plot coupons!
You're gonna steal all their plot tokens. find all their
love the
their
ads.
chests, see what cool class drops you got.
Mhm.
Oh, fending gear again. By the way, completely unrelated, but like I've been doing a lot of. I have been trying to play, even though I've been sick. FF14, been doing a lot of Mistwake. It's been fucking forever. Like the amount of non-caster drops I get when I'm trying to get caster drops is immense. But like Rain is supposed to have this kind of like stepping up and down, and I feel like we've been doing the. Arc still doesn't have the aiming top specifically. Damn. Desire sensor, man, it do be like that. Maybe that can be something we can do on a stream if it's not too boring. We can just crunch Mistwake over and over again. I finally did get most of my stuff up to there. Literally only do expert on range. It's very funny. But we've been doing the equivalent of planning for company actions, basically, but we're not rolling the dice, right? Like we're not doing the mechanical, the game part of the game is we're out there a little. Sorry, there's a separate text conversation I was responding to. But yeah, so like. And like I said, I don't think it's wrong of you to go, I should, step out into the space. And like, it took a little bit. I think, yes. Now, if I'm remembering the session right, Axe even already thought of this because I don't remember, did you pitch it first or did you agree? Because there was a conversation about what we're going to do about the Ivory Island Corsairs in the session. And that got kind of like nebulously moved around to like, we don't need to work on that right now. We're gonna do some other stuff. But like, there was definitely like I'm trying to remember the order of operations. You might have suggested Logesh as the commander first.
It wasn't me. I was completely tapped out.
All right, then maybe that was. Hey, Axe, here is I know you like positive feedback. Here's the positive reinforcement. That may have been your own idea, but at some point in the session, Axe, as Leslock says, and Logesh will be our commander. I might have suggested. I don't know. I'm so subtle though. I am people in the setting. But I wasn't being a person in the setting, so if I did kind of as an aside be like, well, you could make Logesh your commander. Like I said, definitely you jumped on it and we're 100% like, yeah, that's what we're doing, and you've stuck to your guns on that one of like, locking into like, no, that is a great idea because that's a great way to play to Logesh's character strengths. He is supposed to be a commander general type guy. He's always been built as that guy. And he's done a little bit of it with some of your more minor company-on-company conflicts, but like he hasn't really got a chance to really flex in that one. So that's a great way to like actually play to his character goals, and also is a thing that Loth can do that gives him a concrete amount of goals that he can work on. He can think about what he wants to do, and it's still his responsibility if he ends up going, fuck it, we ball.
But yeah,
Loth is one of my players who's not afraid to just be like, fuck it, we'll roll some dice.
Yeah, but no, turning the spotlight back on me. But this was something that I was realizing is I was getting involved in basically every single plan in some way or fashion, and it was slightly stressing me out. Well, actually, that's a lie. It was really stressing me out. Lucky's very good at masking. Like I snap a lot, but generally I don't actually, I have what's the way to put it? Quick bursts of anger. I don't necessarily have anything like long form. If I am mad at someone, I am mad for someone in that moment and only in that moment, despite what Axe may think.
We've talked about this. That's one of those things where you and I are very similar in that respect, where like if I get pissed off, I usually get like if I get genuinely angry, I usually get really angry for a little bit and then I get over it. Like I let it out. And honestly, oftentimes to myself, I will think later of like, could have done that better.
Yeah.
But, you're mad, so it comes out in the moment.
Mad. But, like, for, like, all this time, I've been, somewhat frustrated with, I feel like I've been, like, doing a majority of the planning and trying to push the story forward and stuff, and I've realized that's because I keep, trying to make all the plans to push the story forward. If other people if things need to happen, I need to give the space for other people to do that. Actually, you need to look in the mirror for that combo. You still give Dallas so much shit.
You do. It is a little, yeah. Dallas gets a lot of crap. Dallas usually lets it go. Sometimes Axe, I feel like Axe and Dallas's conversations, you'll see this on Fail Portrayals sometimes. Sometimes they will get into a little, and Dallas will just kind of like shoot back in his Dallas way. And Axe, I feel like sometimes you're a little bit like, what? Fuck me? What for? And it's like, well, it's because you're. If you don't know it, you're riding his ass a little bit, bud. You're getting on his case. And like we said, Dallas has his own flaws and foibles. This was part of the reason why Lucky had a snap, and we had a whole conversation about what the fuck is his character's deal, man. And always one of those moments of things. God, shit, it's reminding me because we were talking about passions. I'm like, I need to double check what the fuck everybody's got going on in their missions, actually. If everybody has missions and has them understand. What was that?
Mine is formed the Atoll Club, still.
Oh, well, luckily, without being reminded, I already planned for that one.
Oh, excellent. Woo!
It's already in my brain. I already got stuff. Though, good on you. I thought of this with my powers of hindsight. Because you invited Narissa to that meeting, which was a good decision, by the way, to start getting her involved in more things.
Yeah.
But like, definitely gave me that moment of just like, oh yeah, no, it's good. But yes, like you said, that aside, we've said this. Dallas is not afraid to, if he's getting push. If he is getting pushback or if he is getting criticism, he's not afraid to argue the point. But also, he is not afraid to take shit under advisement and start changing his ways. I think that was actually a part of the conversation that was important for future role-playing stuff. Was out of character, you were kind of on him for some of his interactions with Prince Menas.
Yeah.
Prince Menas.
I thought it was Prince Menas.
No, I think that's too many vowels because it's spelled. I think it's spelled with just one A, one E.
Yeah, no, if it was Meneas, it'd be two A's, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be a long A or there'd be an E in there somewhere. So it should just be Prince Menas.
Prince Menas.
Which is like I cracked in the session about, I didn't deliberately write it this way for his name to sound like menace. But that was a thing that I was like, right, that I brought up that I think is important to keep in mind, is that Enos has not broached his personal private reservations about the second prince to Nicola. Like, that is not actually, a thing that's been brought up for Nicola to think about in character. Out of character, you guys are all like, this guy's suspicious as fuck. And definitely some of, I think, of Nicola's interactions with him are Dallas going like, oh, this guy's got some stuff going on. I need to be a part of this. Dallas also not afraid to... Dallas sees a train wreck coming and says, where can I buy my ticket? It's the number one thing to love and hate about Dallas as a player character is, or as a game player, is like, he like I said, he sees a fucking train wreck and he's like, I want on that ride. And sometimes the crew has to be like, Dallas, that's fucking stupid. Like we said, this is another port where you and Dallas have very different mentality, Lucky. You see a train wreck coming and you are like, I must stop this train. My train is going to explode. No, how can I fix my train? Mm-hmm. Or you cause the train wreck because that was your plan all along. But you know what I mean, Chad.
Be careful. Lucky has some potential train wrecks plans and rain if things don't go the way I like.
Yeah. That's okay. I also, like I said, it's that thing of like, I got some, honestly, I think I've like, it's weird to think about that I could be very heavy-handed, but I have not been super heavy-handed with you guys. Like, it's something I need to encourage you guys to get a little more loosey-goosey with. And I did privately about a couple of things. X in that conversation we had after the session, like, bemoaned to me that he's like, man, I want to get weirder and, like, get more of, like, the much more, like, sinister spells for Leslock, but also, like, out of character and in character as Leslock, we're taking our relationship as the Marquis very seriously and don't want to, like, fuck up his personal reputation or the reputation of the house with that. And I'm like, what the people don't know, they don't gotta know. You can have a little, make characters can make bad decisions. You can let that get out there. But like, I remember, like, I think part of our bamboozling was Conrad was, or Aaron as for Conrad was thinking about certain things happening on a certain day in the calendar. And like early on, you were like, no, we want to make sure we got our thing going on before this happens on this day. So we'll move that to this day. And, like, I mentioned it in passing, but I probably should have emphasized it a little better. You guys could have just asked the High King nicely to keep that one in his pocket until you guys were ready, Like, I understand that in the session we wanted to get to the new hotness sooner, but, like, no, technically you could have told him to wait one. Like, you guys are God knows you guys are powerful, important, and the characters have a lot of stuff going on. You could be like, homie, I need 5.
Well, you did say that, but it felt like one of the, like, this might be a personal foible, but I feel like that, like, I don't know, I just didn't feel like it was...
Like I said, it's a thing that I mentioned in passing, but did not emphasize, and it's like,
yeah,
obviously, on the one hand, I do want to leave you guys options to, like, kick cans down the road, or, like, to have that moment to have your input on things, you know, obviously, like, it's not a railroad. I don't want to just be like, all right, here's what's happening. You know, and just plot it all myself in the background. But there are definitely, like, I think that, like, there are times when, as the group, you're like, oh, we have, you know, deadlines, we got, like, again, this is part of the, like, my great de-stressing revelation of, like, you know, you guys are worried about some of these things that even I set up, and it's like, no, you guys have a little more agency than you think sometimes, and, like, need to get better at shaking, because, like, there could be conflict about, like, things and pushback, and, like, there could be consequences. I could get your guys' ass on some stuff if you do some crazy shit. God knows, you know, Nicola is maybe not lucky, but is more fortunate that you did talk him out of some of his crazier, stupider ideas, because y'all know that if he actually did those dumb ideas, I would be like, all right, good for you, bud. Talking about wanting to separate his clone, and I'm just sitting out over here, I'm like, oh, you are so losing permanent hitboxes in this, buddy. If you actually successfully divide your soul, I will hit you with the downsides, bud. But, like, you know, at the same time, I want you guys to have the opportunity to foible around and to fuck up. Like, honestly, I think that was a great character moment for, like, it was a slow burn to get there because, like, it was our early phase problem where, like, much like you doing some of your goldsmithing projects, like, Aaron would just be like, oh, I have a free hour, I wargman. I'm off wargmanning. I'm stalking the streets doing stuff. And you know, like, I would pepper out breadcrumbs to be like, does the Wargman want to do something? And he's like, no, Wargman's playing it cool. But then when he went full Wargman, like, he got beat up a little bit. He got a little endangered. I think that moment lives rent free for a lot of us because that's the moment where Lucky was like laying down on his bed being cool, and he like sat up and like did the oh shit for real meme. Like, yeah, how much damage did he take? And like that got you guys all worried, but like that was the real drama, right? Like technically Conrad as Wargman made a mistake. He should not have gone in there, even with just the backup of Kefis Verity, but he did. So like we learned from that, and that had very memorable moments. And like so, sometimes I think I need to make sure you guys have enough leash to fuck up a little on your own initiative. Like I said, I like to give context. I like to talk you guys out of blatantly bad ideas, or at least warn you, hey bud, you're about to do something really fucking dumb. And like I said, sometimes the players turn to me and go, yes, I am. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah. No, like, that's the thing with Dallas. If I can talk to Dallas and he says, no, I still want to do this, usually I'm like, all right, fine. But
if he's committed to the bit, so, and then other times you talk him out of it because like he has not thought this all the way through. He, like I said, Dallas has a metaphorical 9 to 5.
Mm-hmm.
He has a job that requires him to activate his brain power many days of the week, so he does not always have time to josh with us off screen and like plan out his ideas in the text chat ahead of time. So sometimes he is developing his plan middle of the session, and sometimes he will say something and he will realize, oh fuck, this plan's not going to work. And sometimes it's because we tell him Dallas is not going to work. But yeah, it's so funny. Like I know that like Axe says this as like a stressor, as like he's like, man, we've been doing this for like 66 sessions and we still got our shit together. But I'm like, you know, at the same time, I'm like, I don't know, man. That's how it always feels. Like we're always learning new shit. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just thinking about our trench stories, our war stories. You know, you mentioned earlier you joined us when we were doing Wild Talents. God knows that one was full of taking too long to get things because the team would constantly split up and like get off on their own bits. And like,
I remember how we crashed one of our Star Wars games because me and Ron got in a fucking row over gambling winnings.
Yeah, like just dumb character stuff, which was it was supposed to be in character, but I think Ron wasn't making it very clear that it was an in character decision. Like, and you even talked about this, right? Like you said, you were thinking of it as like the party's shit. And like, no, it was like a personal moment and like just got into an absolute fight about like player trust versus character secrets. And God knows, like I said, Wild Talents was full of fucking wacky wild shit with the players. This was before you joined, but I think we told the story because it was so memorable. Like, Marth's character Boris was on the outs of the crew for a while because Vera, melted his arms off. That's why he needed robot arms.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was a thing that happened. That was PvP. Was like, admittedly, he was trying to, he was following through his character goals of like killing some people that the team wanted to recruit. Oh god, I'm trying to remember their names because they were still hanging around when you joined. It was Torch was the flamethrower guy, and
yeah,
I don't remember what Miss Grenade Throw was, but it was those guys.
No, they were hanging
don't
out at
remember.
the firehouse.
Yeah. I don't remember her handle, but like that, like Fang and Vera were like, oh, we can get these guys to flip on the family, and Boros was like, no, my mission from my overlords in the Russian mafia is kill these guys. And so again, talking about Vera's character was wild, of just like her growing into her weird god complex of just like, oh, I'll just melt your arms off and fix them later. And then he was still mad at the team, so she like didn't fix his arms. And like, I think that worked for character stuff because like Barth got to kind of redesign his character, not as just on super soldier drugs. Like he was basically like, he started as basically like Bullseye or like a Captain America type guy. Like he took some fucking jank super soldier drugs and was like had super reflexes. And then it was like, then he literally became Adam Jensen. I kept wanting to say Denton. That's wrong. It's Adam Jensen. Like I never asked for this, you know, with his cyborg arms and stuff and some spinal implants. And the team made up eventually. But like I said, like, so I don't know how many sessions that we played, but it was a lot of sessions because we would get lost in the sauce frequently and just fuck around and do stuff. So many unnecessary stealth missions from people in the team. I'm going to sneak ahead and reconnoiter. All right. Okay. You learn this. You learn this. You learn this. Oh, you failed your stealth roll. There's a fight anyway. The inevitable getting caught in another solid.
I think this is why I have a much easier time playing Claymore and fucking Frack. I just hit things. I don't do plans.
And that's, I will say, that is to your credit. You are pretty good at like sticking to like it's what my character would do type stuff of like when you are playing, especially with Frack, right? I mean, it's funny to call Frack dumb muscle when he had like 45 int or whatever, but like that's the role you're playing and the crew is dumb muscle, and it's like, no, I don't gotta worry about that stuff. I have Orc DHD.
Orky HD.
You know, I have attention deficit orc disorder.
I love it.
You know, and it's like you get to play things simpler. Kind of with like Claymore would still think about things, but a lot of times Claymore's, and you especially tried to refocus Claymore on this, is like a lot of Claymore's plan is like, I'm just gonna play it cool and act like I'm supposed to be here. And if anybody tries to start some shit, I'm gonna blow their ass up 6 ways from Sunday. I'm gonna do a fucking Mortal Kombat finisher and rip them.
So like, it matters. Enos doesn't need to be involved in that. Like, what the Marquess, wants to do with his life, Enos doesn't need to be 100% on that. If the Marquess says, Enos, I need your help with plotting something, Enos is supposed to be like, yes, sir. What do you need from me, sir? I probably shouldn't be involved within Nicola's life as much as I am, but he says weird shit all the time, and I cannot help but react.
Honestly, I don't know if that's the design. We've talked about this, like what character archetype Nicola is supposed to be has shifted a little. Like he definitely departed from the willpower thing after the trauma. Now Nicola feels more like he's the absent-minded professor type. Like he's not quite a mad scientist full blown, but he's definitely like doing weird shit and not thinking about what he's doing, which is funny because I think his other big role is like he is still. I mean, calling him a soft boy is a little weird because he's like a body 3 or 4, grapple master. But like he is, the pretty boy, long flowing hair, like, handsome, Victorian doctor type.
He is very Frankenstein now that I think about it. Just not as Byronic.
Not anymore, no. I think I was going to joke that Enos beat it out of him. That's not exactly what happened. I don't think Enos did a violence to him, but I think Enos forced him to have the come to Jesus talk.
No. But like I said, I need to take a step back from planning and let other characters step into the role of making the plans and doing things, and make sure that we do not drum too hard on the details. Like, a little bit of detail is good, because the details is how we're going to get, the apocalypse, as you say, and the good role play. Like, if we're actually having discussions about, certain plans. But
some planning stuff we can handle, like, out of character. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see. Like I said, I think part of the reason why we've gone so slow and floundered a little bit in the front half of front court, or even a summer court, is, and I was going to mention this earlier but forgot to, my own mea culpa of, like, part of the reason why the session did flounder is you lucky we're going to be the checkpoint, the front man of the meeting. Like, you planned this, you were like, we need to have a team meeting and discuss things. And so I went like, clap hands being like, all right, they're going to have a team meeting. We're going to just roleplay it out and figure it out. So I had no, the way I phrased this later was, I had no script. I had no return to zero for, like, the improv. So, like, when things did kind of lag a little long, I was kind of like, well, in my mind, I'm like, well, this was Lucky's idea to plan this, so I'm not exactly sure what he has next. I even think I had some NPCs joke about that when, like, NPC, like, values and jump-off points jump up, and, like, somebody even said, this might be, not to get too far ahead in Master Enos' notes here, but, blah, 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 blah. So, like, when we slowed down, I did not have a good point to return to focus, and it's, like, I think that's why it's been slower going, because while I did have some ideas for, like, different things to like, set you guys up and run things up for these parts of the Fogvale Summer Court, it was definitely, like, a lot of it was on you guys' planning of how you wanted to handle it.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of the later sections will flow a lot faster because I pitched you guys I asked you guys, well, obviously what you wanted at the Summer Court. I asked, like, how we wanted to handle it, and then I offered some options for some stuff, and it's just gonna flow. Like, I'm working on the last week, and, like, it was very interesting to me that, like, even though I'm fucking feverish this week, like, I got up all the way through, like, starting from, like, I had been slacking. I said this, I've been slacking. I need to get back on my rain brain, get my focus back on for running this game that is kind of complicated, and I have things that I want to get to in it. I have scenes I want to be hitting. But, like, so I was, like, at the start of, like, some notes about mass. I powered all the way to right now. I'm in because I do actually need to go in the tank and do some research, do some build up, and present you guys with options for the feast, the closing feast.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the middle shit you guys planned, like the hunt, was just like, I mean, what would be the style of hunting? Do a little reading. Okay, we'll write down this, and this. Like, I'll present you guys with some options about what game you want to hunt, and, like, give you the like, in-universe reasoning, and then we go outdoor luncheon. It's like, I have absolutely no idea what they have planned for the luncheon per se, but here's where I think they were going to set it. Here's some ideas for what they might be eating. Here's just a general tone I think we want to set. Like, the whole point is to, like, relax, and kind of wind down from what might be higher tension stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of the same with the hot springs. Is like, that at least I did put some text out because I was like, here I'm going to repeat some box text about Drakesboro that we might not remember because that was at the tail end of another Goop session.
Goop.
Where, like, some of the finer details about the Drakesboro stuff might have been, forgotten or glossed over because we were thinking about other stuff. And then, yeah, and it's like, and like I said, that was my big revelation about Rain, of, like, realizing how stressed is, like, I'm like, okay. I need to, like, start working to better ferment this vision where you guys don't have to stress about the minutia. Like, it should be more of a back and forth where, like, I ask you guys to set the agenda, to set policy, basically, much like a 4X game where you make, vague policy decisions. I crunch the numbers on that. I write it to, like, up to the point where that would happen chronologically, linearly. When I'm to that point in my writing, I pitch you guys the questions I have about your inputs. And obviously, for some things, I will leave options to be in the moment, in the session. And then we go from there. And, like, a lot of it I was saying of, like generally a lot of my comment after it has been like, no, I need you guys to breathe, to relax and let go a little. And, like, you guys have picked your rough agenda for basically the rest of the year in game.
Mm-hmm.
I need you guys, I want you guys, no, not I need you guys, but I want you guys to sit back, to relax on that, to let me work through that on my end, like I said, linearly. And come back to you when I got questions I need answers, and otherwise just, be confident that your high level plans are in.
No, like, right now, Enos is not going to be thinking about the trip to Egg nor the Monster Hunt. If the Monster Hunt falls through, so be it.
I don't think the Monster Hunt will fall through because I think it has stuck in the mind of certainly Aaron and even Axe as players. Like, I think just as a matter of personal pride of just, like, you listing out all the things we were working on, Axe has like, would be bummed out if he let stuff fall through, even if he doesn't have, perfect ideas for what to do about it.
But, like, this is one of the things that, I want. If we do want to do the things, I'm going to need players to, have,
investment, buy-in.
Have the opportunity to make the plans and not just have me, do all the planning and then we, have a discussion about it. Like, there's this, like, the moment in the session where I was trying to present a choice to Axe of what he wanted to do, and it took, I think, about 3 tries before you just said, Axe, he's pitching the ball to you. was 2 or
Well,
3,
I mean,
can't
yes. Some of those tries were a little more subtle than others, because it was even a moment of me being like, wait a minute, right, this is a point where the Marquis can make a decision. Because I don't know if you meant it this way, but thinking about it, I was kind of like, this is a call for, like, all the other characters to chime in, just your usual, like, I've been talking for a while. Does anybody got thoughts? This is just my opinion.
I did leave several pregnant pauses and
yeah, but like that time I think it was specific when you said, "Well, that's just my opinion." And, like, the way you phrased that, like fucking Winter Soldier activated me. I was like, right. Like he's being subtle. He's having subtext. I need to make this text. Leslock, this would be a perfect time for you to make a decision. You're the Marquis. You're the opinion that matters, kind of a thing.
Like I said, we had the gas leak, but it was just like we all had the gas leak. But it was just like the things of like because I am a person that makes so many plans and stuff. I think people have gotten comfortable with the idea of me making plans and have been willing to more take a back seat in it.
Yeah, I definitely think Loth is definitely fine with taking a back seat. Axe kind of like bounces back and forth of just like, I don't have any ideas. If you have an idea, you take the reins, kind of a thing. Like we said, Aaron as Conrad has ideas. He's just struggled trying to find a place to insert them over some of the other people.
Yep.
Dallas is like Schrodinger's planman. Like, sometimes he will get very in-depth, and, like, I'll be like, Dallas, where are you going at this? Because he has, like, very specific questions to ask me about world building and shit. But also, Dallas is really good about, I guess we'd phrase it as staying in his lane, where he'll just be like, well, I'm the court physician, and, like, you don't want to hear my personal opinion on this, so I'll just shut up and let you guys figure this out. And sometimes that's for the best, like even Dallas has said of, like, sometimes he doesn't want to, like, he's good at reading the room, and it's like, I don't want to argue with the crew, even though my character would probably have thoughts and feelings about this.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of where, like, when you deliberately challenged him to kind of put his objections in words, that's where his, comment about, like, seeing the other houses as potential allies came from, that you said was, like, super illustrative for you in, like, role-playing.
Oh, yes.
Of, like, understanding Nicola's character. But, like, there are other times, I think, when Nicola has been thinking in that vein, and it's like, that's clearly not where the other guys are coming from. I don't want to fight about it. Which I think is correct for Nicola's character. Like, talking about his Wallflower roots is like, Nicola would not jump out to start an argument about something, even if he doesn't agree with it. But part of it is...
Nicola is...
Go for it.
So, he's opinionated, but he's non-confrontational.
Yes. Part of it, though, is we're trying to... It's the separation of... I almost said separation of church and state. That's not the right one. It's like, guys, it's almost 2 a.m. The phrasing that I wasn't used to, but I know that Axe has used before, and it works, is the, like, on the table versus above the table talk. Like, we're trying to get that separation of, like, what's Nicola in character? Like, what's his bit versus, like... But also, Dallas, as Nicola's player, as the, the man behind the man... We need to know what your opinions are in and out of character about this so that we can, like, reflect them correctly, kind of a thing. And, like, that's still a struggle we have sometimes as a group is, like... Because, like, I think decently most people are, like, decently passionate about playing their characters. Like I said, Loth sometimes struggles with his, locking in phase. But he'll try. Like, he'll try to rise to the occasion when he can. You and I both explicitly noted and did... Somebody called out. I don't remember which one it was. But like... Dallas deliberately role-playing Nicola in his more non-confrontational advisory way, like at the meeting, as court physician,
I think I noted that, I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would make sense if you caught it, because we had that whole you had that whole argument / conversation with Nicola about it earlier of, like, what's your deal, man? And, some of that stuff. And like, honestly, sometimes the reverse case is also true, where, like, honestly, I think because... Sorry, dropped a pen. Because, like, I think Axe finds it easier to talk about, much like Loth, to out-of-character talk about what he's thinking and what he'd like to see, and sometimes struggles with, like, he even admits it's, like, his own mind goblins, but, like, for in-character stuff with Leslock, like, in his head, Leslock should be, like, super smart, super erudite, very, very polite and elegant, and, like, sometimes he just doesn't think that way, so it's harder for him to, like, snappily be in character, and it's just, like, I got a good grasp of, I think, what Leslock cares about out of character. It's the in-character transitions that's hard. And it's kind of the reverse, I think, with Nicola sometimes, where, like, Nicola's very quiet in character, and so Dallas keeps that out of character as well. And it's like, no, but I need to know what you're talking about. And it's kind of the same conflict that Aaron has with Conrad, is like trying to find the moment to express what the in character feelings are in the moment. But hopefully, like this whole, like I said, it was one of those all around moments where like all of us kind of like after the session end are kind of sitting around looking at our screen, you know, staring at the icebox at the chicken, to quote Hitchcock, and being like, no, that something about that wasn't quite right. I think the only person who didn't straight up say that something went awry was probably Loth, but Loth was also unmedicated that session.
Like I said, he was super gooped.
Yeah, he was, you know, the ops are coming from inside the room. Like, he was shitposting constantly with memes, and sometimes I had to be like, all right, Loth, calm down. We're getting too light. We're getting too loosey-goosey. And I don't want to say that yeah, I don't want to say that that's like what made the session turn sour, because I don't think it was, because we were in a good mood. It's just one of those moments where like it was another indicator that like we were not all on the ball.
No, like I do remember like a couple of the gifs he posted were like super distracting to me.
Like it wasn't one moment. It was definitely like there are other times where I was distracted, and it'll be funny because I mentioned in the audio like watch the video version that we're not doing. But like I said, I'm perfectly fine if the crew not is doesn't want to post or is more comfortable not posting, to be like, fuck it, I'll just post it on Patreon. And like I said, if you want to watch it, give me $1 minimum. You can also get it at higher levels. Sorry, I'm also being like micro distracted right now because I'm like I'm you know, coming off of being a little sick, being a little feverish, and sometimes I'm still a little achy, and I'm like my right arm joints are a little weirdly achy. Like I think it's the tendon, maybe it's the muscle in like my upper right arm just like bothered me, and I'm just like, all right, shut up, arm. I'm just sitting here, man. Ugh. But you know, it's the little things. Anyway, Will. No, you were also own-goaling with the gifts a little, Aaron. But like I said, it's one of those things where like I don't want to be that guy who's like, no, guys, it's the game time. Put your phones down. It's serious time.
Serious.
Like a little bit of like, you know, focus up, gang. Focus M would be the joke of the hour to be like to bring it in. But also at the same time, it's like, but yeah, if like the scene's not, you're not in the scene and the scene's not about you, you should not be held hostage by the scene. Like, obviously the quality of the role play should like engage and engross everyone, but sometimes it's not like that. Sometimes it's Lucky and Omega are talking about weird stuff, or Leslock and Axe and Omega as Leslock are talking about weird stuff, and it's just like, yeah, we don't care. This isn't in my character wheelhouse.
Like I said, we've talked about it, we've thought about it. Like I said, I'm recontextualizing what Enos is going to do, and hopefully things will be a little bit more dynamic and quick-paced. Like I said, we're gonna get, like I said, like we're not gonna get like 3 levels deep on detail now, but just like 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm. And I'll save my detailed deep dives for either when it's appropriate to like come up in the story or like out of character stuff where just like you guys do like I do want to say I think there's a separate thing of like
oh yes, we were also talking about top of the hour breaks.
Yeah, like that might be because I've seen other people who do this stuff like not just also do it for content but also do it like live, like explicitly have like a big long break in the middle in addition to like people getting up from the table and stuff. And it's like, yeah, we should probably do some more like proper breaks and check-ins to be like, how's everybody doing? Like, I know we don't want to like waste the screen time, but it's like breaks are important. We got to like reset ourselves and be like, okay, are we here? We going? Everybody following along? Anybody asleep? Does everybody know what's happening now? Everybody knows what's happening next? Like, what are we moving to on after this kind of a thing? So we'll also try and take some more breaks and yeah, pulse checks maybe. But yes, definitely like these sequences of like out of character stuff. Because like I said, you want to take a step back from like minutia planning, but I hope that won't mean to like the out of character, like the sometimes stuff we do between sessions of like the brainstorming and just the thinking. Because like I think part of the appeal of Rain.
If we bring something out of character, like especially like between sessions, no, I'm still gonna go whole hog on it. It's just I don't want that to be on the air.
Which I think is fair, yes. That's like being able to more efficiently use our off-camera time for our on-camera time, or more efficiently use our on-camera time because of off-camera time? Grammar. But yeah, like, I think that is one of the great appeals of Rain for us, and like what I've done with the setting of like what's going on is like, I can pitch you guys these expositions, these informational bits, and then like you, Lucky, will be sitting there thinking about, you talk about thinking about this stuff. Or like even Aaron is like, no, I've been thinking big thoughts about this world building stuff, Dallas, I know, like I said, I don't know how much time he has to do the chat in between sessions, but I know he does think about stuff because he'll sometimes be like, I've been thinking about this thing. And like that I don't want to discourage because I think that's part of the appeal is like you guys asked for like the deep fantasy world building with mysteries to uncover, and I'm like, hold my copy of Red Storm Rising.
Did you hold it up again?
Yeah, no. I did that joke because I picked it up again. I've talked about this before. I am a bit of a not like crazy like hand fixation, but sometimes I will do hand stuff as like part of my mental process. Like I can get very fidgety with like pens and other shit and drumming my fingers, also gesturing. But like sometimes it's just instinctive to pick stuff up and like I don't know, there's something just illustrative about being able to take this book and just like slap it in my palm, you know, thump the book, set it down, pick it up, put it, throw it around. Don't actually throw your books around. This is a mass market paperback, so I don't need to take too good of care of it. But like, there's something you want to be careful about. But yes, definitely like hold my beer type stuff. So like that's the part that I think has been really engaging for you guys and has been really engaging for what audience we have. Yes, I think that's definitely our personal for this group etiquette of just being like, we need to do this check of like, all right, everybody good? You good? You everybody here? Do we need a second for something? Like obviously me running the session, I have a very easy out when it's like when I have a problem, like I'm like, oh, hold on, I've dropped something, or like, oh shit, I gotta take a bio break, or I gotta go refill my water. Like it's very easy for me to stop the session and take a moment. And usually we have at least one big like bio break, but yeah, we need to take maybe slightly longer or at least more regular breaks of just like, okay, all right, everybody good? All right, let's take a conscious step. Let's stop.
Yeah.
Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. It's 2 a.m. chat. It's 2 a.m. We'll be doing this for 5 hours.
Well, it is 2 a.m. But I think I have said all I wanted to say on Rain. Again, apologize for those waiting for the public episode. Give us $1. But
hey, this encourages people to check out the quote-unquote lost episode. By the way, it's official. I'm keeping my joke I made earlier. The next session will not be 67. It'll be 66.66. Because we are. That was something I was gonna mention earlier before I distracted myself by picking up a book and waving it around. But we will probably at least like for the public for the edit, we will soft recap what the previous session would have contained because there were a couple of interesting things in there. Like I said, your conversation with Sidwell was pretty good, and some parts of the conversation Nicola had with Prince Menas were like actually like, me casting the net wide for future shit. And, like, I think there's some decisions at the meeting that we're not going to reverse. Like, I think we're all okay with just, like, I pitched you what the value proposition was of, like, revamping the couple of forts for the border checkpoints and, like, paying for the sea fort. And, like, Leslak was like, yes, I will sign off on the money for that. Like, I don't think we need to, like, relitigate that because I think everybody is on board with it. So we'll, like, recap where we're at and then, like, bring up some detailed plans for some stuff. Usually I'm pretty good at, like, sensing instinctively when an hour goes by because, like, you develop a time sense. I'm still working on the 14 video, but the more I do the research for the 14 video, the more I'm like, yeah, this system's cool. Like it reading and understanding it better gives me inspiration. It's just going to be a book where I will have to make handouts for my players for their characters, so you can read your fucking tooltips. But we'll get there. I have the GM's book. I have the core book. I'm doing a video on the core book. I might do a video on the GM's book. Fuck. I talk about it in the video I wrote. I'm like, I could do probably like 5 to 10 minute videos analyzing each job in the tabletop RPG. Because that's something that I really like is class design. Like, God, it's been a while since we did it, but like, I spent so much fucking time in like Gensekai, like thinking about those fucking class trees and like the directions they go. Mm-hmm. Like, I love that shit, like thinking about like, all right, here's your options, here's what this, so you do this and then this and these flow together and like you keep this in mind. Well, it's always a question of like, is it worth spending the time on for the viewership? Much like my old L5R videos, like I don't know how much coverage there is for the 14 tabletop RPG, so like that can be like a big resource for people looking for it. So like I said, I'll keep it in mind. We'll see how long it takes me to do the first core video breakdown and all the extra shit. So we'll see what's up. But yes, we are going to keep doing Rain. We're going to be back to it on Sunday. I think, like I said, we had our down moment. We've talked through it. Like we've had some sessions where we feel a little gooped about afterward, but I think we haven't had a session in Rain, at least in a long time, where we were like, man, that didn't go well at the end there. And honestly, the fact that we went 66 without that sort of thing happening is pretty good, because trust me, it happens with games. You'll get them. You'll get those sessions where you're like, shit, that didn't go well, for multiple reasons. So we'll get to, like, recenter on some stuff, and hopefully we'll get some good character moments, and, like, honestly, I'm okay with us kind of being like, yes, that Aaron's talking about one where he did storm off. That was another one where we were getting late. We were mid-combat. That was kind of a moment where the crew was like, oh, okay, Aaron's really upset. Like we were all kind of, like, concerned about the session. Like, we weren't like, oh, I didn't like that. We were like, oh.
No, that was Lucky being fucking weird again, so I think I just chalked that one up to me.
You said yourself, you don't think you have a super great mind for tactics, but you do like to plan, and you like to get out in front of, like, character stuff. But it was also, like, honestly, I think that was the first fight.
You be a snippy bitch sometimes.
You're true. You do. You like you said, you burn hot, so, like, when it bubbles up, you'll get out there, you'll let out your little jibs and jibes, your little pokes, your pins and needles. Yeah. But, like, I also think that was, like, the first combat where I put the fear of God in you guys.
A little bit, yeah.
Like you guys were for real concerned, because some of the party member wasn't even there. Remember how Logesh couldn't get in that fight?
Yes.
He literally couldn't pass the check to beat the magic protection. Honestly, I keep thinking about this, because Arcane Arcade is the actual play channel for XP to level 3, but they've been doing a Lancer campaign off and on lately, and it's just making me think, like I said, I'm like, do I want to run Lancer or play Lancer? Like, I don't know. That'll be very interesting.
Has offered to run Lancer, I believe.
Yeah. It's a thing to think about with, like, stuff, because it's got a lot of options, like, for things. Like, I know you love missiles, Lucky. There's a missile mech.
I know, but I've talked about this. Because of my personal disconnect with Axe, I'm like, I gotta let other people play with Axe, and then come to me and be like, no, Axe do game good before I'm gonna get in there, so I don't blow up at him, like, unfairly.
That's fair. Honestly, like, well, yeah, we gotta use, it's Hex, it's a Hex game, we gotta use CompCon. Honestly, if, I'll throw this out there just in case it does get into it just, I wouldn't mind, like, because, we're not always got stuff, we can't do Fail Betrayal forever,
if you do fucking Lancer on, like, Fail Betrayal Day, that could be fun.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, Axe is currently booked up with other stuff on his Tuesday, but if that does resolve, I don't know if that's gonna be going forever. Like, is Tuesday for forever locked out? Because we can move that around. We could pick a different day. I could take Tuesday off and move it to, like, Thursday. I don't know. Okay. So you're crunching that for a long time. Okay, maybe I'll work on my scheduling then. I'll talk it over with the group. Because honestly, most of the people who show up for FP when they're free are, like, able to tabletop. Vesper's run, been game master for honestly, yeah. I think most of that 5e campaign was picked because we were also doing Prague and some other stuff. So I can do some scheduling, with what we got going on. But we can see it like that could be a good time to use our days, our blips. We'll see. Saturday we're thinking about not gaming stuff, but movie stuff. Fucking, I'm losing my mind. It's 2 a.m. We're going to wrap up. Look forward to more rain in the future. We're going to be back to it. And if you are not willing to be a patron and download the audio version of the original 66, we will recap it in 66.66. We did decide to think about what was going on with our movie night. It's going to be Star Wars Episode 4: A New Hope tomorrow. I've got the video source for that. God damn it. I have to double check. Robin might have given a super thanks to me $1 just to be a gremlin. But yeah, we'll have to figure out exactly what time we want to figure that out when you and I are both there probably to set it up. But I've run Discord streams before and I've got the video for it, so we'll figure it out. That's just a 1% for the people home. But yeah, we'll watch some Star Wars. We'll do some stuff. We'll have to throw Rogue One in there after we do the original trilogy or something, maybe. Or we could rewatch the prequels. It's been like a fucking million years since I think I watched, like, Attack of the Clones properly.
No, I think we can leave off, the new trilogy for various reasons. But no, I think we should watch the OG trilogy and the prequel trilogy at the very least.
I'll definitely say, maybe not right away, but we'll throw Rogue One in because I fucking love Rogue One. It's a great movie. But, like, also, I think Solo was a little maligned when it came out. Like, it does do some unnecessary stuff, but it's still a pretty fun movie with some pretty good stuff. Like, I wouldn't mind taking a second look at it, which is, another perfect thing to run into there. like I said, we'll talk about Lancer stuff later. Because I said I like to. I think I have enough mecha bones in my body to run Lancer, but also
I would like to play some sort of mech game, but
I do not get to play games a lot, and Lancer is one of those games that does a thing that I really like, where player design versus NPC design are separate. They're not supposed to line up, which means that I would not get to do the mech things that I think are cool as a game master, but I could do other fucked up shit as a game master. Because like the gang knows me. I've seen some Gundams. God knows I really like some stuff. Lucky and I really like Titanfall. We'll figure it out. Anyway, movie night starting with Star Wars. We'll figure out exactly when it is when we want to run it, because 2 a.m. when I'm tired and hungry and possibly slightly cookhead, we'll figure it out. But I think that's time to wind down. Talking about everything, I always like to ask, is there anything else you'd like to bring up, Lucky? It's me. I'm out here. I'm a final check-in.
No, I could say something funny, but no, I'm gonna go back to looking at Enos' 10 XP and being all like, do I want to be a gremlin?
That sounds like a funny conversation for off the mics. I'll ask you about what you're thinking about later.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, the neutral and partial game master, my channels are always open for shenaniganery. But thanks everybody for tuning in. That's the word I want to use. Tune in. Thank you for listening. Thanks for sitting with us through all this stuff, especially, sometimes the stuff at the end, but also some other stuff. Be sure to join our Discord to check if you want to join our regular movie nights. You get my water too. But I'm going to do the rest of the regular outro stuff, which is something like this. Like this episode. If you're here, you're listening to me say this, you like this, click it. Don't be afraid to show it.
This is not a request.
I am not asking. Points. Copy of Red Storm rising at you threateningly. You've heard of Knife Hand? What about Book Hand?
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Whoever said that has never been hit with a dictionary.
True facts. God, that's a Greg Stolze quote, actually, that I like to repeat, is I don't remember what he said it about, but he was talking about he likes to evaluate tabletop RPGs based on how easily he thinks he could stun a burglar with them. and then proceeded to prescribe a particular, I don't remember which game it was, but a particular game line as a burglar stunner.
I have heard you use that reference before, but we're digressing again. Please, finish the episode. Finish the show.
Like this video, give us a subscribe, consider ringing that bell so you've got notifications, join in that channel membership. You can also drop like a super thanks or a super chat if you want to give like a one-time grib. Like I said, we got stuff coming up. We didn't talk about it at all, but we had a fun time playing RE5. We'll be streaming that on Mondays.
Oh, yeah.
For now, Tuesdays, we're still running Fail Betrayal. It'll be something this week. Wednesday, we will hopefully, if I'm not dead, knock on wood, we'll be back with 14, doing 14 stuff. Maybe I'll drag the boys back into Occult Crescent. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just go to Occult Crescent by well, I keep saying that. I don't do that off stream either. But we'll do 14 stuff. We'll keep you tuned throughout the week with other video content we're working on. Luckily, it'll be a little bit before there's another Wanted, but if you did not see the Ushi Gozen Wanted, be sure to check it out. And we'll keep you peeled with FGO news. That's going to be everything from us, except that I would like to remind you that this episode was brought to you by our wonderful patrons. If you want access to all of our audio downloads, including this show and our APs, consider supporting us on Patreon for as little as $1 a month, approximately $10 for an annual membership. Early in the year, it's a real good time to lock in your annual membership. At higher levels, you can get access to things like video releases of Wanted early, polls for things like Fanservant Friday and Fail Portrayal polls. Other features are early. And at our $10 level, you can listen to this podcast live every week. And at our highest level, you can get a shout-out like Adam DeHart, Blackest OG, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JDV9000, Chris Starlight, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, and Sharvor. Thank you very much for your support, patrons, and all of our wonderful, beautiful listeners. I will keep this branding consistent until I forget. But thanks so much, everybody. We'll see you next time for more Let's Stick FGO. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.